Hello. Welcome to Saturday's live stream. Let me see who's gonna join on this Saturday late. I know for some of y'all, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. Um, I just I had to finish the drunken crime case study. I had a lot going on today, but I'm here. I'm so sorry I'm late. For some of you who are in different time zones, I know that it's difficult to join the streams, and I really appreciate you guys just always supporting the streams. I wanted to say that first and foremost, and just always shout out to y'all for always, supporting even with the difference of time zones. So tomorrow I will make sure to be extra early as usual, and I'm gonna give it more time tomorrow for the stream. But today I really had too much to get done. I had to get so much stuff done, y'all. I had to get stuff done, and sometimes I gotta sacrifice a little bit, gotta make things work. But let me set up, because I didn't even finish setting up. I don't even know who's in the comments. I don't even know if I'm on right now. Hold on, let me check on YouTube to see if I got a notification, because hell, YouTube be playing games sometimes too. Am I even live? Let's check. Did I get a notification? Nope, I didn't even get a notification. Am I even live? I don't even know, y'all. Who knows? I might just be talking in the abyss right now. Let's check and see. Am I live? Am I live? Let's do this. I don't even know if I'm live right now. Yo, that's crazy. Hold up. Let me make sure. I'm gonna check some comments too. Let's put the comments up, and maybe I am live. Oh yeah, I am live. Okay. Yo. I had to download the software system had an update, so I had to download it, so I couldn't even check to see if I was live or not. Shauna Michelle, hey sis, welcome. You said, child, I'm in the bed 6:30 p.m. I'm sorry, y'all. We're not gonna take too long on the stream today. Today's stream's gonna be really short. It's probably like 2 hours. I'm not gonna take longer than that today, because 2 to 3. We'll see how far I get. It's 4 o'clock right now, so 5, 6, 7. So 7 o'clock East Coast time. But for the rest of y'all, tomorrow morning I'll be way earlier than today. I just really had to get stuff done. Allie, how are you, sis? Welcome. Devonda, hey sis. You said, hey Romy, I'm glad to see you. Love everyone who is here supporting our girl. Yeah, absolutely, man. Y'all make things happen. Don't mind the back, y'all. I gotta put a duvet cover. Let's not even talk about what's going on with that. How about them little two rascals of mine? They done bit through my duvet, the cover. So this is why you see this like this. Usually I have a duvet cover and we swap them out. I'm gonna have to buy new sheets and new duvet covers. But I like to get the nicer ones. I like to splurge on them, so that's why I've been waiting to buy it. But yeah, they bit through it, y'all. They bit through all my stuff, and then the other one peed on my bed 3 times this week, y'all. I'm in the pumpy trenches, but I can't even complain because I wanted it, so I just gotta suck it up. But yeah, you said no sweat. We're here when you're here. I haven't met the new puppy yet. Oh, you want to meet her? She's here. Bomi. Child, she probably getting herself into something. Cause Mimi went to go walk. Dom took Mimi for a walk right now. Bomi, come here. Bomi. I know she's doing something crazy. I'll get her when she moseys on over here. I feel like she's doing something she's not supposed to be doing. But I don't have the energy to get up right now. So I'm going to wait till Dom comes back, and then I'll show her to you. She'll come running in here with her sister. Deja Rue, hey sis, welcome. Get you a camera swipe. Oh, no, this is my bad. Thanks for letting me know, sis. It's my webcam, because this died on me before I was even supposed to go live. So hold on, maybe it's working now, and then I could swap it out. Yeah, and thank you. Yes, my camera is blurry. I need to clean my laptop. I do need to do that. So hopefully it's a little clearer, but let me see if I could just at least add this camera, because this is the one I'm supposed to be using. But it died before I went on stream. Of course it did. So let me see if I could at least play this. It's working now. Okay, it's charged. I had to charge it real quick. I usually don't like to use my webcam, but Desperate times for desperate measures. Hold up. Let me let me do the streaming on it. Okay, here we go. Okay, I can switch it now. I'm gonna swap it out. Oh, hold up. Okay. Let's see if I can do this. Give me a second. I'm gonna swap it out. Yeah, it is. I see what you're talking about. It is a bit blurry. Give me a moment. Let me switch it. Okay, this is my camera now. Yay! Much better, right? Way better. Okay, now I just gotta... Y'all, I'm just doing this makeshift. Look at that. This is my... Y'all, just... You know what? Just don't mind what's going on in the background today. Just act like you don't see anything. And we're gonna be good, okay? Like, just act like you don't see nothing. You don't know what's going on. You're like, Romy, what is this big ass thing right next to you? It's I'm glad you asked. It's actually a fan. Don't ask us why we had to give away our aircon because it kept shutting down and the voltage was too high for our apartment complex. Even though they're the ones who gave it to us because they told us we had to pay for it and buy it from a catalog. Don't ask Romy that. Don't ask us about that. Don't ask us about all the money we done spent on that damn aircon, and then now we have to get fans because that's the only thing that works in here. Because, you know, Canada, our apartments don't come with air conditioning because, like, we only have summer for, like, 3 months a year. So, usually, our apartments do not have air conditioning installed. So, yeah. Oh, shoot. I don't want y'all to see these pillows. Okay. You know what? Just leave everything alone, okay? I'm just going to check here. Okay. You know what? Let's just do it here. Yep. So yeah, they got your girl, man. What they did was that they oh shoot, let me push this here. Let me put it to the back. So what ended up happening was we bought an air conditioner last year, but the apartment complex that we're in, they're very picky about the air conditioning systems that you can get, right? So what they ended up telling us was like, oh yeah, you have to order from this catalog. You can only use this type of air conditioning system. We're like, all right, bet, whatever. So we ended up paying for it, and then we installed it. The guy who installed it, rest in peace to him. He's the one who packed himself up out of here. I don't know what other way to say it, but he's the one who I think I told y'all my resident manager had he unalived himself, right? So he installed it for us, right? And that was when he was alive, and he got it. He got us to order it. Blah blah blah. All right, cool. So how about every time we would use it, it would just shut down the electricity system, and it was like way too much voltage. So what ended up happening was we were just so frustrated with it, and we even got him to come fix it. He's like, look, it's just unfortunately like, we just have a voltage restriction in the apartment. I'm like, y'all the ones who made us buy it. Red flag. So then now we're like, you know what, whatever. So I just sent it to my parents. And then it can't even work in their house either. So I'm just like, you know what? We're just going to have to find a place. I feel like you got to have a really, like, it's very interesting how electricity works. And I didn't even realize it until we got that aircon system, is that if you have electricity, you got to make sure that your grids are able to power a lot of things at once. So your fridge uses a lot of energy. Washer dryer uses a lot of energy. Stove, any appliance. So when you put it all together, and then on top of that you got an air conditioner that uses the maximum energy, then it's gonna shut some stuff down. So we had to keep using the breaker, turning it, and then we're just like, we just gave up. So now we got these fans here. So this one's a coolant fan, and then Dom has one in his room too. Anyways, long story short, that's why you see this big ass thing right here. And I didn't care to move it because this is not my normal streaming location, so we'll just have to wait it out. And don't mind the Ring camera in the back. Just don't mind anything in the room. All right. OG Soul Light, hey sis, welcome. Shauna, you said no shit. It's 1,000 degrees outside, girl. Very hot. But we're lucky here. I'm not gonna lie, because we have dry weather, so it's actually not as hot as it might be where you are. It's not humid, thank God. I think only Vegas has dry weather too. Like out west, we have more dry weather. Rose, how are you, sis? You said the internet has been a mess this week. Yup, very much so. If I don't cover your stories, I know you guys sent me a lot of stories. I'm gonna cover them tomorrow. I just didn't get a chance to really check all the Discord stories, so rest assured that I will cover a lot of the stories you guys sent tomorrow. I just wanted to I just had to Pick something, cause y'all, if I had to sit there and read all the messages, we wasn't gonna get on live until like an hour later, cause I had to read and see what's going on here. I'll be back later when things are on a roll, but miss y'all. Oh, miss you too, sis, and definitely join when you can. CFT, hey sis, welcome. You said hi, Romy. I hope you're doing well. Is that a Lasco fan? I have one. Oh, you have the same one blowing in your face. No, it's not Lasco. It's actually from Home Depot. What fan is this? I don't even know. It's some I think it's a Chinese company. Cause I saw the instructions were in Chinese, and yeah, it starts with a V. Yeah, we got it at Home Depot like a few weeks ago, and it has this like cooling system thing, and then you just put it in the freezer, you put it in there, and it's really good. It has helped a lot. And then we have another one in the other room, but yeah, that's the best option for now until we can move. Like, we're just gonna, like, we want to leave this unit or this apartment complex, but it's just time. Like, time. And moving is, I don't like moving, y'all. I hate moving like a mug. I really hate moving. So if I could, like, move, like, we would have to hire movers like last time, and that costs a pretty penny. So you got to think about deposits, and then Mimi done ate all the damn wall, so like we have to paint over the wall, we have to paint so many things and patch them up and stuff. So I'm gonna let Dom handle that though. I ain't gonna touch none of that, but yeah. But yeah, until then, this fan is really good. Get it at like wherever you can. It's such a good coolant fan, and it's a dehumidifier too, so it's really good. Okay, let's keep going, y'all. Ronnie, hey sis. Oh man, it's been a minute. Been a minute. How are you, sis? Welcome. Ronnie, every time I see you, I think of the Discord chat days. I gotta get those rolling again. It's just time, y'all. Time. Your girl's time is like, my time is really bad. Like, I'm gonna try to see if I can start the chats on the Discord. Those were really lit. I really missed those chats. But I have to like be very mindful of time, and then I also have to make sure that the time aligns and everything is proper, because I don't want to start something and stop it again. I'm trying to be more consistent with what I promise y'all. So yeah, how long we been out here? 12 minutes. That's 12 minutes enough. So yeah, tomorrow, longer stream, and I will be here earlier. And then also, Beyonce and Jay-Z case study is coming out tonight. I got the next part. I was supposed to publish it yesterday, but I had some other things I had to work on and to make sure everything was good. But that's coming out tonight. Like, I'm literally going to upload it right after the stream. And then the number 2 announcement is the members only. Remember, I'm taking a hiatus from that for now. It's going to be ported over to Patreon. Just give me a little bit of time and I will announce it in a future live stream, probably next week or the week after. I just haven't had time to do it this week. Work has been kicking my butt too on top of that, and I am a shop steward on top of that, so I had to deal with some union stuff. Yeah, I'll be dealing with a lot of stuff. And then another thing I wanted to say, oh yeah, the Jay-Z Beyonce case study is almost finished, y'all. We only got 4 more parts. I'm gonna wrap everything up, so 4 to 5 more parts, maybe 6, but I don't think it's gonna go that deep. So we're gonna wrap it up in the next month, like probably by September, and then I'm going to let y'all vote for the next case study subject. I'm gonna send the poll out this week so I could get working on that right away. While Jay-Z and Beyonce case study is coming to a close, I'm gonna start researching for the new case study. So y'all look out for the poll this week. I'm gonna put a few names on there and y'all vote, and that would really help me to guide who I want to do the next case study on. We talked about it a little bit last week, but I'll let y'all decide. And I ain't gonna lie, like, while doing the Jay-Z and Beyonce case study, I've been thinking a lot about Brandy and Ray J. I would love to do them. And I wanted to stay away from Diddy, but I might just have to put Diddy on that list. So it might be Jay-Z, Beyonce, Diddy. Somebody told me J-Lo. I know y'all had some other ones that you guys mentioned last time, so I'll have to go through the comments and check. But yeah, the poll will come out this week. Probably not tomorrow, Monday or Tuesday. I'll see if I can do that. Mocha Island, hey sis, welcome. You didn't miss anything because we're about to start. We are about to start. Oh, you asked, is anyone hiring? That's actually a really good question. If anyone's hiring, y'all drop it in the comments for sis below. I don't know if anyone's hiring, actually. That's a really good question. I heard people were like you know, I know that there's always, you know, in this economy, there's always going to be jobs here and there, right? So, yeah, y'all let her know. Where do you live, though? Like, what state? You don't have to say what city for privacy purposes, but what state do you live in, sis? Maybe that'll be helpful if you tell us what state you live in. I know, and it depends on what kind of job you have, too, right? Hold on, y'all. Let me just pull the comments up. I forgot to do that. Yeah, just, yeah, tell us, like, what kind of job you're looking for, too, right? We should do a job board and put it in the Discord. Y'all could also let her know in the Discord. That would actually be really helpful. Yeah, because I know every state is different. Every industry is different. Some industries are hiring more than others. It's always very complicated with job searches. As far as job searches are concerned, hold on a second. Let me just put the chat here so we can see it. Yay, I want to see your chats here. All right. So we're going to start now because of time and time's of the essence. Who we going to talk about first? Okay, first, the biggest story is the Afghanistan one. Y'all hear Bomi barking in the background. She's going to come here soon. I'll show her to y'all, for y'all who haven't seen her yet. Hold on a quick second. Let me also pop this chat out. Give me a second, y'all. I'm just getting the stuff in a row here, and then we gonna start. Yeah, let's start with the Afghanistan update first, and then we're gonna get to finish up the Breenie Lee interview. The interview she had with that girl, the God Sent Me My Husband or whatever it was called. I forgot what it was called. What did I call it? I don't remember what I called it, y'all. The God told me to marry him. I had said the last red flag was that she was supposed to travel to another country, go on what was it called, a sabbatical, and then he was trying to be selfish about it. So we're gonna talk about that. And then let's talk about the dark skinned girl, it girl effect, and then Katseye. Katseye is gonna be last. So if you're looking forward to the Katseye conversation, it will be last. It will be last because I have to go through some videos, and I know that's gonna take me some time. We might have to do a part 2 on that though, because as usual, you know, with these K-pop groups, there's always a lot going on that I'm probably not privy of. All right, so let's get started with the Afghanistan update. It's not going to take too long because sis is I mean, at this point... Oh, sorry, I have... Oh, my goodness. Whoa, I did not... You see, that's how much you can tell that I have not been on here. I have not even, like, finished. I didn't even delete this. And I got to add some more palette cleansers. Okay. So, here we go. Hold on a second. This one we might discuss. Here we go. She arrived to Afghanistan. Okay. So, in case you guys do not know, this is an update for the sis who went to Afghanistan. At first, you know, she came on TikTok talking about she gonna go to Afghanistan to go be with her husband. And then people were warning her about how women are treated in Afghanistan and that she may want to reconsider, but she didn't care. As usual, you know, they don't care as long as it doesn't affect them. So then what ended up happening was that the people found out that the man actually was a philanderer and he got many wives. Who knows? Many girlfriends. Anyways, he wasn't only with her, he was with everybody else. So then she got upset at the internet, I guess, said she's going to take some time off. And then lo and behold, she went back, or she actually went to Afghanistan, even though she found out that this man has been in other relationships, multiple relationships with different women. Red flag, he's running a scheme. But hell, she doesn't care. She wants a man so bad. So now, let's see what happened to sis. And shout out to whoever sent me this story. I did see this on the Discord. And then we're going to see her TikTok to see what has happened since she landed in Afghanistan.
Pour your wine. I have the gist again one more time. You see the girl that is moving from America to be with the love of her life she met on Snapchat in Afghanistan. She arrived Afghanistan yesterday. No, this is not news reaching us. She posted that she have arrived Afghanistan. And she posted like a little video of her arriving in Afghanistan. And she says she's going to be taking us through her journey of being with the love of her life in Afghanistan. Now the question is, Afghanistan women that are not allowed to operate phone and do social media and all, will there be an exception for this girl? Or is there anything that she's not telling us that will make her to be able to operate her TikTok while in Afghanistan? But the issue here is that even the video she posted of arriving in Afghanistan, we no longer, like, it's no longer up on TikTok. No one knows if
No one knows if
this gist, I'm so invested to see what will be the end. Oh, lest I forget, her mom also made a post days before she went that in 10 hours, her daughter will be in Afghanistan with the love of her life. Meaning her mom knows this. But anyways, her mother said she trained her daughter to be able to follow her choice.
No, she trained her daughter to be as stupid as she is. Red flag. Stupidity breeds stupidity, y'all. That's just how it is. You know, I'm no longer hopeful. I gotta be honest, y'all. I'm no longer hopeful. I don't hold my breath anymore. Maybe some of y'all, I know y'all gonna be some great moms and some great parents out there. Great caretakers, whatever your role is in a child's life. But for the rest of humanity, the general population, I have no hope. Because if you can hear what happened to your daughter and you think that this is a good idea for her to go to Afghanistan, you're co-signing, that means that you're just as dumb as she is. Good luck and Godspeed. We can't tell people what to do no more. So now, instead of arguing with people and trying to get them to see the light, I just say, you know what? Good luck on your journey. I hope this demon works out for you. Continuing.
Or whatever makes her happy. So what makes her happy is going from America to be with the man she met on Snapchat in Afghanistan. Love should be added to 100 ways to die fast. Yes. Guys.
All right, Nurse Nonso, thank you, sis, for the tea. I like the way you tell stories here. All right, let's get to it. Afghanistan. Oh, sorry, moving to Afghanistan, because I'm sure she's going to come up. What's her name again? I forgot that girl's name. What's her name? Her, yeah. Sunny. At least you got the hijab tight. Oh, wow. Beautiful. Wow.
So it is actually August 5th in Afghanistan, and Alex Sunny has made it to her husband, Alex in Wace. Looks like she got all suited up before she even got there to see him. And a lot of people felt like he didn't look very happy to see her after 2 years. But she said it was just because he was nervous. That was it, and so was she. They hadn't seen each other in 2 years. They've only met once. Because remember, she met this boy on Snapchat, and he lives in Afghanistan. She lived in America.
He's not a boy. He's a man. But I get what you mean. She's just talking. But that's definitely a man. He was just nervous seeing me again after 2 years. Yeah, I know. She wants this so bad.
To Jordan, he didn't want to do that. You want to know why? Her mother also makes a Facebook post today acknowledging that her daughter will be in Afghanistan in about 10 hours, or she's traveling there. She says, I raised her to live a life she loves, not the one that we all do. Alex says that she is still going to post daily, and she will make social media content about her journey in Afghanistan with her husband. I don't know, maybe we're all wrong, and she is going to go over there and live a luxurious life. That is not what the news or anything else shows over in Afghanistan, but I guess we're about to find out because she's there.
But you know what's so crazy is I'm realizing something too. This is another thing I'm realizing is that everyone wants to be the exception to the rule. Like, I don't get it. Like, how many examples do we need to see in order for it to click for people? I genuinely am concerned about the brain power that has happened and the draining of the mind, the lack of critical forethought, because all of these signs were in her face. The internet actually did what the internet was supposed to do in this case. The village came through, and then you got the village idiot not listening to the village. Like what I would have done to have TikTok in my time. I don't think this generation realizes how lucky they are. We never had TikTok. We didn't even have Facebook until I was in college. I always talk about that. And even then, we never had this type of like online discourse where you could get advice for free. You're literally getting advice from people who have experience and different from your family, because it's different when you're siloed in your family and you see the dumbassery that happens, because then you think it's normal, even though you know something's off. But then it's like you're going off the advice of your cousin, your sister, your mama. But now this generation literally has advice at their fingertips. They can get some really good content, really great, sage, wise advice from elders, and this is how you respond. Like, this cannot be life. What I would have done to have a room with Romy, or the nurse who was talking, or whoever else on TikTok, Chrissy. You have Lovely T. You have what's her name? I talked about her, like Layla Lynn. You have Impressive. You have Yanni. You have like so many other content creators that I'm probably forgetting right now. But these are the top that I listen to, and they're at the top of my head. But you have so many people who can guide you in a way that we have never had before, in the sense of like you're listening to other people's voices. And it's not always the right thing to do, because obviously some people, you shouldn't listen to everyone on the internet, but there's some people who give really good advice. They gave you good advice. They literally gave you a Hail Mary. And here you are on a plane to go see this man. This is why I said humanity cannot be saved, y'all. I'm very pessimistic at this point, because I just don't get it. Melanie is the same thing on Love Island. Melanie and Sincere. She may not have known in the villa, so I'll give her that grace. But when she got out the villa, did she not see all the think pieces? Did she not even watch the show? She had all the advice. Her mama and sister even flew there to give her the best advice. I love when her mama said, what did her mama say? The advice was like, some people, why are you going to give him a second chance when there's some men out there who would love to have a first chance with you? And that stuck with me. I was like, damn, I wish I had that advice when I was going through it at 20. I would have done anything for that. The most I got was, God's gonna give you the man what did they tell me? And when I went through my first heartbreak, what was it? Oh yeah, not everything works out, but just keep praying and God's gonna send someone to you. Or, maybe he really does like you. It's just it's hard for him to show his emotions. Mind you, this man was taking my car and using it to go see other girls. When I did have one cousin though, she kept it real with me. But then we were the same age. So then I'm like, okay, like, I would listen to her, but I was hard-headed too, I ain't gonna lie. Would I have listened to the internet? I don't know. Would I have flown somewhere like this one? I don't think I would be that crazy, but still. I understand. You know what? I'm gonna just shut my ass up. To each his own. Some people, they gotta feel it. I ain't gonna lie. I had to get my head knocked up a few times, like myself. I literally caused it myself because I just didn't listen to my own intuition. And I thought I was the exception. We always think we're the exception. It literally is like that. I don't know if it's an ego thing or just being hard-headed. I can't fathom which one it is. I don't know. But at the end of the day, you know what, sis? Godspeed and good luck, Alex Sunny. What's her name? Alexis? Alex Sunny. Let me check her content because maybe I'll get more insight. But yeah, good luck and Godspeed. But this is a tough lesson, y'all. She's in another country. That's a really hard lesson to learn right here. Okay, here she is. Hold up. Is this them right here? Revert story. What you mean you reverting? Okay, I think this is our first picture together. Okay, no Bad Bunny. Our second picture together. Okay, how old is this this woman? No, in your head. No. Spirits, no. Okay, continue. Performative activism and won't hold our own government accountable for covering up the 3 files and oppression, violence against immigrants in detention centers. Yeah, of course. She's trying to justify. All right. His hug. Okay. It's finally 8:03. All right. 60 days until I see my husband in it. Okay, that was 3 days ago. What, you not there no more? Who's under the bed? Y'all, they playing under the bed. All right. Oh, is she there? Oh, okay, that was the countdown. All right, hold on. Why is all this music? Okay, here she is. Who wanted? Okay, come on. I think Shauna, you wanted to see Bomi. Here she is. Hi, say hi, chat. My name is Bomi, and I am very, very hyper. And I love playing with my sister and driving my mama crazy and barking when I want attention from her. Red flag, barking on me whenever she wants attention in the middle of the night. Barking everywhere, barking. Like she ain't got nothing better to do. You know, I get all my bills paid. Damn, I need to be a dog in the next lifetime. A dog in North America. Preferably in North America with a good family. Because, look, you get food whenever you want it. Snacks whenever you want. You get to bother your mom all day long. And you never have to grow up or be a Toys R Us kid. Yeah, you don't have to even be an adult. Look at this. This is the most she's ever going to get in her life. Oh, my gosh. I know you're hungry. Ah, yeah. All right, let's continue the story. Hold up. What is this? Okay, yeah. Oh, boy, why I always got these damn songs?
Hi, everybody. So I'm extremely tired, but I wanted to show you our hotel. It's super nice. This is the lounge area, the entrance to the hotel. These are the elevators.
The hotel looks nice.
This is the view from the elevator. Just empty. So it's actually really dark in here.
Your sister here. Go play with me. Hey.
And this is the bedroom.
No,
and then this
Where's
is
Mimi?
like, I guess the
Mimi,
little dining area. This is like the little kitchenette area featuring Starbucks coffee and a mini fridge. This is the bathroom. So, excuse my luggage, it is definitely a mess, but everything made it through TSA, the makeup, the cards, the little booklet for the girls.
Now I see why she has this fantasy. She reads a lot of comic books. I find that people who read comic books, romance novels, yeah, we there's a delusion there. There's definitely a delusion. Oh, speaking of books, we gotta get through the Child of Blood. I gotta do the update on that one with Amanda Steinberg. Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow.
I went through my luggage in the U.S. and actually took 3 men cologne perfume oils that I had, like the little bottles that I showed you. The only reason I know it was them is because they put like a slip in my luggage saying they went through and checked.
Hey,
but those were missing.
Bye.
So I'm assuming it was them. I don't know.
No, Bomi.
So yes, it is time for me to take a shower and go to sleep because it has been a long 24 hours, as you can see. Hi everybody, so I'm extremely tired.
Let's continue, y'all.
Somebody wanted to come in the comments and say Afghanistan is ugly.
Who said that? That's just them racist folks of y'all. Your kinfolks said that.
I think it mugs.
It doesn't. I don't know about Mogging, but Afghanistan is beautiful. Every country is beautiful. Hey! Stop it. Now the people, like how people treat the country is what matters the most. Do you cultivate your land and all that stuff? So there's nothing wrong with Afghanistan. But Miss, you've only been there for like 1 day. Pipe down. I live in the U.S. in Oregon, which is far prettier, more raw, and has some actual color to it. Yeah, you see, and I knew it had to be one of your kinfolk right there. Because, yeah, gotta be one of y'all. I bet you she's never left Oregon in her lifetime. It's always the ones that have the most to talk about. Ain't never been nowhere outside of the U.S. Probably never outside of Oregon that have the most to say. Red flag. You probably ain't even been to Canada. And then you sitting out here talking nonsense like this. This is how I know ignorance. Whenever somebody writes something like that's the general population I was talking about. The ignorant folks. The massery right there. Every country has the same thing, Miss Oregon. You can find grass everywhere. Every damn where. Everything your country has, they have too. What are we talking about here? But of course, you know, they're the same ones who voted for 45. You see, this is the man barking I'm talking about. And then if I put something, you see, you hear the shrieking in her voice. And then if I put something on her to make her stop barking, You see, this is my life. Hey, no. Stop it. No. See, Shauna, this is your fault. See, I shouldn't have bought. You see, we was doing real good. I had a feeling I shouldn't have bought her on the stream. Now she wants attention from me. Go to your sister. You have a sister for a reason. Why are you here? Why are you here? Honey, can you come get Bomi, please? Ah, Lord. Dom's taking a shower, Lord. I got Mimi, where are you? You're supposed to take your sister. Mimi, come here. Mimi, come, Mimi. Mimi. Come play with your sister. Good job, Mimi. Yay. All right, here. Your sister's here. Hey, y'all not going to play with each other here. That's what I got her for. Your playmate. Why are you playing by yourself? Bomi, go chase your sister. Hey, Mimi's right there. Hey, yay, go chase Bomi. Yay. Oh, my God. All right, let's continue, y'all. Oh, Lord. Yeah. All right, that was it. Okay. Was this the air? Okay, wait. Where the volume at? Okay, thank you. All right. That's a beautiful hijab. The whole ensemble here is a lovely color, man. He looks so awkward, y'all. I don't know. Something's up with this one right here. But you know what? If she likes it, I love it. All right. Yeah. Okay. Good luck, Alex Sonny. We'll see the update. All right. Let me read some of your comments before we move on to the next. So you want to talk to them too? All right. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Now, let me put the comments up. Here. Okay. Yeah, Mary, how are you, sis? All right. Mary, how are you, sis? I'm going to respond to your email. I'm so sorry. I took some time to get back to you, but I'm going to respond. Mocha, you said I live in Nevada. Hold on. Why is your comment not coming up here? I have to do it again. Hold on a second, y'all. Oh, it looks like I got to put the highlights again. All right, give me a second, y'all. Because I want your comments to come up on the screen. Yeah, y'all hear that barking, right? 1700, 700. Just give me a second. Okay, let me add a new one. Why do they always change these things? 700. Okay, here we go. And then I'm going to add this one here, the overlay one. Oh, that was my fault. Okay, now I know what I did wrong. I put the wrong chat in her. Now it's going to show up. Just give me a second. Hold on. Cancel. Okay, now they're playing. Oh, Lord. Thank God. It's my life, y'all. It's my life. Okay, this wasn't supposed to be it. You know what? Let's just cover this, and then I'm going to put this in the properties. Okay, here we go. Wait, why are your comments not showing up here? Okay, we'll have to find a way to... Okay, there we go. Okay, you said I live in Nevada and I'm looking for a remote so I can be my mom's caretaker as well. That's what's up, sis. I have to say, I really, I'm so proud of you for doing that. It takes a lot to take care of parents, y'all. It's not easy. So I always commend anyone who can take care of their parents and be a caretaker. I think someone else in the chat's a caretaker. Mary, was it Mary that's also a caretaker as well? Yeah, shout out to y'all. Y'all are really doing the Lord's work. If you were, y'all, drop in some suggestions below for remote work, and then also you can drop your suggestions in the Discord as well. And if I find anything, I'll let you know. I'll also drop it too. Mary said hi. Hey, sis. Devonda, I heard she did move there. Even people from the country told her not to go. Yeah, it's just, you know. Yeah, they want to prove us wrong so bad. And it's like, I don't, and that's the thing. Like, I had to outgrow that mentality because it's not hurting anybody but me. That people don't really care at the end of the day. Of course, some people gonna clown you and stuff. But at the end of the day, you have nothing to prove to nobody. And sometimes it's okay. The wisest thing to do is to listen to the advice, even if it makes you look stupid. I'd rather look stupid than actually put myself in a situation that's harmful. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'd rather have egg on my face than to keep going just to prove a point, because it's not going to hurt anybody else but you. And it's even worse. She could have stopped it right here, gotten her little, her little lashings, and then came right back. And people would have forgotten about it. But nope, you want to keep going on. And it's just going to end to your detriment. It's just not, it's pointless to try to prove people wrong. And it all comes from ego. That's literally what it is. The desperation is strong in that family. Girl, her and her mama, Lord. Snapchat is a F-boy app. Is it the new Tinder? I've been out the scene for a minute. Is it the new Tinder? Y'all let me know. Devonda, you said the comment section is so funny, talking about he doesn't look excited to see her and nobody was on the plane either. Well, I mean, yeah, because, she's not even reading the room. Right now is not a good time. But then at the end of the day, desperation is desperation, baby. Mary, hey sis, you said the church women got me with that too. Oh, he's probably not good with showing emotions. Maybe he's inexperienced. Not he was just an asshole. Exactly. Like, people will always try to theorize somebody's shitty ass behavior. I gotta be honest. They will always try to, romanticize somebody's shitty behavior. And I realized that no, what you're seeing is just a manifestation of how they feel about you. And if they really wanted to, they would. And it's really that simple. So now I take everything people say at face value. I really have to. Because if you're saying one thing and your actions don't align, then I'm just going to take it as the actions mean what you're saying. Words are just words to me, right? It's all about the actions that follow the words. It has to be aligned, right? Mocha, you said I'm feeling great. How about you? Oh, okay. You were talking to Mary. Oh, she is a cute Bomi. Bomi's cute, but oh Lord, bad as heck. Bad as heck. Marie James. Marie, how are you, sis? Hold on. Who's the one who sent me the email? There's so many Marie. Okay, one of y'all sent me the emails, and I'm going to respond to you accordingly. Americans have been married. Hey sis, you said Americans have been brainwashed into believing that we have the best of everything. That is far from the truth. Exactly. It's so crazy to me because I'm like, and that's how I know. And again, don't feel bad if you've never been outside of the US. Like, I will say this though, like, if you've never been outside of the US, I do encourage a lot of you to try to explore beyond your horizons, because that is the way that you are going to understand the world. In my opinion, I'm not saying you can't understand it from where you're from, but it just gives you a different lens of how the world really is and how insular we really are as far as the, and I'm including Canada in it too. Canadians actually do not live abroad. Like, we are probably only a small percentage of us travel abroad. So in my opinion, like, how are you going to study, especially if you're studying fields where you are forced to meet with different cultures? How can you know how to do that if you've never been surrounded by them? And it just begs the question. And I realized that, the reason why a lot of, like, we're so behind is because a lot of us, I'm not saying all, but a lot of us do not see what's really going on around the world. And so you think this is normal, and it's not. This is why when you get out of the matrix and you see things for what they really are, then it's really hard for you to get back in there. You've been awakened. Yeah. I would say it's actually similar to church. Once you deconstruct the whole church, like just church and how fundamental religion, I'm not talking about spirituality, I'm talking about religion, like the practice of it, and also the system of religion, you can't go back. It's too hard to, because you've been awakened, your eyes are open, right? So one thing I will say is that, like, really traveling and even living abroad has really changed my brain chemistry. It really has. And so when people make ignorant comments, then I already know that you're coming from a place of bubble. you don't even know what it looks like outside. You've never been outside. And that's okay, I understand, to each his own, but don't make ignorant comments if that's the case. You don't even know what Afghanistan looks like. And she's showing you one part of Afghanistan. And they have the same things we do. Best believe it. Even in the time of war, even in the time of chaos. I'll read a few more comments and then we gotta move on to the girl. Y'all, if y'all hear noise in the background, they are playing with. Hey, okay, they're playing too hard. Sometimes they play too hard with each other, y'all. Here they go, y'all. Here they go, playing in this corner. Hey, go fight. Okay, go play somewhere else. Lord. Okay, all right. Elle, how are you, sis? Welcome. Amaya, hey, welcome, sis. Welcome. I made it to a live. Yes, you did. Oh, Lord. This is a crazy live. Today, I cannot promise anything. They're probably going to end up... Oh, Lord. Y'all might hear a little bit of scuffling going on. Mocha, you said the men in Snapchat treat it like Tinder, as they can send photos and videos. They get erased instantly after the other person views it. And you know what? I wouldn't trust Snapchat. Snapchat reminds me of Line or Kakao. No, Kakao would be different. Kakao's more like WhatsApp. And Line's more... I don't know Line. But a lot of, like, it's just... Why would you want someone who deletes chats? To me, that's suspicious behavior. Red flag. That would be all types of suspicious behavior to me. I don't know how people, y'all. To each his own. But at the end of the day, for me, if you gotta delete your chats with me, that means you're doing something you're not supposed to be doing. That's how I would see it, right? So yeah. Hello, Romance. Is that the new name? I don't know. Do I gotta come up with a name for y'all? Romance. No, not romance, because y'all not. I don't like the ets. No. I'm not like, cause then that reminds me of like the Dreamettes. No. Y'all more than romance, but I appreciate the name. I would say we gotta come up with a name for y'all. We're all together in this because we're all learning together. I'm just the one facilitating. I'm literally just the facilitator, but I'm not like you guys are not like behind me or anything like that. We're all together collectively. We're like a team, like kind of like the Avengers. We gotta call ourselves something like that. We gotta be like Marvel or like the DC comics, like all women and some men. You know, I don't know who's a man watching. And only select few. We gotta be very picky with who comes in here. Very extremely picky. But gotta be like the Avengers or something. Yeah. The Avengers, like kind of like that kind of thing, but I don't know, we'll figure out a name. All right, y'all, let's continue. So yeah, good luck, Alex, whatever her damn name is. Good luck, Alex. Good effing luck. Bring back shame. You know what? This is a perfect segue. Thank you. I think Elle, you're the one who sent this one. Let's watch this one.
Happening in America, and while yes, it is the fault of the parents, the school system, and sometimes the teachers, I'm also at the point where I'm like, it's on the kids as well. And I'm getting sick right now, and when I'm sick, my filter goes whoop whoop, so forgive me, but this one might be a little mean. Y'all are dumb, and I am at the point where I assume if you're a teenager that you're stupid. Is why don't y'all know how to read the word extraordinary? Why is silhouette tripping you up? That is actually 7th grade. 7th fucking grade. And I don't know what high schools are like.
This was in April, yes. I remember that video. Oh, should we run that video? Okay, let's let him cook a little bit, and we might have to run that video back.
Like these days, but when I was in high school, we shamed each other for being dumb. And maybe this is an LA private school thing, but if you were determined to not know what a word meant or not be able to spell, you were no involved. You lost. You lost the fight because you're stupid. I saw another young girl say that, like, she didn't believe in the planets because it wasn't written in the Bible, which is like, okay, religious psychosis. But secondarily, she made a follow-up video that was like, well, I've never seen it, so they're not real. And I was like, okay, well, by that logic, I've never seen your brain move. So, like, I guess you don't fucking have one, dumbass. Again, this is a systemic issue, but I also think that there's far more agency and autonomy. Do you know what that word means? Stupid? Autonomy? It means that you can do shit on your own.
He's being a bit too much, though. I mean, I called the girl stupid because she grown, but not the teenagers. I mean, they're just a reflection of who's raising them. So I personally think for teenagers, I'll be a little bit less harsher. And I have to chalk it up to their products of their environment. Unfortunately, like, you have a lot to overcome if your parents are not teaching you this. And, you know, the school system's also failing them. They're just being failed at every level in society. So I wouldn't go as far as to call them dumb because they're teenagers. At the end of the day, I still consider them kids.
Need to be
you only know as much as your parent teaches you, unfortunately.
Spoon-fed to not be an idiot. Y'all are comfortable letting yourselves be so infantilized when you're going to be able to vote in the next election cycle, you fucking idiots. Like, you can't read. That's partially your fault. That's partially the fault of the children. When I was 13, I taught myself how to play guitar.
No, I don't think that's the fault of the children, my opinion. Red flag. No. Yes, there is some personal responsibility, but a small percentage. I personally think that it is the fault of the parents and also the fault of the educators. And I don't want to say completely the educators' fault because they're already handling enough as it is. I think what it is a systemic failure. It's a structural failure. So when you have children, because they are still kids, y'all, teenagers. So, can teenagers be obstinate? Yes. Can they be very hard-headed and stubborn? Yes. But at its core, the development was supposed to be done from the ages of like they're very young. Like learning how to read is a very it's an activity you start when you're in kindergarten. Usually kindergarten, first grade is when you start. Some people earlier. Preschool, daycare, right? And not only that, but parents are not really helping their children. They're not supporting them. And then when you go to school, your attention as an educator is amongst multiple children. They have all the kids in one classroom now. You have kids with behavioral issues in the classroom. There is no like incentive to want to learn because everyone wants to be a streamer. Everybody wants to be the next social media content creator. And there's no push for education. We got to be honest. So as much as I would love to say that it is the teenager's fault, I just can't say that, unfortunately. I think this creator is being very harsh and he's not thinking about it from a perspective of what, from a child development perspective. Yeah, that's what I'll say. Because anything that you have not been taught, yes, you have some kids who take the initiative and want to teach themselves, but there are others who just don't have that guidance, and it's true. And you know, we get distracted by things every day. Imagine as adults. So I can't even imagine as a child, and I didn't grow up in the age of the internet, thank God. So I was forced to read. I was forced to be imaginative. I was forced to be creative because I didn't have anything else to distract me. But if I were to grow up in this generation, I can almost without a doubt say that if my parents had the same mindset that they had when we were kids, yes, they did push for education, but my parents didn't sit down and help us with homework like that. It was us who helped each other. Like my siblings and I, we helped each other with our homework. If we had been raised in a different generation, such as this one, I personally don't think that I would have had the same skill set that I have now. I'm being completely honest because I went to public school. Not only public school, but I didn't go to the best of the best schools either. I just went to whatever school was closest to me. I had to put myself in honors classes. The teacher didn't even do that. I did it because I was way too advanced. But then again, I had the opportunity to be creative and to use my imagination and to read because, again, I was, you know, we didn't have the internet like that. So there was no distraction. So I have to be very fair when I say that, you know, we have to keep in mind that you can only be as good as the resources that you're given. And I think that, you know, it's unfair to expect a child to be able to give themselves that fundamental knowledge. Now, as an adult, can I call adults stupid? Absolutely, because now you have the resources, you have the autonomy, you're able to work. So yeah, you can make changes, but as a teenager, you're still under your parents' guidance. And if you don't even know how to read a word, then that to me is a reflection of the parenting that you received and the education that you received in the area that you're in. And we got to be honest about that. And nobody's pushing these kids to want to learn. Parents are trying to be their kids' friends. Nobody's really giving them reinforcement. The libraries are they're not shutting down, but nobody, like, it's not really popular amongst the young kids. They're not thinking about that. And then of course the media keeps feeding them, you know, content, and then they're on the internet all day playing Roblox and on Twitter and Twitch. That's it. And Snapchat. So when are they going to have time to really work on their skills and work on their craft? They're not going to, because the parents are not facilitating that. And unless you go to a school or your parents really, really are pushing education for you, then no, you're destined to be just like your parents. If your parents were poor, more often than not every time, but you will be poor. That's just the trajectory. Unfortunately, you got to fight your way and claw your way out of that. if your parents did not take education seriously, more often than not, you are not going to take education seriously unless you, by the grace of God, went to go to a school and somebody actually invested in your education. And that doesn't happen all the time. It's once in a lifetime. So majority of the time, the kids are not learning in school. And also, FYI, you see, that's why you don't just talk out your butt. And again, you know, I have to be honest, as somebody who taught kids, I didn't teach them, like, you know, obviously not the core subjects, but as a former ESL teacher, I can tell you right now that Korean people, that's just by the frame of reference that I have, they really invest in their kids' education. They go to school. They make sure that their kids are learning. Do I think that's the correct way to do it? Absolutely not. But at the same time, there's an investment that is made, right? Also, I also see a lot of people investing in sight words for their kids and, you know, teaching their kids how to read and how to write before they even get to daycare. That's a parent's job. And unfortunately, if your parents are not, like, you know, they don't have an education or they don't prioritize education, and also, you know, they decided to have you and they were not financially able to have you and they can't facilitate that environment, then unfortunately in this generation, you're cooked. You're already back. You're already gonna lose out. You're losing out. And then also we have AI. So then they're thinking, why do I even have to learn when AI can do it for me? There's just so many levels to this. And another thing I wanted to say, they're not teaching the kids sight words, and they're not teaching kids phonics anymore. They're teaching them phonics anymore. I'm gonna see if I could find a video, but let's finish listening to what he got to say. But personally speaking, I disagree with this take. I think that for teenagers, I just don't think that it's fair for us to have those expectations on them to learn themselves. I think that, yes, eventually they will have to as adults, but they're not there yet. And if you're not pushing them, because teenagers are still kids, if you're not pushing them to want to learn how to be independent and to be an independent thinker, then no, they're not going to follow you. They're going to follow the ways of their friends and to follow the ways of a little baby or whoever else, you know. And meanwhile, little baby sending his kids to good kindergartens. All of them rappers y'all see, their kids are going to school. Jermaine Dupri's daughter just went to vet school. She just got accepted. So it's so interesting that the culture is pushing one thing, but in the background, that's not what's really happening. People are going to school, people are learning, people are doing different things, they're educating themselves, but the parents are not there. And unfortunately, when you see, like, you know, when you see the destruction of the education system, then it should be scary. We should all be scared, actually. I'm not gonna lie, I am scared for the future generation. Because they're not equipped to be the future leaders. They're not equipped to be the future doctors. Hell, I don't even know who's going to be my doctor when I get up in age. This is scary. I don't want to have Gen Alpha doing surgeries on me. That's why I got to be healthy and get myself right. I am not trying to have a Gen Alpha or Gen Beta or Gen whatever the C is as my doctor. I know we're going to have a problem.
Art, because I wanted to play the guitar. If you want to be able to not be an idiot, you have all the agency. If you are a teenager watching this video, that means that you have every resource, every piece of fucking information at your fingertips on this fucking phone. Go read, go look up words, go look up how words are pronounced. Use them in a sentence. Stop being so comfortable being stupid. Y'all have let yourselves, your brains are, this is the best time to not be dumb. You're wasting it because I don't know what social figure has made you think that being a fucking moron is cool, but it's not. And if you're a parent, you need to check how literate your child is.
Thank you. This is the part we should have been at.
Shame, shame, shame. You should all be embarrassed. There is so obviously a literacy.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm curious to see the comments. Can I see the comments? When I was in high school, being stupid was so embarrassing. I wrote rough instead of rough on a paper and it still haunts me. Yeah, but we were millennials, y'all. We were millennials. So we can't, like, any millennials, Gen X and Gen, no, we don't include the boomers, but the millennials and Gen X, we have to be honest that we didn't have the same distractions they did, to be quite honest with you. Who is calling me? No. Sorry, y'all. We don't have the same, Hold on a second. Let me just message. We don't have the same things as they do, right? So we just have to be honest about this conversation. Hold on. Can I call you later? I'm streaming. My bad, y'all. Okay, here we go. All right, continuing. There was, oh yeah, sight words. Reading not being taught in schools. Let me see if I can come up with something here. Yeah, inability to read. A lot of people. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to this one. Oh, this was in 2025.
About the literacy crisis because they don't know what illiteracy actually looks like. Now, as someone who taught 3rd and 4th graders, I can confirm that the literacy crisis is a very real thing, and everyone should be concerned about it. It affects so much. It's way bigger than you think. So let me just drop some stats really quick. I got the stats. 21% of adults in the U.S. are functionally illiterate.
21%. Imagine. 21%, and they're having kids, y'all. They're having children. They are still having children. 21%. That's a bit too high for me. So I don't think people really realize how education is a privilege, but we take it for granted.
54% of adults in the U.S. read at or below a 6th grade level.
54%. 54%. And they're having children. And those are the same children that cannot pronounce extraordinary. Just keep that in mind.
66% of 4th graders in the U.S. as of 2024 are reading below grade level.
Yeah.
That is concerning.
They said that this generation is the first generation that has done worse than their predecessors. Let that sink in. I'm going to see if I can find the video. This is scary, yo.
So let's break it down. What is illiteracy? Because a lot of people, when they think about illiteracy, they think you literally just look at words and you can't decode it or you can't say what that word is. When I say decode, think about if you saw C-A-T, a lot of people will think, of course, you're illiterate. If you see C-A-T, you don't automatically say cat, right? But there are a lot of functionally illiterate people and children that will be able to decode a cat. So you're looking at them and they're saying the words that are on the page. So you're thinking, how could they be illiterate? And then that's when you're like, there's no literacy crisis. Because I see my child and, they're reading a book. But here is the problem. A lot of people confuse decoding and actually comprehending what you're reading, understanding what you're reading. And that is the problem, right? And this all started with No Child Left Behind, which was passed in 2002 under the Bush administration. Now, the problem with that was a lot of kids got left behind. They didn't get left behind physically, but they got left behind intellectually. And we are seeing the fallout from this, and it's also continuing, right?
But again, you put your tinfoil hat on. Of course, they did that on purpose so they could have a future workforce because people were becoming too educated, and people were becoming too aware. And so the best way to get people to be subservient is to remove their education, remove their books. The more you know, the more you learn, the more you're gonna excel and do better. The more you're gonna move up in class. You're gonna be mobile. That is the way to freedom, not streaming, not YouTube. I hate to tell you that. Yes, YouTube does provide you some type of freedom, but education is really the gateway, y'all. I will preach it to the mountaintops. That is how you're going to move classes. That is how you're going to be better. That's how you're going to be more skilled. But unfortunately, they're making it harder and harder and harder to do so. Just recently in Ontario, in Canada, I'm going to talk about it in a future stream, they removed financial aid from professional courses. So some professional courses are not going to be able to get OSAP funding, which is the Ontario Student Assistance Program. That means that there are some courses, professional certificates, that you cannot get funding for. You're going to have to pay out of your own pocket or get your job to pay for it. And guess what? If your job pays for it, more often than not, they have a return to service act where you have to, if you get the degree now they're no longer going to fund it without you having to agree that you're going to stay with them for a certain amount of years until you pay it off with your labor. That's where we're going, y'all. They think it's a joke. He did that on purpose. Please.
No Child Left Behind, that's when they started annually testing children. So I know people that are my age, millennials, younger millennials, of course, Gen Z. That's just a thing that we've always done, is test every single year. You test in the spring, towards the end of the school year, typically. Those test scores are what determine if you're going to the next grade. So I know it used to be if you got all A's, B's, maybe even C's, right? As long as you didn't fail a class, you can go to the next grade. But what happened with No Child Left Behind was, no, you have to pass the standardized test, a multiple choice test, in order to go to the next grade. But also, they had this accountability clause in there, right? So they're holding the schools accountable, which I don't think on a basic level, holding schools accountable is not a bad thing at all. But what happened was, it was more about the numbers. How many kids do you have that are passing the test, that are reading on the correct grade level? And then the school got rewarded monetarily. So their budgets for the next year were directly tied to the test scores of the previous year.
Yep.
Of course, this causes all of this corruption because everyone's getting pressure from the people at the top. It's all about money. It's all about numbers. It's all about the stats, right? So they're trying to fudge these numbers. You get a lot of cases of just teaching to the test. You hear this a lot in education, teaching to the test, where we're going to just teach the kids how to answer the questions, not how to think, not how to actually read and comprehend what you're reading, but how can we get as many kids as possible to answer the questions on the test in a way that will boost the score and the prestige of the school and therefore the county, that feeds into the state. So it stopped being about learning and thinking for yourself. It just started being about answering the question in the right way.
Yeah.
And
that is exactly what's going on in Korea and in a lot of Asian countries. That's why when they come here, or they immigrate here, or they go to school abroad here, they are able to master the test because they know and they have the skill set to do so. But when you ask somebody, this is why it sounds so stupid when you go and you like they sound like something's wrong when you go to them and you ask them questions about history or different things. And some people, I'm not saying all, but they don't know how to critically think. They just know how to regurgitate and copy. And this is what's going to be the downfall of a lot of our societies, because when we look at the Socratic method, it does work. When you start questioning what you're reading, asking questions, that's the best way to start learning, is because it's going to stick to you. It's going to stick in your mind. But unfortunately, when you're just given the answer and told how to get to it, you've never done the work of how to formalize it and how to critically like break down something and, research it or think about things, think outside of your scope. And this is going to be a skill that's missing in the future. Is going to be a skill set that is very much needed and necessary. But of course, they're going to make the people who have money continue on to learn the critical thinking skills so that, the rest of our people, and y'all know who I'm talking about, the rest of us in the lower class or middle class or whatever, if you're not like a billionaire, that's what I mean. So their kids are going to continue to be critical thinkers, and our kids, and I'm saying that as a collective, are going to continue being the labor force. That's it. You're not going to be able to outpace that unless you get an education. And not just in any education. You learn how to think on your own. You're going to always, they're always going to go that route, because that's how it was before. Before, remember, there were only two classes, the bourgeoisies and the proletariat. We're going right back to it. Because for a certain time, there was the low class, middle class, and the wealthy. But now the middle class is decimated. It's gone, y'all. It's gone. They done taxed the middle class high enough. They're not even taxing the wealthy. It all trickles down to the middle class. Middle class is decimated now. And so now everything is becoming unaffordable. And so they don't want you to think about that either. They want you to continue to just be dumb. Continue to repeat things. Don't think critically. Continue to have nothing in there. And then their kids are going to be the ones building the companies, continuing to hoard the wealth. And the rest of our kids are going to be looking for scraps at the bottom of the table.
Because it doesn't look good to have a lot of children that they didn't pass the test, they can't go to the next grade. That's going to be a lot of logistical issues. That's what people don't realize. It's a lot of logistics, and then also when the higher ups are looking at the numbers for these schools, when they're dispersing the money, it doesn't look good if most of your fourth graders are staying in third grade, and then you're promoting second graders to third grade. Now you got a bunch of third graders, right? You have no fourth graders. That doesn't look good on paper. So they were doing a lot of things in order to promote kids who they knew couldn't read on the fourth grade level to fifth grade. Now, what does that look like? On the standardized test, right? The multiple choice test, there are 4 different levels of questioning that a child will get. The goal is, in order to pass, you should be able to answer the lower level questions. Everyone should be able to answer the majority of the lower level questions. So I'm going to give you an example. The cat wore blue mittens. So let's say that a child gets a sentence in a test. The cat wore blue mittens. There are 4 levels of questioning that they could get for this sentence, right? These are called DOK levels, depth of knowledge. So the first level, which is the lowest level that everyone should be able to get, and that's just recalling the information, right? So the question might be, what did the cat wear? The issue is that most kids are not getting these questions correct. If they were, they would be passing the test. They wouldn't get a high score, but they would get enough. It would show that they are reading on grade level, right? Barely, but reading on grade level. So you can literally look at a kid and they would read, the cat wore blue mittens. You think that they know how to read, right? There's no literacy issue. Then you ask them that level 1 basic question, what did the cat wear? And they're looking at you like, eh? Now think about, if I'm not even verbally asking you that question, you're taking a standardized test. I can't help you. I can't say anything. You have to read this in your mind and then answer the question. You don't understand what you're reading. Mm-hmm. You don't even know this is about a cat. So how could you tell me what the cat wore? Then the next level of questioning, level 2, would be conceptualizing, right? So a question for that with the same sentence could be something like, why do you think the cat wore mittens? The answer would be probably something like,
because it's
it was
cold
outside, it's snowing, it's winter.
Why else?
Even more kids are not getting this one.
Hell, I would even accept oven mittens. Oh, he felt like he wore blue mittens because maybe some kid thought it was oven mittens. Anything with mittens, any excuse, that any possible reason as to why the cat wore mittens. They're not thinking. That's the problem. Red flag. They're not thinking at all. And I'm not saying red flag to them, it's to the parents and the teachers, unfortunately, too. But they have to go by what the state is wanting for them to do in the curriculum. They have to go by what's in the curriculum. They can't deviate from that. This is a problem, y'all.
Again, they're not getting the basic level questions. So
and mind you, this is just public school. This is just public school. That's not private school. Private school is still according to plan. They're still getting the resources. Montessori schools getting resources. It's public schools. I just got to make that very clear. So when they say, oh, our kids are failing, no. The lower income kids are failing. The regular kids are failing. Middle to lower income classes, failing. Anybody who has money, not. They're not failing at all. They're striving. They're thriving. It really is a class issue. Because before they gave us those public education, why? Because of the Civil Rights Act. A lot of the reasons why we have what we have, and the education that I got the fundamental education from the United States of America. When I was raised there, is because of Civil Rights Act. And then, of course, in Canada, there's another act probably that we have to take into consideration. That's where public education became important. You didn't need to have money to get an education because it's a human right. But it's no longer that case. So this is where the class divide comes. Because best believe it's not about the rich kids. I just say that.
They can't even conceptualize that the cat has mittens. Now I want to infer, why do I think that the cat had mittens on? Because it's cold outside, right? Level 3 would be, strategic thinking would be, okay, let's change the sentence up. What if the sentence said the cat refused to wear mittens? How would that change the meaning of the sentence? If you don't even know that the cat wore mittens, you don't even comprehend that. How are you going to answer the question of, if the sentence changed, the cat refused to wear mittens, how does the meaning change? They can't do it. Then the highest level is always going to be create. So a create question would be something like, write a short story about how the cat ended up.
Yeah, we had to do a lot of short stories. Oh, Lord, I remember my little hands used to be so heavy. My pencil used to always break. Remember when the pencils used to break? You had to go to that the pencil sharpener, the roller one. They had one. We didn't even have electric ones at the time. I had to go and sharpen my I had Miss Keo, second grade. Miss Keo, can I sharpen my pencil, please? Yo, I used to break my pencil on purpose just so I could get up and sharpen it.
That's the highest level. How does this affect us as a society?
Yo, that was crazy.
As Whitney said, the children are our future. If the kids are failing the test, but still getting promoted, that's a whole different conversation. I can go into that in a different video. But if the kids are failing the test, but for the numbers, for the funding that schools want to get, all of these things, they're still getting promoted to the next grade. You could have a third grader that's reading on a first grade level.
Yeah.
They're going to get promoted. Even if they had amazing teachers, you only have a year. You have 10 months with these kids. Even if they worked with that child every single day, and then that child goes from a first grade reading level to a second grade reading level, if you still promote the child, then they're going to be a fourth grader reading on a second grade level.
And this is where the parents have to step in. And this is where the problem is. The parents are not doing so. They rather be sucking and fucking and having these kids than actually raising the kids and doing what they need to do to be a parent. That is the fundamental problem. Now, this is a long video. I didn't expect it to be there. Okay, she's almost done. Lord. Love you, sis, but it's too long.
Because with each year, the reading gets more complex. And then what happens is, when you get to around 5th, 6th grade, it's less about reading the stories, reading just to learn how to read and comprehend, because you're supposed to do that a little bit earlier, right? So when you get to 6th grade, that child is probably reading at the 3rd grade level now, but they probably have reading for science. They have articles that they have to read for science. They
don't understand it.
Text for history, right? So now it's like subject matter things, and they are missing out on all of this because they don't have the basic foundations of reading, understanding what you are reading. So they're just falling behind even with content knowledge. This is when you get on TikTok, you have adults that they don't understand facts versus opinions, or how you take facts. You use those facts to form your own personal opinions. But the facts are still the facts. You can have your opinion about things, but the facts are still the facts. You have people who don't understand this. Because if you're not reading to understand, then you can't research. The thing about reading is that it is a very dynamic skill that you have to continue to practice and flex that muscle. It affects not only how you're understanding and analyzing information when you are just reading, but also when you're listening to other people. But at the end of the day, it's easier to have and to control a society of people who don't form their own opinions based off of factual information because they're not reading it. It's easier to control those groups of people because they're going to rely on a small group of thought leaders. A lot of people are confused.
And there you go. And there you go. That's the future, y'all, and it's very sad. It's sad to see because I would hate to I would hate to see that, honestly. It's very sad. There's no other way to put it. So if you are a parent, please take your child's education very seriously. I understand that, some people may not have the money to, but hell, just even your time is valuable. Even 1 hour a night is, I promise you, all it takes is 1 hour a night. And you do it consistently, you can teach your child a lot of things. And also take them to museums. Take them to places where they can enrich their knowledge. Take them on trips. Take them to explore. That's what they're supposed to be doing. They're not supposed to be cooped up in the house watching TV all day and playing on the damn internet. That's crazy. Continuing. Let me read a few comments and then we moving on, y'all, because of time. But that was a nice segue. I'm probably going to talk about it some more at great lengths in another live stream. But I just wanted to, it's really sad, y'all. Hold up. What happened here? Whoa. Y'all spilling a lot here. Y'all spilling a lot. Hey, Art Girl, how are you, sis? Welcome. Dilly Illy, how are you, sis? L, you said the elite are going to school, say valuing education, but the others are not. They're easier to control that way. Exactly. The elite are still going to school. They're still going to school. They're not having these issues. It's just the public school system. I promise you, it's not the elite system. I taught at a private school, y'all. Them kids got money. Money. And you know what's so interesting is they were probably the most, like, of all the kids that I've ever worked with, the ones at the private elite school were the nicest. They were so sweet. You can tell their parents really cared about their education, and they were so sweet, so smart, very respectful children, by the way. I never had a problem at that school. It was more administration problems, but not with the kids. Ain't that crazy? Malik, how are you? You said this is why learning how to study is so important. Exactly. And you know, I'm just blessed because again, I grew up in a really good generation. I would not change my generation for the world. I think that and also even previous generations parents were pretty strict about their kids learning. But now I don't know, this shift happened, and it's just very sad to see how people are not prioritizing their children and their children's education. And I get it, you know, we live in a world where you have to work a lot in order to make ends meet, but then stop having kids. It's really that simple, y'all. It really is. There really isn't a reason why you're depriving your child because you can't keep your legs closed and you can't get contraceptive. I gotta be honest. Is it that hard? It really isn't hard at all. And when I say that, I mean that with the most utmost love, because you really have to take care of your child. And children are not props. They are not just inanimate objects you can look at and think they're cute. They are going to be raised to be the future of the world. It's scary out here, y'all. It's scary. CFT, children are products of their environments. It's truly a chain reaction. You learn almost always what you live. There are the exceptions to the rules, but it's few far in between. Exactly, sis. Exactly. And it really saddens me. It pains me when I see parents not caring about what happens to their kids. They don't care about, and I'm talking about even wealthy parents too. Even wealthy parents too. Look at Northwest. That girl is she's an adultified child. You can see it. And it's so sad because, you know, God gave you a chance to have a baby, or your body was able to have a baby. I always think of it as a blessing, but are you blessing your kids? You know, people always think about what the kids can do to them, but they don't think about what they can do for their kids. And it really pisses me off because I'm like, yo, like, some women would want that opportunity to care for a child, to want to love a child, but they don't have that opportunity, right? Or some women or men, they want to be able to have that, but they can't. And then here you are squandering your opportunities, and you're just looking at your kid like it's nothing. I don't get it. Like, I'll never get it for the life of me. I'm like, how can you just abandon your kid like that? I have pets, y'all, and I care about them. Like, I can't even imagine, like, you know, every time I think about them, I'm like, okay, they, like, you know, of course, you know, mistakes can happen. You're a caretaker. You're not going to be perfect. But just me being there for them as their surrogate mom, or as their, you know, I am their mom. I'm their caretaker as their mom, because technically, you know, Mimi and Bomi have a mom, right? And a dad. But just me caring for them, I'm like, oh my God, like, I feel honored and blessed. I would never mistreat them. I always, you know, make sure I play with them. You know, there's just so many things that you just don't want to take for granted. And I think that a lot of people just think like it's nothing. Like, oh, kids are nothing. And I'm like, no, these are humans. They're going to be out there. And unfortunately, we are raising the next generation, and it's not looking good. It's really not looking good. Just the other day, I'm going to talk about it tomorrow. I just didn't have the bandwidth to talk about it today. There was a 13-year-old girl and her brother that were unalived by her boyfriend. He was also the same age as her. And this is where we are headed to. We have children more concerned about getting into relationships. We have children more concerned about not being children. We have children more concerned about, you know, being the kid or popular kid. They don't care about education. They care about, you know, makeup and lace fronts and, you know, just being popular. And of course, you know, every kid in every generation has its style and, you know, all of those things. I'm not taking away from that, but you should still want to get an education. Parents are not pushing that. So that's what I'm saying. When I was growing up, it was more of so like, yeah, your parents can, Yeah, of course, kids are going to be kids, teens are going to be teens, right? We still wanted to party, we still wanted to go out, we still want to be with our friends, but guess what? That morning, you better make sure whatever you did the night before, if you were even allowed to go out, you better wake up to go to school. Your education was not a game. But this generation, they don't even do that. Like, even though my parents didn't sit down to do homework with us, we still had homework time. I want to make that very clear. They may not have been able to help us with our homework, but best believe they made sure they read all them report cards, all them progress reports, and they made sure that we did our homework at night. But unfortunately, this generation is cooked. It's cooked, y'all. Rose, you said, I've always said if older generations had the same technology as late Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they would be no better than Gen Z and Gen Alpha. 100%. Please, especially me, unmedicated, I'd have been all up in them phones. I was just fortunate. So I feel like it's just disingenuous to act as if we're just so much better than the previous the next generation, when in actuality we were just blessed that we didn't have the internet. That's it. We had to be creative. We had no choice or you'd be bored. We had the TV, but it's still not the same as like the internet. Let me tell you why TV was different. Because you were only restricted to what you had. And also cable TV, if you had like satellite dish or cable TV, they had all the channels. And even then, like, sometimes your shows would come on, sometimes they wouldn't. And even then, your parents had provided that structure. So our parents were like, okay, after this time, TV off. You got to read a book. You got to study. Parents were doing that. And not all parents were, but at least a good majority where it mattered and you could see it. But unfortunately, nowadays, we just have a lot of parents who want to be kids. They haven't grown up. We have a lot of parents who are competing with their children. That's what's going on now. Nobody wants to be an adult. Everybody wants to be kids. That's why when people say that, when I say my age, I wear it proud. I'm not trying to be younger than what I am. I earned this age. Damn right I earned it. I want to be 40. I'm okay. And if I was 50, 60, I earned it. I've been here long enough. I'm not trying to be in my, but I look 35. I don't give a damn. Red flag, I want to look like that. No offense to people who are younger, but I'm just saying, like, I don't mind that. I don't mind saying my age. I'm not embarrassed of it, but some people are weird. Rose, you said the only class I failed was 9th grade math because the teacher didn't teach to teach just to get the answers correctly, and that didn't help me learn, so I failed, but the next year I passed the class, LOL. And you know what? Let me tell you something. Failing is good. It teaches us how to be better. It teaches us how to be better. That's the point of failing. But unfortunately, nobody wants their kids to suffer. And I get it. And they don't want their kids to struggle, but in the wrong way. It's like failing actually can make you better. And I bet you never failed again in the class. I bet you took it seriously. And that's what people don't understand. It's a life lesson, because when you fail in life, like, you're gonna fail. You're gonna fail. There are some things that are gonna work out and some things that aren't. Sometimes you're gonna get accepted into programs, sometimes you aren't. And we have to get used to rejection. But everybody wants to coddle their kids, not teach their kids rejection, and then you have these young kids not being able to handle it. That's the problem. And thinking they can force people to love them, force people to like them, force people to hire them. It doesn't work like that in the real world. We're setting them up for failure. You say he got fired the next year. Ooh, God is good. Lord, won't he do it? And sometimes some teachers are just shitty teachers. Some teachers shouldn't be teachers. And that's another problem too. But again, this is all in the public school system. I can almost guarantee you're never going to find that in the private school system. Amaya, I had her in English class, and when it came time to read that paragraph, yikes. Who? You talking about her? You had who in English class? Oh, you went to school. Okay, you said, I didn't read your comment before. I went to school with someone who was a No Child Left Behind. The year prior, she was failing every single class and barely going to school. She ended up failing, but was able to pass to the next grade. I mean, yeah. And she was probably discouraged too. Isn't that sad? It's very sad. Devonda, you said, yep, Brown versus the Board of Education. We owe a lot to the Civil Rights Movement. Yes, 100%. 100%. It's because of that I was able to get an education in public school and the proper education. But unfortunately, they don't want to do that anymore. They want to use our tax dollars to fund wars and to fund nonsensical things so billionaires can have play money so they can go and move abroad or do whatever they want to do, go to Mars. Who knows what the hell they're building up there? That's all that is. They don't want us to be the next elite class. That's the thing, because we're starting to get too smart. We're starting to get too, we're starting to awaken. We're starting to mobilize. We're starting to be too educated. And that's what happens when you try to be too educated. They strip the education away from you and they don't want you to learn. L, you said the parents are also rude AF to the teachers who bring up that they should be teaching their kids at home as well. Exactly. Girl, we're going to talk about it another day too. I got to bring up a lot of videos. This is such a big topic. Parents rude because they don't want to actually raise their kids. They probably had the kid to try to keep the man or trap the woman. That's how it is. And so the kid becomes a pawn. And that's what I was talking about in the Wizard Liz situation. That's why I was going so hard on her, because I was like, did you just have a kid just to have a pawn? Because that's what it sounded like. And that's why I didn't like the conversation of, oh, just leave it with the dad. And I get it. I understand it's a way and a tactic to get rid of the kid. But at the end of the day, the kid is the one suffering. You chose to have a deadbeat ass baby father. Why should the kid suffer for that? See, when you have these conversations, though, oh, you're shaming women. And I'm like, no, I'm just being honest. Like, how is it the kid's fault that you chose to be with somebody that was a bomb? That's not their fault. Why do they have to pay the consequences for your decisions? That's not fair. And I'm talking about people who did it consensually, not the ones who were not consensual. I'm going to make that very clear. But yeah, like, how is it their fault? The child has nothing to do with your stupid ass decisions. And yet here you are giving it to the person who you said abused you or did all these things to you. What do you think he's going to do to the kid? And this is what I'm talking about, where people do not care about women and children. I get so incensed when I talk about these topics, especially for the kids, because they're the most innocent out of everyone. They didn't ask to be here. And we keep dragging them along for the ride. And then they become bitter adults and angry at the world. And then they start doing all these mass pew-pewings and mad at the world. And this is what's happening now. They are lashing out. And unfortunately, it's because no matter what you do as a village, it won't help, and it will not outpace bad parenting. And I honestly believe that parents should have a parenting class before they have children. I gotta be honest. You better be able to pass it. But that's unfortunately not a requirement. They have licenses for everything. You have requirements for everything. You cannot drive on the road unless you take a driving test. You cannot become a doctor unless you take a medical test or you go to school. Why is it that having children is so easy? It shouldn't be. It should never be. But of course, something so easy, that means somebody's benefiting from it. And I can guarantee you they are definitely benefiting from you having children. That's all I'm going to say. That is why, and before we move on to the next subject, that is exactly why they overturned Roe versus Wade in the U.S. That is exactly why the government's trying to give incentives in Canada for people to have children. That is why they're trying to increase the budget. This is why they're doing all of these little tactics in order for you to have more kids. Who do you think it benefits? Because it don't benefit you. I got to be honest. It's more stress for you. Your finances are stressed. Your emotions are stretched. Your livelihood is stressed. And then you got to deal with a man on top of that, Lord, or a woman, or whoever. Your emotional capacity is stretched. It does not benefit you to have more kids, but guess who does benefit from it? Hello, of course. That's why they're not going to do nothing about it. Lord. Continuing, y'all. I'm going to read some more comments after. One more comment. Doing my hair while watching. Hey, get that hair done. That's what's up. I got to wash my hair. That's why I put it down here. But I'm glad you're doing your hair. Mary, you said also people who spend all their time online and never go outside, such as, who's this? Hikikomori. I don't know who that is, but might be affected due to the lack of socializing, which helps communication, listening, and comprehending. Exactly. And they're listening to people just talk at each other, but not having conversations. And that's a problem, too. I think the new lower class might be people who can't comprehend. They could struggle with politics because they can't really understand what's being said. Yep, they do. And they'll just listen to whoever they think is their favorite content creator. Even that content creator can be wrong. We're human, y'all, but people don't want to investigate for themselves. They just rather have somebody else do it for them. That's the sad part about it, because they can't do it. All right. Whoa. What's going on here? Oh, well, I guess this is a good segue. Shout out to whoever sent me this video. We could watch this video. This just came out, and I was supposed to play that last week, so let's just play that, and then we can discuss it more tomorrow too, because I think this topic is awesome. Oh my God, this was so powerful. Thank you, whoever sent that one. That's so, girl, I was just about to say, what happened to the flower? It almost made it. But yeah, that is really a good way to encapsulate, like, to show. Also, like, when you see these kind of images, it's so true, y'all, because gardening is not easy. If you don't have let me tell y'all something. So we had bought, like, these pods, right? Actually, Dom bought them for me. These pods of, like, you know, the small ones. They're like these small circle, kind of like mini garden plots within a whole, like, case. I don't know what it's called, but anyways, he got them for me because we were starting a garden, and you could grow those in your house or indoors first, and then you plant them outside. And when I did that with the little mini garden plots, the seeds grew so fast, and then we were able to transplant them outside, and everything flourished. And then my bright ass thought, well, you know what? Let me just do it outside this time. Like, next time, just put it in the dirt and then just sow it right away, instead of, like, putting it indoors first and then sowing it outside, which you can do. You can do both. But I realized something, that the ones that I planted directly outside, it didn't grow. They didn't grow, y'all. I've been waiting a few weeks. I'm like, damn, they didn't grow. They died. And I was like, oh, no. So now I realize it's the soil. And y'all saw you saw the first one where the soil wasn't good. It was dry as hell. And that plant was about to die. So it had to go to the fertile one with the water. And then, unfortunately, it almost didn't make it. But guess what? Even just a little speck can grow multiple flowers, right? So it's just a really good symbolism. This is actually really sweet. Whoever sent it, thank you so much. Because it just really shows you that, yeah, like, while you think that you're failing and you can't make it, you're going to sprout more harvest here. Very much an indication of life, y'all. Whew. All right, let's segue. Moving on, because we still got 3 more topics, and I want to finish clean. All right, let's finish this. We're not going to finish the whole thing. But remember, this is a story of the lady who met with the man, and he's a dwarf. All right, so again, there's nothing wrong with dating somebody who is a dwarf. My problem with this whole story is that she settled, and she seemed like she just wanted friendship first. So we're going to figure out what happened and what made her change her mind. And also, I gave him a red flag because she was supposed to go on a sabbatical, like I said earlier. And he asked her, what about me? And I thought that was a very out of order question. What about you? Ain't nothing about you. So let's see if she gave up her sabbatical for this man.
2025, I was about to go on a year-long trip, and I was excited for that. I'd been waiting for this for years, saving for it, and my plan, was maybe never to come back to Canada. I always imagined living somewhere else. And so this is what I talked about to him as my friend. And then he blurted out, what about me? And but to go on a year-long trip, and I was excited for that. I'd been waiting for this for years, saving for it, and my plan, was maybe never to come back to Canada. I always imagined living somewhere else.
Hold on a second, y'all. I don't know why it does this, but yeah, sometimes it skips a beat, but I want to make sure that we capture this properly, y'all. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Let's do the new Windows capture right here. Where's Chrome? Here we go. All right. There we go. Whew, Lord. All right. Let's get back to the mess. Okay. All right. We got to make sure it's synced up properly.
And so this is what I talked about to him as my friend. And then he blurted out, what about me?
What about you?
I thought, and I instantly knew what he was actually saying, but I was like, what about you? He said, I don't understand how someone as kind as you would just leave your friends and family. And I was thinking...
And this is exactly where you would have been left in that booster seat. I'm so sorry, y'all. She said his feet was dangling. I'm not just making a joke. I'm being honest. you would have been left. I would have left you. Because how you gonna tell me what to do with my life? And this is the sad part about it, is that, you know, he's guilt tripping her, manipulating her to stay. And this is a love story. This is already starting out to be a nightmare. All because he likes her. But what's love got to do with it? What's like got to do with it? She got something to do. She got something to do. And if it's meant to be, it'll happen. I would have preferred if his answer was, you know what? Just go chase your dreams and see what happens. And then if she decided, hey, you know what? I want to stay here and be with you. That's different. And even then I wouldn't recommend it. Because I still remember Lauren Conrad. Y'all watch The Hills? I'll never forget. She taught me. Because if y'all watch The Hills, y'all know that show, The Hills. I was all up in white folks' business. So yeah, The Hills here. Lauren Conrad. Where's Jason? Here we go. Yeah, that was the first season. Oh, what happened to that guy? He disappeared. This one right here. I don't know what happened to him. But anyways, Lauren right here. This one right here. She was with Jason. And she wanted to work, she was supposed to go to Paris to go work with Teen Vogue because she got an internship with Teen Vogue. And she did not go to Paris to go spend the summer with Jason. And then they broke up that end of the summer. I was so mad, y'all. I was so mad. I was so angry that she gave up Paris. And then her homegirl Whitney went. And I remember season 2 was wild. Because season 1 was Heidi and Spencer. Y'all gotta watch it. If you have not watched The Hills, I need to rerun The Hills. That reality show was crazy. It was like a spinoff of Laguna Beach, but I prefer The Hills. So yeah, so then Lauren came back season 2, and then Whitney came from Paris. She's like, yeah, I did this, I did that. And then she was like, oh, so how'd it work out with your boyfriend? We broke up. Red flag. And then even the boss got in on it, and she was like, yeah, so, you know, and then the boss was basically making her feel bad. She was like, yeah, you know, we did this in Paris, we did that. You really missed out on a great summer. So what happened to the boyfriend? Exactly.
Like, that's kind of rude. I'm not leaving them. I'll just see them once, twice, or 3 times a year, like I do all of my friends and family when I'm traveling. Like, you'll be in the bucket of everyone else. But I already knew what he was really saying, you know, which was that he didn't want to be in that bucket, who only saw me 1 to 3 times a year. But at the time, I wasn't interested in him at all.
Thank you.
I hadn't thought of it that way, and I just had to, you know, I cut the Uno game off and, like, went to bed, and the next day just acted normal. But that really planted a seed in me, and I began to wonder if I had feelings. And then I was really kind of wrestling with, like, how does this work? He's 4 foot tall. He comes up to me, like, the top of his head is about the middle of my chest. And it just, you know, it's not anything I had ever imagined. I always just kind of assumed the person I would be with would be a little bit taller than me because that's a nice thing. You know, and there's lots of people who are also that height.
Let me tell you something. Don't feel bad. I'm going to tell you why. There's always somebody out there for somebody. You know how many short women there are out there? There are a lot of shorties out there. There are a lot of other dwarfs out there. So I don't understand why she's feeling so bad and so butthurt about it. Because at the end of the day, if I'm not the one for you, I'm sure you could find somebody else. That's just the dating game. It's the luck of the draw. So I just don't see why she had to rewrite her whole entire plan to be with a man and second guess herself. And this is what happens when, and again, I'm not saying that she didn't learn to love him. I'm just talking about the initial meetup and the initial feelings. A lot of Christian women are guilt tripped into dating people that they're not necessarily into because of, you know, just not being shallow, but also because of a timeline. So that happens quite often where you'll ignore the, you know, for me personally speaking, I'm not saying friends can't turn into lovers, but there's a reason I put you in the friend category. There has to be a reason. For me, I never dated my friends. If I didn't see it with you, we just never saw it together. And it should be that way, vice versa. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people who will try to romanticize something to make it, oh, maybe it's what God wants, or maybe it's whatever wants. no man that God has for you would tell you to give up what is important to you in order to satisfy his need and to satisfy him. I don't like that. I think that is very selfish. And it's actually more selfless if you let the person go, because then you know if they come back, then that's the person for you. But why limit somebody's opportunities because of your own selfish motives? Red flag. I don't like him already. Door for not everybody get a red flag. I don't care. I'm so sorry.
You know, and it's just what we saw. You know, you see it on Instagram, you see it in the movies. It was almost more normal.
Yeah.
There you go. You see it on Instagram and movies. She is fantasizing about this man.
It's a nice thing. You know, and there's lots of people who are also that height. You know, and it's just what we saw. You know, you see it on Instagram, you see it in the movies. It was almost more normal.
Yeah.
To think of that. And so, but I started kind of wrestling and thinking and really praying about it. And one of the things that came to mind was Nick Vujicic. He's an American-Australian motivational speaker who was born without arms and legs. He kind of has little nubs. And he's Christian and very inspirational. Has written a number of books. And I recalled that he was married and had written a book with his wife. And she's Japanese, Mexican, gorgeous. And so I just was like, how does that work? How did she come to terms with that? So I went to go find that book, devoured it in 3 days. And in the process of reading it, I realized that I liked him. And I realized that I had feelings for him. I realized that he actually was such a man of God. And that these things of like, you know, how long your limbs are, were so peripheral to like the heart of a person.
What's the name of Nick Vujicic? We're not gonna spend too long on it. Okay, so Nick Vujicic's height, 99 centimeters. What is that in feet? Not that it matters, to be honest with you. I don't really care about that, but I'm just trying to compare. 3.2 feet? Wait, what? Oh, wow. Okay. Who is he? We gonna find out who this man is. Man without limbs. Was he born without limbs? Yeah, he was born without limbs. Okay. Let me see how he met his wife. Hold on. How did they meet each other? Let's check here. Okay, sorry, I'm not gonna go through all of this. Courtship and proposal. Okay, the chemistry. Listen to the difference here. So, the chemistry was obvious from the moment Nick and Kanae met in 2010. Here we go. So they liked each other from the beginning. While speaking in Dallas, he noticed a Japanese Mexican beauty in the crowd and had to force himself to look away from her. She was captivated by his warm, compelling eyes, his deep faith, and his passion for touching hearts and lives. The two met later that day in a small gathering, or at a small gathering. When I looked at Nick for the first time, of course I knew he had no arms and legs, but I was captured by how he came across, Kanae said. When he looked me in the eyes, I felt he saw my soul. This is different. She felt it from the moment she met him. She didn't care what he looked like. She was like, I like him. And he liked her. But the two 20-somethings didn't begin to date until several months later. It doesn't matter. The chemistry was always there. The initial chemistry, the initial wanting something was there. Once they began seeing each other, Nick and Kanae spent a lot of time talking by phone, Skype, and internet connections. They also met each other's large families and allayed any concerns their loved ones may have held. Nick pulled off a surprise proposal by using his mouth to slip a ring from inside an eclair and into Kanae's finger, while aboard a sailboat. The couple married in 2012. That's different from you, Miss Ma'am. You did not have the initial feeling. You only saw him in the friend zone. That's it. That's all. And unfortunately for you, I believe that you theorized it and you literally gaslit yourself. If that's even a word. into seeing him for more than what it was, because you saw the successful couple of the man with no limbs and no legs. But guess what? His wife initially was attracted to him from the beginning. There was something there. There was a spark. There was no spark. And again, I'm not saying that you have to have this spark and your heart has to flutter. No, not at all. But you should be attracted to the person that you want to be with. And there should be some level of, okay, I like this person. You did not have that. You friend zoned them. And then not only that, but he's trying to convince you not to go on your sabbatical. Red flags all over.
And so I started being nicer to him on text, which confused him for a bit because I had kind of turned him down. And then one day, we started texting more, and I eventually just had to tell him.
Oh, you know what else I just realized? Hold up. Maybe, you know what? Before I say what I'm going to say, I'm going to see if some of y'all clocked it. I have a feeling one of y'all clocked it. Let's do an interactive live today. Hold up. Let me see if one of y'all clocked what I'm thinking right now. And if you did, yeah, you guys are on the money here. Let's go down. Hold on. Let me go to the comments here. Okay, hold up. Deja Rue, you said this sounds like a trope I hate the most. The one-sided, unrequited love to lovers. The guy always... Oh, I think you meant friends to lovers. Yep, the guy always confesses right before she has a big life change. It's not romantic. It pisses me off. Girl, yes! Me too. Me too. Marie, you said I've seen this couple before. I'm sure you have. They're all over YouTube. Sylvie, how are you, sis? Manipulation is a huge red flag run. Yes, red flag. Not only that, the audacity of his entitlement. That's what's pissing me off right now. Isn't the man wealthy if this is the same couple? He might be. Schoolwork, how are you? You said he is a renowned international speaker, inspirational and Christian. I believe he's from Australia. You're talking about the other guy. Yes. And another thing that I'm noticing here, and Marie, I think you brought it up, isn't this man wealthy? Oh, Mary, you said, I hope this doesn't turn into resentment later down the line. I hope not either. Oh, no, wait. Uh-oh. Why are the comments not? Oops, I didn't even see it. Let me put it up top here. Here we go. My bad. I didn't even see your comments up here. Now, one thing I'm noticing is she said it after she read the guy's story, and the guy's a motivational speaker. He has a lot of books, and so he's a content creator and an author, and he's a media personality, right? In the Christian world. And notice what she's doing now. Because she said he's starting to be nicer to her. She's starting to be nicer to him. Look, they have their own YouTube channel. And she probably is going to write a book. So, I don't know, y'all. Something about this ain't looking right, y'all. But again, let's go. Again, I'm just giving my observations of what I'm seeing here.
Right, because he wasn't really getting some cues. And, admittedly, I had probably sent him mixed signals. And then by the time...
Mixed signals is another red flag. Do not be with somebody who cannot be straight up with you. Don't be with somebody who's going to give you mixed signals. I hate mixed signals. And I used to think that it was remember what I said earlier in the chat? Oh, that means they're confused and they like me. No, confusion means that they're not in it for real, for real. Mixed signals is somebody playing with your emotions. That's, I like you, but I don't. I don't know if I like you. No, I don't got time for that. That means that there's something that's blocking this, and obviously you're not certain. So that means that I need to pull myself out of this, and Godspeed and good luck wherever you're going. Because, she believes in the Lord and whatnot. I'm not going to be here to be your experiment. It's either you with it or you ain't. Ain't nobody got time for this. Time is a ticking. And of course, I'm not going to rush somebody, but you should know fundamentally what you want. When you look at somebody, you should know what they want. You should know what you want. You can't just be stringing people along. But that lets me know that she was just putting them on the back burner. She probably liked the friendship because maybe he bought her stuff. I don't know. Remember, she said that she liked to talk. She liked to chat, and she was in a new city. So she just needed a friendly ear. That's it. That's all. This is sounding all types of wrong, y'all. Oh, no. It's not a beautiful love story, yo.
I told him... I think we both already knew because Tim is also a bit older than me. And I had also been praying to God that whoever was next, they would be the person. I didn't have time or energy to be brokenhearted again and feel and to go through that whole process. I'm a high feeler, so I'm...
So basically she's doing what, who did that? Somebody did that. and it bit her in the ass. I'm trying to remember which celebrity dated somebody just to not get brokenhearted again. I forgot which celebrity it was. I'm trying to remember who it was. I just can't remember off the top of my head, but maybe y'all could remember. But I do know this very well. And I will say this, it will never work in your favor. Avoiding heartbreak is not the answer. So she's dating him because she thinks he will never leave her. And because he's not the type of man that that other people would ideally find attractive. So she thinks that he's going to stay. And I hate to tell you this, sis, but that's not how it works. Because the more you advertise this man, I promise you, there's going to be some lady. There's always going to be somebody out there in the wing. He could be the dustiest. He could be the shortest. He could be the most awful. He could look like Shrek. And there will still be a woman out there wanting to compete with your ass. To get him. they are out there. Especially if you got money. There's somebody waiting to sprinkle all over that. Personally speaking, I don't really give a damn about none of that. But, you know, there's some women out there just as hot bongy as you were. There's somebody out there who's hot bongy too. This is why it's important to heal yourself and to really know who you are, know your worth, and know your value. And be confident in yourself. If you know that that person is not for you, it's okay. That person's just not for you. Don't feel bad and feel like, oh, because he's this person, then, oh yeah, like he's never going to leave me. He's never going to cheat on me. I got a bridge to sell you. There are a lot of men out there, it don't matter what they look like. They will still have the audacity.
So I knew that, so anything that I feel is, you know, is kind of all or nothing. And so we joke now that it's like we went on our first date after we were already dating. Because up until then, we had actually been friends and like done a number of things together, but it was never a date.
Right.
So when we started dating, I feel like we probably went on 4 dates and then got married, but it's because we actually already had done traveling and had done work together, and I had been volunteering with his charity for a little bit. And so we started dating in November and then got engaged the following September. And I also ended up reworking all of my sabbatical travel plans so that we did a number of travels together. And then we got married this past June, and then our Instagram post went viral. Yeah, which is how I found you. Yes.
Yes. Wow. That's an incredible story. And I read it, and you're a really great writer. So I felt like I was there with you in all the scenes, following your journey with you. So your post did go viral. I think on one of them, it's got 1 million likes, not views, likes. So that is actually viral. That's probably gone around the world like 5 times, like literally. How does that feel? Obviously, I'm an influencer. I signed up for that. I don't think you signed up to be an influencer. How have you?
She sure did, Brini. Brini, don't say that because she got subscribers right here when they started that YouTube channel. Let's not say that. This was, okay, they started 7 months ago, 5 months ago. Yeah, she was plotting for this. Come on now. Let's be for real. That's why she put it on Instagram. Trust and believe me. And of course it's gonna garner attention because they're an interracial couple. They're also, you know, different. He's short. He's a dwarf. Is that a disability? Maybe is dwarfism a disability? Yeah, I mean he's disabled, right? So and she's not. So yeah, that's definitely going to impact things, right? Is dwarfism a disability? Well, I mean I don't. Is dwarfism, yeah, because for me I feel like disability is more like a different type, but yeah, I don't think it's really considered. Is it considered? Yeah, I don't think it's considered a disability, but it might be a certain type of disability. It's not considered a disability.
You found that level of attention.
So being an online creator is an interesting thing. You can probably relate to this. There's moments where like you want it to go and then things happen, and then there's other times where nothing happens. Right? And you're putting all this energy out. And so
that planning. That's when you plan something.
I have actually been creating content for almost 15 years.
Of course.
I never hit like, for a long time. Like, I think my first blog was like when I was 21. But it never got enough traction for me to like pursue it as a full-time career.
Right.
I still actually work in digital content for different companies and brands and nonprofits.
Right.
But I used to always ask, like, you know, you put all this energy in, and like, so for some people something happens, and for me it felt like nothing.
Because you looked at it as a job and not as something that you like to do. I promise y'all, if I thought about going viral, then I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. I just prop Dom on a video and be like, let's do a dancey dance, an interracial couple, ooh, 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 red flag. But I actually like what I'm doing. That's why, y'all can see. Hold on. I'm going to show y'all something right here. Look at this, y'all. Hold up. Can y'all see my... Hold on. Can y'all see it? Yeah, manage videos. Look at this, y'all. I'm letting you into the secret world of Romy here. Here. There you go right here. But then look at this one. $5. $8. Ads off. Why? Because I decided to put content in there because it's an educational thing. Here we go. Y'all gonna see. $11. Yeah, these made some decent money. That's why I told y'all. I don't like to share all that. Keep it. I'm not going to share everything, though. But look at this. Look at this. Ads off, ads off, ads off. 71 cents. And then even look at the live streams. I'm going to show y'all. Ads off. Because I don't like y'all to get bothered. $14, $11, $1. $1 and I talk for 3 hours, yo. $1.92. I talk for 3 hours. $38, $26. If I really cared. Look at the ads off at the 71 cents. Why? Look at this, 56 minutes. You know how long it takes me to edit? But I don't care about none of that. That's the difference. This one right here, she cares about the content. She cares about going viral, right? Why? Because it's going to increase. And imagine, those are not even, those amounts that I'm giving you guys, or what I showed you, is just on a that's a micro channel. Imagine the bigger content creators. People get 50,000 views, 25,000 views, 20,000 views, 30,000 views, 1 million views. Imagine how much she made bank off of that damn post. That's what she's thinking about right now. She's not thinking about giving quality. She's thinking about, I was a content creator for 15 years and I never went viral. Money. That's all I'm going to say.
And so to actually see it go viral, it felt like, finally. And I knew that God was in this. Because, and it actually, time will tell, but I'm pretty sure everything is, all things are still coming together. And I was probably not supposed to be internet famous when I was 25, because, that comes with its own baggage. And even now, I wouldn't say that we're particularly big, but obviously our love story has traveled the world.
Right.
So for the first month, now it's been a month and a bit, but for the first month, I just feel like I spent way more time on social media than I intended to. Like, a little too many evenings with the two of us reading comments. But it was also really inspiring and encouraging. So obviously we've got the full spectrum of comments. Like, there's a lot of rude comments, so thank goodness Tim is calm and steady enough to go and hide and delete the worst, because I don't even really want to see them. But we also have comments that you can tell people have gone and they've read our whole story, and then they're going back and they're seeing who Tim is and who I am. And then you can see that I've actually never posted about us. Tim used to love posting photos of us while we were dating, but I was happy to keep it private.
Red flag. Nope. You see, look at this. Listen to this one right here.
And it actually, time will tell, but I'm pretty sure everything...
If you really are proud of somebody, you're not going to keep it private. Limbs or not, disability or not, I'm going to show you off. Period. If I'm in that world, obviously. So you are posting all the time, and yet somehow you don't post your husband, but he posts you. Or posted you until you went viral. Is that what I'm understanding?
Is, you know, all things are still coming together, and I was probably not supposed to be internet famous when I was 25, because, you know, that comes with its own baggage. And even now, I wouldn't say that we've got the full spectrum of comments. Like, there's a lot of rude comments, so thank goodness Tim is calm and steady enough to go and hide and delete the worst, because I don't even really want to see them. But we also have comments that you can tell people have gone and they've read our whole story, and then they're going back and they're seeing who Tim is and who I am. And then you can see that I've actually never posted about us. Tim used to love posting photos of us while we were dating, but I was happy to keep it private. It just felt like it was for us.
Yeah.
And so it actually feels like the birthing of, you know, part of our purpose from God.
So
now,
what changed your mind from you being like a private person with your relationship to you being a public person with your relationship? What changed for you then?
I think
Brainy, she was never private, sis. Private would be like somebody who has no social media followers. They're very, very extremely private. They don't post on social media at all, if so sparingly. That's a private person, and that's somebody I'd be like, okay, you know what, that person doesn't. Maybe they don't want people to know. But the problem is you were already a content creator for 15 years, and you were posting every which way. Everybody else but your man. Why?
First seed was planted when I read Nick Vujicic's book, and I saw how, like, people listen and pay attention to him because he has this different body.
Yeah.
And I also had seen, like, I kind of drew the connection that, like, Tim has actually been able to build this charity and do a lot of good work around the world because he looks different.
Right.
Now, it's not that donors give because he looks different, but it actually his personality, his warmth, his friendliness, his kindness, his heart for people comes from a place of compassion.
Yeah.
And it's part of how God built him, right? God makes us look a certain way, and it actually becomes part of his destiny for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I kind of put the two and two together that, you know, I've always been someone, I'm not afraid of being public. I used to make more videos and do create lots of content of my life and story. And then the beautiful thing is Tim is also not afraid of that. Right. So, you know, you don't want somebody who's like almost too internet happy and like wants to put everything out. But for me, it was also one of the aspects of confirmation from God that this is somebody that I can make content with, who actually sees our story as something that could inspire others. Right. So I saw that for us, and he saw that for us. And part of it was just from my own reconciling, because I had never seen a couple with you know.
But why should that matter? Why should that matter if you really like the person? This is why I said that, like, you need to be attracted to who you're with. Period. Why should that matter? If you are proud of the person you're with and you stand on it, why should you be embarrassed? What, because a few internet trolls have a problem with it? Who gives a damn? I really wish somebody would say something about who I chose to be my husband and vice versa. I don't care. I don't care what the internet got to say about that. But you do, because why? You're not attracted to him, and that's okay. But just be real about it, and you should have never dated or married him in the first place if that's how you felt. What if you have a child who is like him? Because that may very well happen. You may have a child who has the same, and thank you, sis. Elle did confirm it is a disability. Sometimes I'm not sure, because I know in Canada it's not really considered that, but I know in other places it is. So, what if your child ends up with the chromosome and is a dwarf? Are you going to be embarrassed to be their mom? Are you not going to show your child off? And that's the reason why I always say this. I respect Alexis Sky so much, because I really love the fact that she didn't care that her daughter was born. I remember her daughter was born premature and she has a disability, and it doesn't matter to her. She always showed her baby, loved up on her baby. And honestly speaking, I was really like impressed with that, because, you know, a lot of celebrities, they try to act like their kids are perfect. And I love the fact that she didn't give a damn what people had to say about her. Her daughter is her daughter. And look, her daughter's beautiful, gorgeous. She can speak very well, very clearly. And she's the best mom that she was never embarrassed to show her daughter. Ever embarrassed to show her daughter. Why are you embarrassed? What is so embarrassing? This is a problem. And your child may, and these are things people don't think about. Because you are going to have a child who may have that. We're going to fast forward through. We're not going to watch all of this, y'all. But I want to finish hearing this. I want to see My Usual Type. Why she friend zoned him. And then what my kids would look like. Yeah, we going to have to. Yeah, this. And then after that, we done. And then what's the sex like? Do I even care? But we'll see.
Tiny.
I might have to fast forward because I got to talk about Katseye and the dark skinned
like
girl.
A full-sized.
You know what? We gonna speed this up.
It actually took me a little bit to kind of come to terms with it, to be like, actually, I find it really cute, and I think when I see it that way, then the right people will get that message in the photos.
Right. So where do you see you taking your story? Like, where do you see what do you see creating content on? Is it going to be about your relationship? Is it going to be about charity work? What's the angle do you feel like you're going to take this? Because I think people are posting a lot of, couple photos and stuff like that. Where do you feel like your niche will be?
Yeah, we're hoping to do both of those things. So I think we'll continue to share about our love story over like the months and years to come, because I think that's something that can always inspire people. But we won't always be like, we probably won't be we won't be a full relationship advice influencers.
Okay.
The charity work and the humanitarian work and generosity is something that we are very passionate about, and we want to use that to invite people to live more generous, open-hearted lives.
That's beautiful. And I do want to take it back a little bit, because I feel like I want this interview to be based on people's, I don't want to say small-mindedness. I want to
Brittany's skin is skinning. I need to know what she's using on her skin.
Open people's mind up a little bit, because my last video I was speaking about preferences and how most women, we put our preferences above maybe our standards or our deal breakers. So we focus more on the superficial than the actual character, the inner qualities of a man. So I'm going to ask you a few questions around that topic. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers, your viewers, want to know a lot about how you handle the hate as mixed with the love. But I want to ask you, going back, your dating history. Where are you from, by the way? What country are you from?
So my husband and I are both born in Canada, but my parents are from Hong Kong, so I'm Chinese.
Okay.
And he is half Guyanese and half Trinidadian.
Trinidadian.
Yeah. I should confirm how to say it.
So he's Indo-Trinidadian and Indo-Guyanese. Got it.
His uncle from Trinidad. And I was in Guyana 2 years ago on a mission trip, actually. So, yeah. I'm quite...
Okay, amazing.
Yeah. And you're from Hong Kong?
I'm born and raised in Canada, but my parents are from Hong Kong.
Okay. So what was your type growing up, would you say, of man?
I had a feeling that my person wasn't going to be an Asian.
And I think Brittany's asking those questions because she's from the UK. So usually, like in Canada too, we are usually so not everybody, because of course there are some Americans who came here and settled. So there's a big Black American settler colony in Nova Scotia. However, that's a very small percentage, and unless you're indigenous, most people's parents were immigrants. So yeah, there's that. So that's probably why she's asking that, because UK is similar, whereas America's a bit different.
I had a feeling that my person wasn't going to be an Asian person.
Okay.
I kind of assumed, I kind of hoped that he would be like a tall, strong Mediterranean guy.
Okay.
And partly because I hope to live there.
Okay.
Yeah, like almost pretty stereotypical. I assumed that they would probably be white, and then it kind of just stopped there.
Right. And did you date your type beforehand?
Yes, a little bit.
And what happened with those?
They basically used her as a fetish in a fantasy. That's probably what ended up happening. Or things just didn't work out. And so now, instead of her like regrouping and trying to find out, heal herself and not going after just somebody based on race, but also based on what she wants and what she values, she is choosing the opposite way, which is to not get brokenhearted and be with a man who she knows she does not have feelings for, but she knows that he will be there for her and he likes her more than she likes him. So then she feels more security in this kind of arrangement than actually following her heart and trying to, and being herself and trying to find somebody who matches what she wants. That's literally what it is. Yeah.
Obviously, they weren't the one, but what were those relationships like?
Those relationships, so they were actually very kind people, and they were always the interesting thing. So there wasn't actually a Mediterranean, but there were some white guys who, but they were never Canadian. This was one of my things. Okay. They were always someone from a different culture, and so that was another thing that another reason I never considered Tim, because I thought I don't want to date a Canadian because Canadians can be a little bit boring, in my opinion. Like, the average person kind of just like gets a job and raises kids and takes kids to soccer. Whereas I had lived a much more adventurous life up until then and wanted to continue that. And I didn't feel like I would find that person in the suburbs or in the city. Maybe in Toronto, but I live in the suburbs of Toronto.
You could find that person anywhere. And this is why I said she was not ready. Like, you can tell, even though she acts like she's very well traveled, she's actually very insular when it comes to that. You can find somebody in the suburbs who practically would love to travel with you. There are people who have traveled and then they settle in the suburbs. There are people different walks of life, right? So I want to say that, like, you can tell by her answers that she was not ready to be in anyone's marriage. Like, I'm so sorry to say that. She's not marriage minded at all. And I'm not saying that everybody is when they get married, but there's a fundamental security of yourself that you need to have when you're going to be with somebody for the rest of your life. And she just seems like she just wanted to go with the wind. And those kind of people are very scary to me because they could wake up one day and be like, well, I don't want to be here anymore. Or I find this too hard for me. They're the ones that are they're the runners. They're the big runners, y'all. I'm just being honest. Always be with somebody who has a stable mindset, and no matter where or what or who tries to deter them, they will never sway with the wind. They are very fixed in how they feel. I'm not saying they can't change and grow, but you want somebody who's actually stable minded and not go like not you go wherever the wind goes. No, there are some things that I'm very, very strict about and that I'm very, very much like, intentional about. And finding a future partner shouldn't be like a challenge, or it shouldn't be like this type of what I think she's doing. I basically think she's trying to over romanticize her love story and trying to sell herself on what she's doing, but in actuality she's just going with the flow and just she's not structured at all, and that's very dangerous, y'all, in a marriage. Anyways, if you're dating and you don't want to date, this does not apply. This only applies to marriage. Why? Because if you're going to choose to tie yourself to somebody, you better be for sure that that's the person you want to be with.
Right.
And so those people always had like an international bent. They were generally more soft-spoken people, but they always had like that quiet strength. Yeah.
So would you say that was your type? Like the gentle, kind, like you always had, that was your type? Because I think when we talk about type, people automatically assume outside, right? Like the stats, tall, dark, and handsome, right? But sometimes that type can also be a temperament. So would you say that you've always been attracted to a type of gentle, kind man?
Yes, I would say so. Because I think, yes, I'm naturally more of like an introvert and like I'm trying to think, because Tim is also, the funny thing is we have similarities, but in other times of day and in other aspects, he's more extrovert. Sometimes, I'm more social and more expressive.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say like tall, dark, and handsome was like, I was probably going for like tan, tall, and handsome, something like that. Yeah.
Right. So, okay, so I want to get into your story a little bit, just from your blog. I'm just going to read some of the excerpts, and I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions, okay? So it says, I felt so at ease with Tim. It never crossed my mind that he might like me romantically, which was fine because I didn't see him that way either. In between Tim's visits to Niagara, I would occasionally get texts from Tim. To be honest, at first I found them a bit of a nuisance. I even asked my sister to help me craft polite responses that gently reiterated my boundaries. I just wanted to be friends. Looking back, maybe I was picking up on some more than friends vibes from him, and I didn't want to encourage anything beyond friendship. I appreciated Tim as a friend, and that was it.
I promise y'all, I'm going to say this right now. if Dom, like, when we met each other, because again, I'm not gonna reiterate my story. Y'all already know my story. Who's in the chat? If you don't know my story, go check my videos. I've done talked about it at great lengths. If I promise y'all, I would never give up the opportunity if I thought it was worth it. As fine as Dom was or is, he still is to me. As fine as he is, but I'm saying was because we met like in 2020. So I would not give up that chance. No, because I found him attractive. There's no friend zone in here. I'm not gonna play no games. There's no games. When you really like somebody, you ain't gonna play no games. I promise you. Everybody, let me tell y'all something. That's fundamental. You don't play games with people that you really like. Somebody who's your type, you ain't gonna play no games at all. You're gonna be very honest, you gonna be ready to risk it all. You're gonna be ready to go Netflix and chill. You're gonna be ready to do some dumbass shit just to show them that you like them. You're not gonna try to play coy, try to play all these little games, and you're definitely not gonna friend zone them, because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding. I am very much interested, and vice versa. I would never do that ever to somebody that I'm attracted to. So that's how I know she was not attracted to him at all. At all. And it's a very sad lesson to, but that's what he gets for trying to manipulate her. This is what you get right here. You get somebody who's uncertain about you and who's iffy, and sending her sister to craft messages to say that she's not interested and she wants to set boundaries, but yet she's still trying to be this man's friend.
What do you think? So take me back to that time. Take me back to that thought process, to where you had completely friend-zoned your husband. What was going through your mind when you started to sense there was a kind of attraction coming from him towards you?
Yeah, it's funny because I never, only after the my post has gone viral, people have started writing headlines that say she friend zoned.
You did.
And the way it played out though was actually like, we call it no moves Tim now, because it felt to me like he was intentionally friend zoning himself. And this is actually something we talk about nowadays, because he's gotten so many comments from people asking like, where's your book? Like, teach me your game. What am I doing wrong? And I tell him, I'm like, Tim, you need to save like a generation of lost guys who clearly, and so we were discussing what he would write about, and it was that he really wanted to be my friend. He actually intentionally, so this is where he was more intentional about it than I was, because I think early on he might have picked up more than I did, that like the way he says it is like he wanted to get to know me. So we have this great mutual friend, and he says, like I was like a bubbly person, and so he wanted to get to know me.
So they're both lying. He's lying by saying that he just wanted to be her friend. That's a big ass red flag. That's a lie. That's a lie. Because if that was the case, why are you messaging her while you're in Niagara, sir? That's number one. Number two, why are you trying to make her not go on her sabbatical talking about, won't you miss your friends or family if you leave the country? What is business of it is yours? I wouldn't care to say that to my friends. I don't give a damn. You can go on about, if my friend said right now, I want to move to Thailand. Girl, go ahead and do it. Oh, you have one life to live. Go get your life. I had a really good guy friend, y'all. Once when I was in Toronto, it was so funny because, but I knew I didn't want to be with him. But we were friends. And I didn't know if he liked me or not, but I was like, look, we gonna curb that right now. I never swayed from that. I didn't care how nice he was, how great he was. He just wasn't for me. But we were friends. And one time we went on he took me out for my birthday. He took me to this really beautiful Italian restaurant. And it was like very, very cozy. And I made it very clear. I was like, oh, this seems very romantic for a birthday date. He's like, oh my God, I didn't know it was going to be this romantic, blah, blah, blah. And he would call me all the time. And we were really good friends, but it never went anywhere. Why? Because I set that boundary. I was like, I'm not swaying myself. We are great friends, and that's all it will ever be. And that is okay. Because I'm sure there were men out there who've done the same to me. It just is what it is. And so my first thought is they were both deluding themselves. And that's sad. You got two delusional people. That's the problem. Why can't we just keep it 100?
And so he wanted to be my friend, which is something you don't hear guys talk about often. And so now looking back in hindsight, I feel like that's exactly what I picked up on. In person, it was like he wanted to be my friend.
He did it.
When you have those conversations with
He
people, you feel a
lied.
little bit like, oh, should I ask that or not ask that? I felt like with him, we could really talk about anything because the vibe, the energy I got from him was just like we're great friends. Because
He is okay. Most men, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, not all men. There are some men who really just want to be your friend, but a majority of men, they are waiting for their shot. They're the type of men who gonna be lurking in the background. Remember when Lauren London, she had lost Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle passed away. Do you want to know how many of his so-called friends try to get at her, waiting for the right moment to pounce? They're the same type of men. They even try to look at their homeboys' girls. As soon as the guy's done with her, they were like, "Is it my turn yet?" They're the same ones. He's the where my hug at type of guy. That where my hug at type of guy. He want to be with you. He just didn't want to say. He want to act like he likes, oh, I'm friends with everybody. Trust me, if he had the opportunity, he would do it. He's a man. He's a dwarf, but he's still a man. At the end of the day, even the way he's talking to her, manipulative as hell. Man central. That's in their DNA. You got to shut it off. But somehow, I don't know. Some men don't know how to shut that damn thing off. Manipulation, gaslighting, all that stuff. He's still a man at the end of the day. Don't get it twisted. And then she's sitting up here. Well, maybe he just didn't want to be his friend. Or maybe I misunderstood. No, you didn't misunderstand anything. That's why you kept trying to block it. Come on now.
Similar passions and
who do you think they're fooling?
like
This is
similar
craziness.
interests. And so like that's what we would talk about, our interests and the things we were, the things we liked, the things we had done. And I love that he ran this water charity. So we'd talk about how he did that. He thought it was cool what I was doing, which was I was like doing content for a travel company in Niagara. And so when he started sending me these like out of the blue texts, so now we laugh about it, but I remember he sent me a text once about mint. Like he took a picture of mint in his garden. And it was just like, I was like, what is this?
I thought you guys were just
friends. And then
friends.
he would also, sometimes he does this thing where he'll text people and he'll just say, hi, like, hi, Anita. And he won't say what he's actually asking for. And so me being, and this is part of my personality, like I found it really annoying because he wouldn't ask me what he was wanting to ask me for. And even nowadays I tell him, I'm like, when you text someone, you should say like, hey, whoever, are you free this weekend? Or whatever you actually want to ask them. What he does or used to do is he would say, hey, so-and-so. And then he would wait for them to reply. And then he would ask them the thing. But to me, that's, I was like, that's not how you use text. And
Okay, so just a little bit more of the story. I'm just going to read. You said, I asked my sister to help me craft a long diplomatic message explaining that I wanted us to just remain friends. I thought it was the best way to maintain boundaries while keeping our friendship intact. But before I sent it, something unexpected happened. God interrupted me. As I held on to that message, rereading it over the next few days, but hesitating to press send, I felt a stirring in my heart, a gentle nudge from God. Why are you resisting Tim so much? After waiting a few more days, I sent the text to Tim, but almost immediately I regretted it. A part of me didn't want to send it at all.
So was it God or you just being a people pleaser? Because that sounds like a people pleaser to me. It sounds like you didn't want to hurt his feelings. So we need to retire this God told me. Please, I need him to talk like he talked to Moses. Like from the sky. I need him to send the ram. Like what's up with they used to have the physical manifestation. I need a ram to come down and to come hit me. That's where the saying the ram between a ram and a bush. I'm going to need somebody to come to me full throttle. I need my phone to burst into flames because I stop it. It's you. It's not God didn't tell you nothing. He needs to do a class action lawsuit with y'all crazy asses. I'm tired of that. It's your you were a people pleaser. That's it. You didn't want to hurt his feelings because he's short and you felt like he's a dwarf. He's not short. Sorry. He's a dwarf. And you felt bad about it because you'd be looking like the horrible person if you didn't date him. That's all that is. It's your own I guess your way of feeling better about yourself. You don't want to feel like you're shallow. Like I said, it's a Christianity problem, y'all. Growing up in the church, people don't want to seem shallow. They don't want to seem like they're being too picky. But guess what? All them women at the church, they're picky as hell. You want to know who's the pickiest? The pastor's wife. She had to be picky. That's why she chose the pastor. She didn't want to be with the deacon. She didn't want to be with just a regular churchgoer. She wanted to be with a pastor. Trust and believe me, I'm pretty sure there was a lot of men out there who wanted to be with her, but she chose to pass. So she's the pickiest bunch. Don't let her gaslight you and say, you're being too picky, sweetie. Well, you're the pickiest one. Why didn't you end up with Deacon Charles? Why didn't you end up with his garbage son man? Sorry, garbage truck son. My bad. Remember Tyler Perry was telling people to date the garbage man? And not saying that there's anything wrong with it. But I'm just saying, if that's not what you want, then that's not what you want. Why weren't you with the janitor? Why weren't you with the yard man? The one who does the facilities. I forgot what their name is. Why didn't you date the co-pastor? No, you dated the head pastor. Red flag. Stop trying to tell people what to do and how to date. You didn't even date down, so why should I? Get out of here.
But how could I imagine myself with a 4-foot man? ? Tim's torso was normal size, but his arms and legs were shorter. While that could look cute in some ways, it wasn't what I had ever pictured in a partner.
She cares too much about his aesthetic, and that's how I know that she wasn't ready.
I envisioned myself looking up into my partner's eyes, but with Tim, that wasn't possible. What was I supposed to do? So for anybody that is in a similar position, they have met a man and for whatever reason, they're not sure because they are not their usual type, or they are worried about what other people
don't date him. I have an answer for you. Do not date him. Don't date him. You're wasting his time and you're wasting your time. Go find somebody who fits what you want, because obviously you're pickier than you thought. That's it. Stop trying to people please me. Stop people pleasing yourselves into marriages that do not make sense. And of course, people are going to be like, well, you're wrong, Romy. Not y'all, but of course, there's going to be some spiritual. You never know what God has in store for these people. Well, if you really believe in the same God that I believe in, then she's going to find somebody just as fine, and he's going to find somebody just as fine too. There is nothing in the Bible that says that you have to marry whoever it is that you think you should marry. That's a fact. Of all the people in the world, I'm sure that there's somebody else that God had. You don't think that God can work miracles to find somebody else for him? Oh, but you think you're the only one who can save him from a life of singleness. Get out of here with that. Both of them are crazy as hell.
Talk me through your thought process at the time. What were some of your doubts? Let's start there. What were some of your doubts? And you can be honest, you can be real. Obviously, respect to your husband. But I want us to really iron out and wrestle.
Yeah, because even Brittany knows she's full of crap. That's right. Look at her iron her. Let's wrestle this out of you because I need a good interview, sis. And you already could peep it. She crazy. I don't want to just say crazy. She's delusional. That delusion does make people crazy.
This conversation, because I think this is something a lot of women do go through when they meet someone amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was, I saw a comment the other day, and it was like, there's people that aren't even as short as Tim, and they already feel like they're overlooked. Just because maybe they're 5 feet, which for a woman, it's perfectly fine to be.
And I'm sure they're going to find somebody who wants to be with them. As if there are no women in this world who are under 5 feet. Let's let that sink in. There are a lot of tiny women out there. Look at the Filipino men. Listen, I'm not trying to throw shots at Filipino men. I love my Pinoys. But they are short as hell. Filipino, what's the average height of a Filipino man? They're not only just short, they're small. Hold on, Filipino. Oh, oops, I was supposed to spell it with an F. What's the average height, y'all? Look at this. Hold on, let's go to the ASEAN countries. I'm just thinking about them. Look at that, 5.3. Hold on, where Philippines at? Where y'all are fit? 5'5", y'all. 5'5". They men are short and they're not 5'5". I saw a 5'2" one too. One time I went on a date with a Filipino guy, y'all. You see, he lied about his height. And that's the reason I ain't talked to him no more, because he lied. You see, the thing is, I don't have a problem because I'm a shorty too, but no, you can't be lying about your height like that. He talking about he like 5'6". I looked at him, I was like, you are 5'2" at best. At best. I don't think he expected me to be short either. I was like, yes, I put my height on the date. It was a long time ago. Y'all remember Plenty of Fish? I was all up in the dating scene. Anyways, he was a small one too. He was so little. Him and Teeth was the same too. If y'all saw my dating in Korea story, Teeth was short. I didn't think he lied about his height too. I was like, no, you're not the height you said you were. I don't like this deception. Anywho, the point is that there are a lot of short Filipino men out there. And yes, they're not dwarfs, but at the same time, they are short. And they find wives. They have women all over that willing to take care of them and everything. There are a lot of men out there who are dwarfs. Hold on, y'all ever saw this? Where the TLC show at? What was it? It's a TLC show. I forgot the name of the TLC. Megan's back. Is anyone else completely exhausted? Sis, we don't have twins. That's why you exhausted. All right, and you got your husband looking like the Jeju head. I forgot what the name of the stones are. You know, God forgive me. I like Megan though. I love her. TLC show about dwarfs. It was I forgot what the name of the show, y'all. My Mini Life or something? Was it My Mini Life? They have so many shows, y'all. Forgive me. My Little Family. That's what it is? Yeah, there you go. There's a lot of families out there, y'all. I remember her. I liked her. She was so funny. I used to watch this show. Yeah, my Little Family. Yeah, I can't show the episodes because TLC is definitely gonna copyright strike me. But yeah, they're out there. Why is she acting like she has to save people? Like, come on now, let's be for real, y'all.
So it really is something we almost. I want to be like, we hopefully as a society we can get over it more. But I totally understand because you know, one of the most basic things when we actually did start dating was I was like, how do we snuggle? Like, I had to tell him that I liked him, but I don't know how we will snuggle. And
she's so annoying, y'all. Like, I mean, annoying in the sense that, like, she's asking these questions. Like, how are we going to snuggle? You didn't think about that before you said yes? And you out friend zoned him? You took him out the friend zone? Does that matter? Like, she's just one of those people that she's just gonna pick at everything. That's why I said she is not a candidate to date a dwarf. Just like Chanel last week, Chanel was not a candidate to date an immigrant. Far from it. She should have never married that Nigerian pastor. She had no business marrying that man. Red flag. Wasting people's time. You're wasting people's time and energy and wasting your damn time. But who am I to say anything? Hell.
Hey, I feel like every couple of weeks we figure out a new like snuggle position.
That art girl. Hold on, I'm gonna read the rest of y'all comments. I saw some of y'all comments. Have I ever made a case on Megan? That'll have to be members only. All the Korean cases, members only. Always members only. I just finished Diana and Kyungho. Look at y'all giving me some more subjects. Yes, I need to do a case study on her. I don't find her husband. I don't know him that well. I don't know. I don't really watch her content like that, but I'm sure if I watch it, I'll find some. Just like Kyungho and Diana, I never really watched their content like that. I just saw them. I remember the fried chicken one, and I was pissed about that. That was the only one, and I saw a few of their other things. But doing a case study, who Lord baby, that was crazy. Maisley, I knew. I watched that train wreck from the beginning. That was a big ass train wreck, and still is. I haven't caught up. What's going on with Helena and Joe? I think y'all sent me something on the Discord. Do we need to do an update? But yeah, Megan is somebody I would love to do because she's been in Korea for a very long time. I have a few opinions about her. I think, again, I've said it before. I think I did a live stream where I talked about her and Jedi or whatever his damn name is. But we'll see. Yeah, I might do it in the future. Okay, we'll see once things kind of settle down. I will pick up the members only again on Patreon, not on YouTube.
What's the one that works now?
So like even
the membership is saying Marie is just not YouTube. I'm gonna move it to Patreon. YouTube membership, I'm gonna move it. Yeah, I decided to move it. Yeah, move it to Patreon. So I'll announce it. I don't know. The reason why I'm moving it is because I have to think about it. Let me think some more. But yeah, Patreon. It's gonna go to Patreon. I feel like sometimes it's hard for me to do live streams here because they'll copyright strike me. I feel like Patreon is way better and it's easier, and I can live stream a lot of things and not get copyright striked. That's my issue. I want to be able to talk about a lot of subjects, and I want to be able to house it in one place, and also I'm going to make the barrier to entry lower, so it's not going to be $5 or $4.99, whatever price I made it. It's going to be way lower than that on Patreon. On YouTube, the problem is they were increasing the prices too, depending on the country you're from. A lot of them got price increases. I don't know what happened, but YouTube's being a little weird, so I rather just put it somewhere else. And also, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket because I don't use other social media apps for my content. So I'd rather be able to have somewhere that's not YouTube in case something happens to all my videos that I can like port them over there, and at least I'll have it there for storage. Yeah. So Patreon's the way to go for now until I build a website or something like that.
These days, so in the mornings, I'm usually sitting on my floor doing devotions. Like I sit on the floor, lean on my bed. So he'll come and sit beside me, and like his head is like right here. So he actually leans in, and it's so cute. And I find it like he fits in this little nook. I always imagine that I would be in the nook of like a bigger guy, right? But actually he fits in, and part of it has been from being open to discovering it together. And that's actually, this is where Tim's demeanor really comes into play, because he was very like open to trying things, and you know, he's not like ashamed of his body. He'll talk about how he's like been in it all his life. So like, this is, what does he say? He's like, it's what God gave me.
Yeah, he shouldn't be.
And so I've
period, he
other
shouldn't
parts
be.
of him that I find very endearing, but I'll get into the doubts first. So obviously it was less, so the whole idea of like, you know, what would kids look like, that actually wasn't a very big concern for me, because
you sure?
I'm still at a, like, I still feel like I would be fine if I did have kids or if I didn't. Okay. You know, that was how I felt when I was younger. I like didn't want kids at all. Now I'm at the point where like I could go either way. I can see life being meaningful either way. That's how I put it. But for my mom, it was actually like a huge thing, and she was freaking out for a bit. And I would imagine something like this can happen to a lot of people, especially if you choose to date someone with like much more like physical.
Hold up, y'all telling me to do Ariana Grande? Oh Lord, she's already on my list. Y'all want Ariana? That y'all trying to make me Ariana? Okay, I'll think about it. I'll probably put her on the selection list. Okay. I did get requested Ariana a few times. Okay, I'll think about it. After doing Taylor, I was doing a white girl strike for a little bit, but I might do Ariana because she is a culture vulture, so we might have something to work with here, especially when she, you know, she's we might have a bit to work with Ariana. She loves stealing people's men. Well, you can't take something that you can't steal a man, to be quite honest with you, but I'm not gonna put the blame on her. She's she loves to interject herself into relationships, and the men love her. So yeah, all right, Ariana it is. We'll put her on the list and see whoever votes for her.
Physical differences, not just a couple of inches. So that was something to just like talk through. So we had a couple of drives. I remember Tim and I actually talked about this. And I explicitly explained how I feel about kids, and he explicitly explained how he did. And then this is one of those things where, you know, the way God wires our heart, thankfully, just works. Because Tim's attitude is very much, you know, it should be largely the women's choice. Obviously, the guy can have a say, but it's the woman who bears a child, and it's the women who will often do much more of the manual part of raising children, like especially in the early years when you're breastfeeding.
So if you had children with Tim, would they be dwarfed by default?
No.
Not guaranteed. So
50-50.
So my mom like insisted on trying to get a percentage, but the way I was trying to tell her is,
I think it's like
50-50. It could be like 100% and then it'll happen, right? Yeah. Or, you know, like, does it really make a difference if you think it's 60-40 or 80-20? You know, like how much, where's the piece gonna lie? Is it?
Right.
Oh, wait, it might be more than that, actually.
This number. So, in his case, actually everyone in his family is tall, and then he is the third child, is the only one like this. If he grew up in a family where he was the child of two people who had...
That's, you see, she doesn't even know how it works. It can skip generations, ma'am. Just letting you know. He might have the trait still. Just letting you know. Okay, ma'am? Okay.
The condition, then, you know, there's a very strong likelihood they would. And one of the couples that kind of also paved the way for, at least in my mind, of like, okay, you can still have a functional, thriving life is Tori and Zach Roloff. They used to be on the reality TV show.
TLC? Was it TLC?
Yeah, it was TLC.
Yes.
I used to watch it.
So Zach is small, and then Tori is regular sized, and they have 3 small children.
Because you're 5'4", aren't you? So for all intents and purposes, you are actually meant to be the short one. You are short. compared to everyone else, right? Yeah. Right.
You know, normally
Normally,
years. So that was a big one that for us kind of was pretty easy to sort out because
You
I
were
also
okay. You were okay.
I was actually okay not having kids, and then when I also talked to him, I was like, well, what if we did want to? And then what if I went through this whole period of being a little bit like sad or scared. It's like, well, then I'm going to be stuck with all this work.
Right.
So because even for him, as the child gets bigger, he can't carry it, whereas I could keep carrying a child, like lifting a child, right?
Yeah.
And he said something that I know he really meant from the heart, and he said, Anita, if I really want to help you, I will find a way to help you. It doesn't matter how tall I am. He's like, there are people who are 6 foot, who are 5'11", but if they do not want to help their wives, they will not.
It's true.
I was like, oh, that's it.
Very true.
Right? It has nothing to, how much they care about you has nothing to do with their height, and I see that with Tim.
That's true.
You know, and there's fun, creative things that, like creative ways, like we have lots of stools in the house and for him to reach things. And I knew that if we decided to go down that path, we would figure it out together because that's who he is.
Yeah.
And so that was an important conversation to have. Another thing from the age difference that again was less of a concern for me at first, but when I brought it up to my mom, it became like a massive deal and I had to sort it out for a bit. Was the age difference because my parents were freaking out a bit of like, you're going to leave my daughter a widow. That was one of the things they were saying. And,
How old
you know,
is he?
and because my dad is a pastor of an older congregation, he sees lots of widows and, you know, feels sad for them.
Yeah.
And then,
How
you know, and then I
old
would
is
bring
he?
it to Tim and he would say like, I'm not going to live my life in fear. And then he had a really good point, which is that no one really knows how much time we have. You know,
Okay, yeah, that's true. But how old is he? That's what I need to know. Why is she talking and dancing around this, y'all? We finna skip some parts, but let me hear what she got to finish saying. We're gonna get to intimacy and we wrapping her right up because we have other stories to go through. 2 more.
There's also lots of couples that get married young, you know, at like 28, they think they're going to have the rest of their lives to live. And then at like 35, the husband heaven forbid, gets in an accident and they're gone. And there's a mom raising like 2 or 3 kids by herself now, right? And has to rebuild. Like, obviously we wouldn't wish that for that to happen.
Yeah, but that percentage is lower than you marrying a grandpa. How old is he? That percentage is lower than you marrying a grandpa. I hope she knows this. Does she not know how statistics work? Does she not understand that? Lord.
That, you know, the phrase like, I would rather have, 20, 30 amazing years with somebody who really makes, changes my whole life. And I change their whole life, right? What we can build together is so incredible, and so filled with God that like, why would I not do that just out of fear of what's going to happen to me when I'm 70?
Right. What about
that was the thing.
what about the physical differences?
7, 8 years
you?
older than her? That's not that old. Why are they acting like, I'm thinking this guy's like 20 years older than her. 7 to 8 years older than her is not that bad. I thought he was older than that. Unless she lying.
You and your husband, you obviously said that your type was white, tall, and Tim is clearly, let's be honest, the opposite of that. So how did you adjust? How did you adjust to that difference?
Yeah, so part of it was because by the time that I realized I liked him, I already knew who he was as a person. Okay. And it's kind of like when you have a really good friend, right? When you've made a good friend, like they come to you in their pajamas with their hair all messy and like, their makeup all over, you still love them. If you met them like that, okay, maybe it would take a little longer to warm up. But if once you got to know them, they would still be your friend. And so with Tim, it had already gotten to the point. And this is like really the value of friendships, right? And getting to know people as friends. Because I already knew who he was as a person. That then I just had to process what it looked like for us as a couple. But I already loved him more as a person because I had already seen those parts of him and like spent hours and hours talking with him, traveling with him, seeing how he interacted with people. And another thing too is I actually saw like God's hand on his life. He has this incredible story of how he left corporate and then was able to start the charity, and like none of which actually existed. He just left corporate and there was a 2-year process for that to happen. And I also saw the favor that he had with people. Here I can say that, right? Like God has gifted him with this way. Like that's how he's been able to raise money for the charity, and he has friends all over the world.
Favor, but okay, is it favor or pity? Let's keep it 100. People see him, he's a dwarf, and they feel bad, just like you felt bad and you didn't want to send a text. Am I missing something? Y'all, let me tell you, this is probably the most honest you gonna see me. I have no filter tonight. My medication's still working because I took it late today, but I'm hungry. So, I'm not gonna mince my words here. And it's not y'all fault I'm hungry. I'm just hungry because I'm hungry. I needed to eat more. So, this is, what is it? It feels like because people gonna feel bad, because I'm not gonna lie, when I see a homeless person, Dom keeps telling me I need to stop doing that because I feel bad for them, because they all scratching and surviving on the sidewalk, and I feel bad. I feel like, oh my god, like this person, what if they had like their whole life ahead of them and they just like just fell on hard times. And to be honest with you, they probably didn't. A lot of them, not all, but a majority of them are probably some fiends. But, I'm always feeling bad. I remember one time I was at the food court, and this man went up to everybody. Nobody gave him money. And then I was like, damn, I'm the only black person right here at this point in time. If I don't give him money, I feel bad because, we both scratching and surviving. My mindset, y'all, my mindset. I felt bad. I was like, damn, nobody wanted to give this man $1. And then I was like, damn, we both, I feel bad because, if I fell on hard times, I want somebody to give me $1. So I gave him $3. And then you want to know what happened after I gave him the $3? He was very grateful. He left. The lady next to me said, why are you giving him money? He walks around here every day asking people for money. Red flag. She said it's his job. She's like, he comes every day at the food court. Them old people have no damn filter. I was like, well, are you there every day, ma'am? Because it was around morning time. She's like, yeah, I come here every morning, eat my McDonald's. Because, there's a McDonald's right next to the mall. And the old people, what they'll do is they get their, because, food court doesn't open until like, I think the mall opens on the weekends at like 11 or something, or 10. Maybe 9 o'clock. But, it's like, it was like really mad early in the morning. So I had to get I had an appointment for something. I had to get my hair done or something. I don't remember what I was doing downtown. But anyways, she went to McDonald's to go get her coffee, and she said, I come here every morning. He always asks me for money. He needs to go get a job. She's like, he's able-bodied. I don't like to see able-bodied people not get a job. They give so much money to the girl. She went on a rant, y'all. But I ain't gonna lie, she was making sense. Because she was like, they have so many jobs for people who are homeless. They have so many programs, and he's able-bodied, and he's a white man. There's no reason why he should be asking and begging for money. That's what she said. And she was a white lady, y'all. But she was an immigrant from another country. She told me what country she was from, y'all. Oh, Lord. We went into a whole discussion. But anyways, point is that I felt sorry for him. And I gave him $3. And then when Dom found out, he got upset about that. Why? Not because the man is homeless, because he used to be a social worker. So to him, he was like, he's making more money off of the $3 because he's not getting taxed. And he's asking everybody, and he's like, you think he didn't find people like you already? So he's getting it tax-free while you sitting here getting taxed for that $3. And then you got to give it back to him. But I'm thinking God's going to give it back to me because I'm being nice. And the whole time, I'm not being nice because I want to be nice. I'm being nice because I want to look good. And I had to rewire my brain. And now if I give money, it's because I want to give money, not because I want to feel good about myself and feel like pity on the person. There's a big difference. Okay. Not y'all. I'm talking to her.
He connects with people really easily. And so I knew that God's hand was on his life. And if anything, this is one of those, that's almost what all of us should put on our list. We should ask for someone from God that, his hand and his favor on their lives. Because if God's favor is on someone, then, you want to be wherever they are.
Right. That's powerful. That is very true. So tell us, because I actually watched a video of, on YouTube of him talking about his charity. And I think on your social media, it would actually be really nice to hear Tim talk. But me watching the video, I was like, and I saw you posted in your story today that there's something about him that is very endearing. And as I was listening, I was just like, I see it and I feel it. This is when he speaks. And so for those people that don't know Tim, like you know him, like describe why you fell in love with him. Describe what it was about him that you fell in love with.
So I've already used words like kind and gentle, but I'll use one that I used when I told him, which is that he's tenderhearted. And it's very hard to find a guy who's tenderhearted. And I don't think it's because guys aren't, but I think they're trained by society to think that they should be tough and macho.
Yeah.
And I feel like because Tim was born small and he had lived his whole adult life that way, it was almost like he couldn't, psychologically, he couldn't use that tactic. It doesn't work. Otherwise, it comes across more like the Chihuahua strategy, right? Which we can all recognize that. But with...
What does that mean? Is he not human? So because he's a dwarf, he's not allowed to have standards, boundaries. He has to be a pushover and a doormat. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm hearing? He can't stand up for himself. Because Mimi is mighty. She's small but tiny but mighty. She will act as if she is the biggest dog in the world. She goes up against German Shepherds. I've seen her bark at big ass dogs, and I'm like, Mimi, don't make me have to fight the owner. Because if you get into a fight with the dog, I'm gonna have to beat the owner's ass. That's just how it rolls, right? Because if you jumping on somebody, I gotta jump in. I'm your mama. I can't just let you get. I gotta get the licking. Is it? Because that big dog gonna be biting you, and I'm gonna be beating the owner's ass to get the dog off of you. So please don't put me in that kind of situation. Of course, she's a baby. She doesn't understand anything I'm saying. But at the end of the day, the point is that, like, what's the point I'm trying to make again? Okay, you know what? I've watched this for too long. What was I saying?
With him, it was like the way that he connected with.
Yeah, she called him a Chihuahua. He's allowed to have standards and be picky, because he's. I don't like this. I'm not liking this mindset. It's as if people who have a disability cannot be human. They can't be upset. Oh, I remember one time I saw somebody on TikTok say something. I'm glad they drug her ass. She said that one girl was too big to be confident. She said, you're a size, I think she said you're a size, if you're a size 8, then you shouldn't be confident. And I'm like, I could be whatever size I want to. And I'll still be the finest person in the room, according to my standards. I could have the biggest flop belly ever in life, and I'll still be confident in myself because I'm me. Don't let people limit you and say, oh, you're too broad to be this. I could be whatever I want to be. Just because you're insecure in yourself doesn't mean I have to be. Hello. So if you're a dwarf, wear it loud and proud. If you're disabled, wear it loud and proud. Why should you be? It's as if you're supposed to be nice and meek and mild. Just like black people, they expect us to be all jovial all the time and joking because we're at the bottom of societal standards. I don't give a damn. I'ma still be confident and picky. And that's exactly why we're going to talk about it one day, y'all. Just remind me. Some men think that they can date you and that you won't have standards and you'll accept any type of bummy man from wherever he is because you are at the bottom, quote unquote, in the dating sphere. So you should be grateful that I even talk to your ass. Red flag. You can keep that over there. This is the problem with that mindset. It's as if you can't have any expectations because you don't fit the standard of what society deems as beautiful. She's talking just like that. Get out of here with that, miss. Did you learn this in the church?
The way he describes it is like, growing up, he would get some comments and things, but the way he kind of sidetracked that or diverted that was by being friendly. And as soon as you people who are a little bit rude to you or a little bit off to you, you catch them off guard. Yeah. And they kind of like catch the...
No, I'm not going to be friendly and cheesing to somebody who's treating me bad and disrespecting me. I'm going to be just as bad and gutter. I'm going to take it to hell. This is the problem. Another thing, they done turned the other cheek and took it all the way. They took it all the way to an extreme. I'm not going to sit here letting you be disrespectful to me and I'm just going to cheese in your face. Get out of here. I'm going to be just as bad, if not worse. You're going to be crying by the time I'm done with your ass. Don't play with me. This is craziness. And I don't care if I got a flop. I do not care if my butt is the size of Nevada. I'm just bringing up because Mocha Island talked about Nevada. I don't care if I had the worst. I don't care. I got gaps in my teeth and I'm still confident. I don't care. I'm going to still talk my shit. Get out of here with that. I got these bifocals on and I don't give a damn. I look all types of dusty, crusty right now. I don't care. I'm going to still say what I need to say. You see, Miss Ma'am, you have a problem. And I knew it from the beginning. You're dating him because you think that he will not be mean to you. And you think that you will not get your heart broken because he's short. He's a dwarf. I keep saying short. There's a fundamental problem here.
They start treating him like a normal human instead of just commenting on its appearance. And so that's an aspect of him. But the tender-hearted is, I've written some posts about his eyes. And you can really see it. And he really has a heart of compassion. And I think, some people, they see poverty and they just kind of look it over. But similar to my own travel experiences, when he saw it, he really let it touch his heart. And he really tried to figure out how he could shape his life so he could make a difference in the way that he wanted. And so that spirit of caring for people, living for purpose and intention, and this just having that little bit of a bubbly, lighthearted, genuine demeanor.
Yeah, he's jovial. I can already tell he's masking a lot, y'all. This is not good. Oh my God. Okay. Can people just be genuinely sweethearts? Absolutely. I'm not saying that you can't be, but there's a difference between it being forced and it being your natural personality. I know there's a lot of people out there who are super bubbly and they're just genuine people. You could tell that that's just how they are. But I don't like it when people use it as a crutch because they feel as if they don't have the right to be a certain way because of how they look.
All of that combined makes this beautiful little package that's Tim with a big heart. Small package, but a very big heart.
That's so lovely. I want to ask a personal question, but I'm sure that a lot of people would want to know. You don't have to answer. But when
Okay,
it
this is
comes
the
to
last
intimacy,
one, y'all. We about to stop. I'm
how
gonna
does
read
that
your
work?
comments.
So obviously before we dated, I also wondered this, and then there's a little line in Nick's book, the book that it's called Love Without Limits, and he wrote it with his wife Kene. And there's this little line where she is the wife is all asking that question to herself and is asking that question to other people and is just talking about people are like, well, how does that work? And then I'm trying to think of it. If it's either in the book or it's in some other articles because I Googled them and read some stuff. They have 4 kids and he doesn't even have arms and legs. And I think there's a comment in the book and it says, where Nick makes that it says, you don't need arms and legs to make love, which is an interesting comment. Because as long as you have the more essential body parts,
Right.
you can make love. Which I was like, oh, well, that's a bold statement. Because Tim has arms and legs and he has everything else is functional. So I guess it's not an issue then. And after reading it, because for them it's even more, right? Nick can't even, he can't even do his own buttons because he doesn't have fingers. Do you know what I mean? The way that she must support him and love him and the way that he must support her is a very deep love.
But it's different because they were attracted to each other from the beginning. So that love was always there. There's a big difference. So I don't think she would have minded to do it because she actually was attracted to him from the beginning. You were a different situation.
Of that, you can from the outside you just see that they're together, but from behind closed doors, obviously there's a very deep love for each other. So I felt like they kind of set the best possible example of sacrificial servant, genuine love. That then the things that I would wonder about with Tim, I was like, oh, that's it's like basketball players dating someone like my height. They would have the same issues, and there's a lot of basketball players with women who are not 6'3".
Yes.
So it works for them, and then in that case for us,
It works.
we fit in the same range.
You're saying it works, basically. Okay, amazing. So then you talked about Nick and his wife with her supporting him as sacrificially, and then him supporting her, I guess, more on an emotional level. How do you support him, and what are some of the things that you have to? I know he has a seat in the car where he's able to drive. There's a lot of different things that you have to overcome. So what are some of the things that you support him with? What are some of the things that he supports you with, and how does that work?
Yeah, he's so supportive, and this is one of the things I love most about him and why I knew I could be with him. Because even as friends, when a friend really supports you, that they'll say things, they'll do little extra things for you, and he would do this for me even before we dated. So I knew that he would continue, and he does. From a housework standpoint, he does the dishes all the time, and he cooks for me and he cleans for me.
Yeah, that's what she wanted, yo. Man, oh boy, continuing. What do you do, ma'am? What do you do?
I love, and then pretty much anything that I ask him to do that he can help with, he will, and he does it quickly. If I'm like, oh, I need.
But what do you do for him? And I'm not talking
about
about house labor. I got to make that very clear. What do you provide to him? Because it seems like, again, he's more into her than she is into him.
Over and I was looking for butter, and I was like, oh, you don't have a tray for butter? And then it came in the mail the next day, and I was like, oh, okay, I didn't mean you have to buy it right then.
Some of them.
So he did things like that early on, but I knew that like he's not afraid, you know, not that it's about spending, but he's not afraid to like use his money so that we can have like a full life. And that I really appreciated. And then the ways I support him, I mean, he's you know, I just do it naturally, but he's always telling me that I'm very vocal about my support, and I always like tell him how much I love him, and I'm probably the one that like reaches for him first in terms of physical touch. And we love spending time together, and I think because we're both more tenderhearted and like we're both pretty tenderhearted and like soft-hearted, and then we also are both great communicators, and just because we're tenderhearted, we get right to the chase, right? Like I've heard people talk about how like they have to catch their husband or at the right mood to talk about deep things. With Tim, we can just go there, right. And that allows us, I feel like, to
no, Marie, he has legs. I'm gonna answer y'all comments, and we wrapping her right up. I might have to do a case study on this couple because they got a YouTube channel.
To just like say what we need to say and resolve things very quickly. And so even with house things, which is the main thing that we're like perpetually chipping away at, you know, he's always helping me to like slow down and be steadier and not be overwhelmed. And then I feel like I help him to like keep things moving along. Not get stagnant.
That's beautiful. So I saw you also made a video defending yourself against using him for money. That was comments, I'm not sure, those are comments that were made.
Okay.
But why did you feel the need to, and I actually loved how you responded. You could have easily clapped back, but you just chose to show compassion and actually come at it in a really positive way. Okay, first question. Okay, actually, let me ask that afterwards. Why did you feel the need to defend that comment out of all the comments that people had made?
Yeah, the biggest reason that we felt we needed to defend, or I felt like it was appropriate to speak up about, you know, how rich Tim is or is not, is because we got so many of those comments. I actually think it was all those people that made our post go viral. You know, right. If you like supported and you were curious, then like you might push it along, but it was like, it felt like a good 70-80% was just people being like stunned and then being like, oh, it's just because he's rich. And a lot of the comments are obviously written in a condescending tone, and you know, obviously, you know, you're supposed to ignore the trolls, but there were just so many.
Do you not, sis Anita? Do you know that you can turn comments off on your posts? Like, why do people subject themselves to it? If you know you can't handle the comments that are coming in, you have 3 choices. 1, you let them go. And you just continue to filter them like that is probably the worst way to do it, because then you are wasting your time, precious time in your life that you could be doing something else with. Number 2, you turn them comments off, problem solved. Or number 3, you filter the comments. Or you ignore them. Actually, that was number 3. You ignore them. You could literally just leave your post and not even care. You can turn off your notifications. It's really that easy. Why do people act like... They act like you can't turn them comments off. I don't understand. And they never have to see the light of day. You could put them all in junk and continue on about your business. But no, you want to read everything because you care about what people think about your man. You care about what people think about you. You care too much. You were not a candidate to marry somebody like your husband. That's the problem. She cares too much about public perception.
Thousands and thousands. And it was also fascinating because there was a range of people. There were people who were like, felt sorry for themselves, and then they said he's rich. And then there were people who were on the jealous anger side, obnoxious, narcissistic side.
I don't think they're jealous, sis. They just, okay, you know what? We done with this, y'all. We're done. We're wrapping it up. Let me read some comments.
And also, because Tim and I, so the truth is that we are actually about at the same, like, income levels, you could say.
You say you don't want to see a case study. You know what? I'm not going to subject you to it. We're done. I'm tired. All right, let's move on, y'all. I'm exhausted. I don't think there's anything that I have learned from this case study except one lesson we can learn. I think from now on I'm gonna do a lessons learned after each video. Please just listen to your intuition, ladies. It makes so much, ladies and whoever else is watching. If you don't identify as a lady, that's okay. Please listen to your intuition. It will never steer you wrong. That's it. That's all. That is the lesson of this story. Let me read a few comments. Mental health tooth kid. Hi sis, you said God. Now why am I in it? They be putting him in everything. Him or her or them. Who knows what God is? God is a spirit anyways. They put God in all the mess. All the mess. Everything. Everything. Anything, any foolishness. Whenever I hear somebody use God like 20 million times, that's how I know you are doing something you're not supposed to be doing. Rosa, you said, I truly advocate for not giving a man that you're attracted to a chance. It is a recipe for a disaster. How so, sis? Oh, not attracted to. Oh, yeah, that's what I was about to say. What? What are you saying? Okay, you corrected it. Yes, that's true. It's always them that embarrass you the worst. Ain't that crazy? I know. So I'm going to try to see if I can find stories. I'm pretty sure there was a celebrity who had this situation. I just don't remember who it was. Mary, you said her gut instinct was trying to help her, but she was like, nope, this emotion is on diversion. I feel you're so right, sis. And you know what? This reminds me of Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez. There is no world in which Megan Thee Stallion should have given that leprechaun a chance. No world. No world at all. There was nothing redeeming about this man at all. I still don't understand why her and Kelsey were fighting over him. I don't get it. Till now, I do not get it. But yet, here we are, and look at what happened. She should have never given that man a chance, y'all. She should have never. She's not the only one. There was somebody else who gave somebody else a chance, and I was like, my goodness. Wicked. Just wickedness. Marley, hey sis, you said it's sad she felt this was God calling her to someone she wasn't even into. Yeah, because again, the Christian church it over spiritualizes these type of relationships. But then when you really get down to the nitty gritty, the same people who are telling you to, oh, God this, God that, they were picky as hell. So I just don't get it, right? Like, it's just really sad. Amaya, you said that's what I was thinking too. She just didn't want to hurt his feelings. Yeah, that's literally what it sounds like. It's so opposite from the man with no limbs and no legs. His wife was attracted to him right away. There was no pity. There was none of that. So their story's different. I want to make that very clear. It's not about his disability that's the problem. It's about her approach to it. She just literally convinced herself to love him. That's all that is. And unfortunately, it's self-inflicted, all because she didn't want to get hurt again. And she said, oh, well, she made a pact to herself. The next guy's going to be my husband. And that's what she did. The next man that came along. How you know it wasn't a counterfeit, like I said last week? How do you know the man you truly were going to be compatible with or you weren't going to meet him in one of your sabbaticals? You forced this situation, and this is exactly why I do not believe in forcing situations. Whatever's meant to be will be. Don't force it, y'all. It never works out. Mental health toolkit. You said she shouldn't date him for pity. It doesn't work. How long can you keep up with pretending she can't do this forever? Oh, you'll be surprised, sis. The people who are delusional, they could keep the delusion going on for years. I can almost guarantee you she gonna keep it going on for years until something happens. And I hope that it doesn't, because they're already together at this point. So all I'm hoping is that things change, and I hope the best for them. I would not wish for anything bad to happen to them. But all I'm saying is the foundation didn't start off good. And usually when the foundation is a bit shaky or it has cracks in it, it's not a recipe for a long term. I gotta be honest. But do I wish for them not to be long term? Absolutely not. I hope it works out, because they already done made it across the marriage threshold, the marital threshold. So good luck to them, y'all, because they're gonna need it. She's going to definitely need it. Kyra, hey sis, welcome. Sylvia, you said this whole thing is disrespectful to her husband. I believe so too. But, he's nice. He's not going to be vocal about it. He's not going to. And this is another thing, like being scared of being yourself because of rejection is such a bad way to look at life. It's okay to be friendly, but not at your expense. It's okay to have boundaries. It's okay to have standards. And the right person for you will understand that. You don't have to say yes to everything just to get people to like you or to respect you. They should naturally do it. Rosa, and because he's a dwarf doesn't mean he had to marry a dwarf woman. However, he deserves to be married to someone who really fancies him. Just saying. Yes, I agree. I agree. There are a lot of women out there who would love to marry him, dwarf or not. And there's women out there who are short as well, or dwarfs or tall, whoever. But my point was, like, she didn't have to be the hero in this case. It's like she's being the savior. Maybe she's getting it because she was dating all the men, the pale men. Maybe she got the complex from them. I don't know where this complex is coming from. Bruno Mars, yes, he's short as well. He's not a dwarf though, but he's short. Bruno Mars be getting all the women. He gets a lot. Yeah, I think he's married or something. I don't know. I always see him with somebody. He always got somebody on his arm. Was Prince short too? Prince looks like a short one. Prince Nelson, not the Prince that comes here sometimes. Prince Nelson's height. I believe Prince was short too. Or am I? Yeah, he was 5'2", exactly, because Michael was tall. Prince was short. Prince was 5'2". And y'all saw him. He never had a problem. It's all about confidence. It's all about confidence. Hell, even Napoleon got people. That's crazy. I had a crush on a short Filipino man, but he was so fine in the face, 5'5", 5'6", and he was shorter than me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and sometimes it be like that. How tall are you, Romy? I'm 5'2" and a half. 5'3" on a good, I don't know. It depends on the height. Like some days they tell me I'm 5'2". Some days they tell me I'm 5'3". I'm right between. So I think I'm 5'2" and a half, 5'3". Yep. I am definitely that. And Dom's 5'7". That's not that tall. And yet, I still found I was like, he fine as hell. As soon as I saw Dom, I was like, yes, not a catfish. Yes. Teeth, on the other hand, Lord, big catfish, y'all. Imagine if I was like, well, maybe God told me if he's my husband. Imagine. That art girl, Romy. Oh yeah, I answered your question. It's called Little People, I think. Yeah, we found it. Okay, these are the ones here. How to Snuggle Girl. She's just embarrassing him in 4K, right? Like, she didn't research it before. And it's weird. Like, why would you even ask that? Snuggling is snuggling. Doesn't really matter. I'll read 2 more comments and then we're going to move on. We're gonna move on. Nicole, you said it's a mess. Hey, sis. Hey, Nicole. Hey, Sasha. Hey, sis. You said it's a mess. Yeah, big mess. Elle, you said he's spending that money on her. Yes, I think that's, yeah, and you know what? That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But say it for what it is. There's a lot of women living the sprinkle lifestyle, and they're with these men who are geriatric. Not saying he is, but I'm saying they're with old men that may not be the type that they want to be with. But you don't have to fake it, is my point. Just be honest about it. You didn't have to say none of this, sis. You really didn't have to. She could have gone on the interview and just said, well, you know what? Like, I like how he takes care of me. That's it. That's the reason I married him. Boom, full stop. Nobody would care. But no, you got to theorize why God said this, God said that. No, money said this and money said that. That's it. That's all. That is it. 2 more comments. Sasha, you said so weird. Girl. You popped up to say that, Lord. Mary James, you said no, not married. He and his long-term girlfriend broke up. Wait, who you talking about, yo? Oh, Prince, you talking about? Yeah, Prince wasn't married. Yeah, Prince was that dude. I need to do a case study on Prince. Prince was that guy. He never had any issues because of the I ain't gonna lie, his little deep voice was he did a little something to your girl sometimes. When I used to watch his interviews way back in the day, I was like, damn, Prince is a little Not that Prince, not the one that be in the case study. I'm talking about Prince Nelson. Yeah, Prince Nelson. He was that guy. And he was very confident in himself and his stature. And he's just one of the best artists. And nobody thinks, when they think about Prince, we don't think about his height. We just think about Prince, the artist, or the artist formerly known as Prince. Because that man, he had a mouth on him. Yep, he sure did. He was very vocal. And he didn't let nobody disrespect him. Oh, you talking about Bruno Mars? Yeah. Okay, Bruno Mars. I thought you were talking about Prince. But Prince, I don't think he was married either. I know he had a long-time girlfriend as well. That's why I got confused. But I ain't gonna lie, the short ones are gonna do you the dirtiest. You gotta be careful with these short men, y'all. They be the most demonic. I gotta be honest with you. Short men are the worst. They are the worst because they got that, like Ace from Love Island. Ace from Love Island was short, but he still, you know, he was handsome, and he still got, you know, he still got his little fandom or whatever. People didn't care about his height. They didn't really care about that. Prince was married. He was? Oh, I didn't know that. Prince gave Carmen Electra that name. I didn't know that. Prince was around a lot of people. A lot of people knew Prince, and it's very interesting, the life that he led. I think I added him to the case study list. I added him and Michael Jackson, but definitely Prince. I would love to learn more about Prince's private life, though, because I don't think we hear much about him. We hear more about Michael than Prince. I would love to do a case study on him. Continuing, y'all, let's move on because we got 2 more stories and I gotta wrap this up. Let's get to the Black It Girl jealousy, and then we're gonna get to Katseye, and then we're gonna call it a day because I don't know what else I put on the thumbnail, but it'll wait till tomorrow. Black It Girl jealousy, Lupita as Helen of Troy. Okay, let's get to it, y'all, because there's been a lot of hateration going on in these streets, a lot of hating ass activity. So we're going to figure out what's going on here. And shout out to Chrissy. I love her content. So listen to what she got to say.
Comment under my last video.
And I think, Devonda, were you the one who sent me this video? Thank you for sending this one over.
Requesting that I discuss how to navigate the hate and criticism directed towards unambiguous dark-skinned Black women when we are promoted, and more specifically correctively promoted in the media, or when we're being represented in a way that is flattering or in a way that challenges the beauty standard or the status quo. And recently that's been happening a lot. The very beautiful Marta Bunda, I think that's how you pronounce her name, she was crowned Miss Bologna 2026 earlier this month. Lupita Nyong'o portrayed Helen of Troy and her sister Clytemnestra in the newly released movie The Odyssey. Trinity Tatum won this season of Love Island USA. Anaya Harvey was runner-up. And as we know, Alandria has been the dark-skinned it girl for the last year, since season 7 of Love Island USA. And all of those women I just mentioned have been dragged online by both racists and colorists. And dark-skinned Black women are being dragged by proxy. And the hate is coming from every direction, from white and non-Black people and Black people as well. And of course, dark-skinned Black women have allies from every group who support us. And shout out to y'all. I don't want to minimize the support that we do have as dark-skinned Black women, because that support is part of the reason we keep seeing some dark-skinned Black women get these great opportunities. So I think it's very important to acknowledge our supporters, but there are also a lot of people who do not want us to win, or they just don't want us having too much visibility because of their own racist and colorist biases. And honestly, it's not just bias or hate, it's actually jealousy that we're dealing with. And I want dark-skinned women to get comfortable calling it what it is. I keep saying that a lot of unambiguous dark-skinned Black women think that people can't be jealous of us, but they can. There are people out there who are extremely jealous when we win at life, because in their minds, they don't think we deserve to occupy certain spaces or titles because we are unambiguous dark-skinned Black women. And even if you're not a celebrity, you'll still be able to relate to what I'm saying if you are a successful...
How can you look at Lupita? I know I drug her in the Jodie Turner-Smith case. I had to, though. Why were you so hot bongy to be with Joshua Jackson, who just left Jodie Turner-Smith, and he was a baby daddy at that? Red flag to that. But besides that, I can drag somebody and still appreciate their beauty. Look at this right here. Look at this. Beautiful. She could clear anybody on any day. Bring your best and you still can't clear her. So what exactly is the issue now?
An ambiguous dark-skinned Black woman who's the it girl in your immediate environment or in some area of your life, whether it be your social group, your career, or if you're one of those dark-skinned women who attract a lot of attention when you walk into a room, whether it's because of your beauty.
Look at this right here. Just the sculpting. It's as if you're hand designed and crafted. Look at this magnificence right here. Gorgeous people are gorgeous people no matter what race it is. There's some people in every race who are gorgeous. My problem is when they try to hype up somebody just because of a lighter skin tone or a white skin tone. Why are you hyping up people? If they that's the problem that I have. But you can't look at Alandria, look at Lupita and not see beauty. Beauty transcends everything. Beauty is beauty, period. Just like Angelina Jolie, gorgeous. You know who else is beautiful? Anne Hathaway, gorgeous. Anybody could look at them and be like, those are some gorgeous women. Period. Full stop. There's no debate. But how come when it comes to Alandria and it comes to Lupita, all of a sudden there's a debate over who looks a certain way, or why did they get a role? Why did they get this? Nobody's debating Angelina Jolie. Nobody's debating whether Anne Hathaway deserves to be. I think she was one of the what was she, People's Most Gorgeous Woman or something like that recently. And personally speaking, I think she should have gotten that a long time ago. I don't know why all of a sudden they decided to give it to her. She's been gorgeous for a long time ago. She's just a beautiful woman. I don't see anybody debating that. But when it comes to, you know, darker skinned black women, then it's a problem. Black women, period, but especially dark-skinned black women.
Your style, or you attract a lot of attention because of your talent. One dark-skinned woman actually emailed me with a testimonial talking about all the attention, both good and bad, that she's been receiving after taking my advice and leveling up her femininity and improving her appearance by losing weight. I've also gotten comments from women talking about the hate and jealousy they get for dating either hypergamously or interracially or both. So when I'm talking about it girl treatment, that is what I'm talking.
We gotta talk about the white guy tomorrow. I don't know if you guys put in the Discord, the white guy. Oh, we gotta talk about that tomorrow. The interracial date. Okay, when she said it, I just remembered something. Okay, I just bookmark that for tomorrow.
And by no means is this one of those vapid videos talking about everybody's jealous of us and everybody hates us because we're pretty. No, to me, the good outweighs the bad, and I would never complain or cry about receiving special treatment. But I'm more so talking about how this shows up specifically for unambiguous dark-skinned black women, because
look
it's
at that, gorgeous, just beautiful
experience, and leveled up dark-skinned black women know this. So I'm just trying to help the women who may need a little guidance when it comes to navigating the jealousy and the backlash, because it can be a lot, and it's not just coming from one demographic of people. It's both genders, and it's people of all races. And of course, all women are hated, no matter the race.
You know what's so crazy is I'm looking at her, and I'm looking at the girls in the back. They look average at best. I'm so sorry. If we're gonna be critical, we're gonna be critical. And this is why I don't like the fact that black women always have to be 10 times better, but they can show up looking mediocre. I could see, and listen, they don't even need to blur their faces. They look like I could see them down the street. There are girls like that look like that at the mall, at the local, at the quality foods over there. There's one girl who could clear their asses. She looks exceptional. And yet people are upset. Why? I thought this was a beauty pageant. I thought this was about beauty. Oh no, but when it comes to black women, it's different. The beauty standards are always different. But again, like, this is what I don't appreciate is whenever you're looking at somebody and judging them based off of what it's supposed to be like. So we're supposed to, if we're looking at modeling, we're looking at beauty, then yes, you're supposed to be superficial and look at everything and look at who looks the best. I thought that was the point of the whole damn competition. Who is all around. So it's not just looking best, who talks the best or speaks the best, who communicates the best, who has the best overall presence to be Miss Baloney or Bologna, whatever the heck it is. It looks like baloney to me. I don't know. Baloney. I thought that was the point. If that's the case, then face card, she cleared all of their asses already off rip. So are we judging now based on what? On what? And this is again where it comes down to this, like, why is it such a problem? Because we already have to be better. So then of course the black woman's gonna clear all their asses, because we can't be average. You can't have a Miss Bologna show up looking like you could just see her at any damn mall in the city. For black women, we gotta be twice as good. So of course she's gonna clear half of them girls out there. And this is why I said it's not an equal competition. Because if that was the case, if we have to look twice as good, then you should find women representative of that race that look twice as good. Where are the Anne Hathaways and the Angelina Jolies of this pageant? That's who you should be looking for. That's the problem. They want the average white woman to look better than the exceptional black woman. Red flag. It's never gonna happen. And that's why they are mad. You cannot have the regular girl. None of them clear her. Y'all, I could see it I can just look at them right there. They look like they could be your neighbors. They work at the local Costco. I go right Costco tomorrow because it's closed right now. I'll go to Costco right now and find a girl who could clear all their asses. They look too average to be in a beauty pageant. I thought this was about beauty. When did the standards drop? But then when you come with your exceptional looking ass, they get mad. But of course, you have to be exceptional because you understood the assignment of the beauty pageant. I don't get it.
Especially women who get a lot of visibility or attention for whatever reason. This obviously isn't exclusive to unambiguous dark-skinned Black women, but racism and colorism, it adds a special layer of jealousy and hate that only unambiguous dark-skinned it girls have to deal with. And something I've noticed is that when women who don't benefit a lot from the isms are still able to be successful and even surpass those that have more privilege, that causes a different, more visceral kind of hate and resentment coming from those people. And those of us,
because it's inequality. It's unequal to begin with. There should never be a day where a Beyonce is competing against I'm not trying to say this to be mean, and I'm not trying to say this to minimize beauty. I think beauty is beauty. No matter who you are, what you look like, you're beautiful. But the point is that you're supposed to be exceptionally beautiful if you are a model. You're supposed to be exceptionally beautiful if you're in beauty pageants. Ain't that what they always told us? You have to be the best of the best. So why are you getting your mediocre ones and putting them against the best of the best in the Black community? Because one thing about us, baby, we're not going to prop up mediocre. That's just not how Black people do it across the diaspora. Period. It doesn't matter if you're Black American. It don't matter if you're Haitian, if you're Jamaican, if you're wherever you come from on the continent, Ghanaian, Nigerian, Kenyan. One thing we can all agree on is that mediocre is mediocre and exceptional is exceptional. We're not going to play with that. So if we say somebody's beautiful, they are very beautiful. If we're going to bring our best, we're going to bring the best. We're not going to give you a mediocre Black girl and be like, here, there's your queen. That's not going to happen. We're going to make sure she could pass everybody because we want to make sure we're going to win. We are very competitive. We're like, we're going to put who's the best? Alandria. If they came to us right now, Black race, Black American race. Let's start with Black Americans first. If they came to Black Americans right now and they said, who's your best? You going to start throwing out names. Now, I know there's going to be some colorist ones out there. But, of course, the Black women going to be like, no, she's not going to make it. You're not going to put a lotto up there. Get out of here. You're going to be like, no, she's too Build-A-Bear. Build-A-Thought. She had too much enhancements done. No, she goes to the back of the line. Back of the line. We gonna put up Beyonce. Okay, we'll put Beyonce up there a little bit. And then we gonna put up another person. Put Alandria. We're gonna pull up whoever else. I can't think of anybody in my head off the top of my head. Megan Good. We're gonna pull up a Megan Good. We're gonna pull up a give me somebody. Thames is on the other side. What's her name? SZA. No, SZA. Ooh, SZA. SZA's gorgeous though. Did she have a lot of work done? We got to figure that out. But anyways, we gonna give y'all the best of the best. We gonna send them up there. But they want to send up a regular girl from around the way. And then they want her to compete with the best of the best. We really understand the assignments. We're not just going to give you mediocre. Hell, even the Koreans, Dom's right here. That's why I'm saying that. Even the Koreans going to bring the best of the best. They're not going to bring you the average Korean girl down the street. Get out of here. Because one thing is about it, two things for sure. If a Korean person says this is their beauty standard, that means she does not look like anybody else down the street. They're going to make sure she looks better than everybody else, even if it's plastic. They'll make sure that nose job did its job. They'll make sure them lip plumpers did its job. They'll make sure, yes, this is the representation of Korean women we want. We're not going to pick any average girl you can see down the street. We're going to make sure that she looks like Park Shin-hye. She look like somebody like that. She ain't going to look like the average girl that you see down the street. Because best believe, there's a lot of beautiful women out there. That's what I said. But we're talking about exceptional.
Who have been on the receiving end of that understand. When we are the it girls, we're
Kelly Rowland. Thank you, Kelly Rowland. We're gonna bring up Kelly Rowland. We're gonna bring up the best of the best. Even what's her name? Oh my God, I'm just forgetting names right now. I'm thinking there's just so many out there. Hey, Bomi, stop it! Distracting my ass.
an entire system that can only thrive if we're at the bottom of all the hierarchies, the beauty hierarchy, socioeconomic hierarchy, and so on. So whenever our presence is at the top of those hierarchies, it disrupts the system and it triggers a primal fear in those who are used to being at the top and benefiting from all of those hierarchies, and it literally threatens their survival. So when you think about it like that, ladies, you should begin to understand why the reaction to some of our corrective promotion is so intense. Even though in the grand scheme of things, we're still underrepresented. To my understanding, a woman of color hasn't won an Italian beauty title in 30 years. But white people are online having meltdowns about Marta winning Miss Bologna, as if white women haven't won the title for...
If they wanted a white woman to win Miss Bologna, they shouldn't have sent the women in the back. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I thought, like I said, this is a beauty competition. This is not a participation award. They should have never been there. If you wanted somebody to beat her, you should have sent the best of the best. I'm sure there's some Italians out there who can compete. I'm not saying they would have won, but they could have at least made a little dent. Them girls in the back look like they're okay, listen. It's the difference between a J.C. Penney catalog. Y'all remember that store? The girls in the back look like they are J.C. Penney catalog models. And she looks like she's modeling for Vogue. You cannot compare the two. A catalog model and a runway model, two different things. You can't do that. Where is your Kate, what's her name? The Kate Moss. Where is your Adriana Lima? Where did they go? Did they disappear? Where are they? That's the problem. They want the average white woman to be the new face of exceptional, and it's just not gonna happen because everybody is still defining their exceptional as exceptional. But you want it to be an average thing, and it's not gonna work at all. Not if everybody else is using exceptional measures. Never. What you think your pale skin's no. It's no longer that time anymore. You gotta bring more to the table. Y'all got too comfortable being mediocre. You got way too comfortable, and now we bypassing you, clearing every step of the way. Step your chips up, Italy. This should be embarrassing. You should be embarrassed. Unfortunately, if this is the best of the best, you need to do a do-over.
For the last 30 years. Same thing with Love Island USA. With the way black people, and especially black men, were online crying about the winners, you would think that black women being paired with white men and mixed race men on TV was the norm. When historically, it's been black men being shown with light bright and white partners on TV, not us. And when it comes to the Odyssey, I watched the movie and Lupita was barely in the film. The movie actually centered Penelope and Odysseus, who were portrayed by two white people, Anne Hathaway and Matt Damon. But the way all of the racists were crying online about Lupita in that movie, you would have thought she was the main character. That's how bad it was. I mean, I was watching the movie like, okay, when am I gonna see Lupita? Where's she at? Like, she was barely in there. But again, all of it goes back to these people being uncomfortable with the status quo being challenged. It doesn't matter that Lupita was barely in the movie. The problem was that her phenotype was associated with being the most beautiful woman in the world in ancient Greek mythology. So of course they hate that a black woman, and especially an unambiguous dark-skinned black woman, is being associated with that. Even though, like I said, when I talked about this in a live stream a while back, a lot of the older depictions of Helen of Troy weren't actually attractive, or wouldn't be considered conventionally attractive today. And even the woman who played Helen of Troy in 2004, she's on the same level of attractiveness as Lupita. But of course, racist people don't see it that way because in their minds, white skin is all that's needed to be more attractive. And I noticed that a lot of commentators are using the most
Do they not realize that being Greek is a nationality? They don't realize that. I don't understand. Greece is a country, so being Greek is a nationality. I'm pretty sure back in the day, I'd have to check, but it depends on the time period. There was a lot of different people living in different places, kind of like right now. So, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to go through historical context, and also it's a fictional character, isn't it? Again, this is what happens when we read it before. What the 54% of Americans read at a 6th grade level or below, and it's clearly showing because the ignorance is rampant.
flattering still shot of Lupita in the movie, which even in that still shot, to be honest, she still looks pretty. But if you actually watch the movie, she looks beautiful in her scenes. That's really why they're mad. And that's why you don't see them highlighting the flattering imagery of Lupita in the movie. Like, it's very obvious what they're doing. But regardless of what the truth is, I expect white people to uphold their standard of beauty and try to preserve their mythology. Like I said before, I would rather black people, and especially black women, portray our own mythological characters in movies and film rather than white people's, because it just comes with too much racism. But I also understand that actresses like Lupita need work, so they're gonna...
No, but we don't know Chrissy, because she could have been picked by Christopher Nolan, to be quite honest with you. So there's that. And maybe she was the best one. Isn't that what they tell us to? You see, this is why I say you can never win with simple-minded people. Racist people are the most dumbest people in the world. They're stupid as hell. Because one breath they tell you that you don't need affirmative action and you should, pick yourself up by the bootstraps and you need to earn your role. You earn your role, and then they get mad at it and they say that people are playing favoritism and that you are basically being picked because you're black. You see, you can't win. They done took away all the affirmative action. They done took away all of the civil rights that you have, and yet it's still not enough. Obviously, Christopher Nolan wanted her for the role. He chose her. But then in one breath they say we get special favors, and then in another breath they tell us we need to work hard in order to get what we have, and we shouldn't be handed out special favors. The special favors not being handed out. Lupita is a phenomenal actress. She always has been. There's nothing mediocre about her, and yet it's still not good enough. At the end of the day, racist is still gonna be racist. So that's why I say just keep doing what you're doing. Don't care. It doesn't matter what they think, because at the end of the day, they still gonna find a reason to hate on what you got going on. They're still gonna find a reason to denigrate you, regardless. Doesn't matter. She earned her spot. It's not like she begged for it. She was probably, I have a feeling she was given that role just off the strength of her acting alone. But yet they want to come to you with, look, it's the same thing here that I highlighted. They want to come to you with the mediocrity and say that this is the best they could do. And then here you come being exceptional and it's special favors. Even though no special favor was given, you're just really damn good at what you do. Ain't that something? Who, Lord, continue. We're going to fast forward a little bit.
And it's not something you should internalize. Nothing is wrong with you. You are not flawed. And you deserve opportunities and representation like everyone else. And the people attempting to sabotage that, they're just trying to keep their privilege and position on the hierarchy.
Exactly.
So I say, just let them cry and enjoy the tears.
There
and I
you
don't
go.
know if it's the villain in me or what, but part of me has been...
And stop defending yourselves online. I hate to see it. Whenever I see stupid racist ass posts, I better not see no black person on there. We need to stop giving them energy. That's what they want. They want us to be mad. They want us to keep defending. They want attention. Stop giving it to them. Red flag. I'm tired of it. Every time I see them post, I'm like, I hope no black person is. And of course, there's somebody, well, she's beautiful. It doesn't matter what you write. They still gonna think what they think. Most of the time they're doing it for social media clout and to get views, and they know that racism is gonna get them pushed further in the algorithm because people are going to be so hot and bothered to type. Stop giving them what they want. I promise you. It's not worth it. Do not argue with somebody who has the mind capacity of a snail, and even snails are smarter.
Enjoying all of the meltdowns people have when dark-skinned black women are the it girls or in the spotlight, because I know that typically means we're doing something right. That usually means we're changing the narrative, even if it's just a little bit. And I also think I'm able to navigate the hate easily because I have a great foundation. Unlike a lot of dark-skinned black women and just black people in general, I come from black parents who actually were not colorists. I've always been treated like the it girl in my household since I was a little kid. And so by the time I got out into the world as a teenager and as an adult, I was arrogant as fuck. Couldn't nobody tell me I wasn't that girl.
You better be.
Tell me I'm not that girl. And that's how I ended up starting DDS in 2011, because due to my upbringing, I literally thought people were crazy for being colorists. And I thought it was absurd that a bunch of other dark-skinned women and girls didn't see the beauty in themselves. And I also was irritated by the lack of dark-skinned representation. So I created a platform to affirm dark-skinned black women and girls in the same way that I was. I've been telling y'all for years, my platform was built from a place of pride, confidence, and borderline arrogance, if I'm being honest. I don't actually have deep colorism trauma in the way that some people may think. I just have a deep disgust for color colorism because it wasn't allowed in my household, and so I don't allow it. And because of that solid foundation, I'm the bully of the bully. You gonna bully dark-skinned women for being dark? Okay, well, I'm gonna bully you back. How about that? And look, I'm not even saying that's always the right way to do it, but sometimes that's how you get
It is the right way to do it, Chrissy. I'm all for it.
And jealous and ugly and bitter and femcel, and we damn sure don't try to prove that we aren't those things to colorist people. We don't do that. And it's the insecure dark-skinned black women who let colorist people run them off the internet. You know how many dark-skinned black women who I've seen tried to do what I do and create platforms for dark-skinned black women, and they didn't even last for 2 years? I've seen so many dark-skinned black women come and go because they were so busy trying to be different and prove themselves to the colorists, and it got to the point where they allowed those colorists to run them off the internet.
I promise you, if y'all never see me on the internet, I didn't get ran off. I didn't get run off. I'm probably somewhere incapacitated and Dom's gonna come with a message or something. Then can't nobody run me off nowhere. Don't let people run you off your platform. Let them talk however they want to talk. Who cares? Or they probably banned me. That'd be the only other
That's some insecure dark-skinned woman shit. And it was crazy that a lot
they
of those
banned my ass.
They tried to tell me that I wasn't doing it right. Meanwhile, they didn't even last for 2 years because they were so worried about looking a certain way to colorist people. I ain't never been worried about that. So I think y'all are confused about who the real insecure dark-skinned women are. Insecure women bleach their skin and pretend they're mixed race with type 3 hair. What can a bitch who bleaches their skin and is afraid to wear their hair texture for 11 months out of the year teach dark-skinned women about confidence? Yeah, end of discussion, bitch. You didn't even need a channel, bitch. You don't need to be on YouTube trying to teach dark-skinned women nothing. Okay?
Oh, she talking to somebody in particular. I have a feeling.
And I never understood those kind of women because why would you give a fuck about colorists calling you insecure when they're insecure themselves? In most cases, these colorist people, they're projecting their insecurities onto you. And for a dark-skinned woman like myself who's been constantly affirmed in my real life by my parents and the people who love me, these people on the internet don't matter. And that's why I've been able to do this for so long. Hating bum-ass bitches, they don't matter to me because I've always been the it girl in my world. And quiet as it's kept, a lot of people online see me as the it girl too. At least in the pro-black woman commentary sector. I got men and women making content about me every day. I inspire people to make content. I've inspired entire channels and movements online. I get copied like crazy. Yeah, I'm that girl. I am. These people hate me, but they want to be me. They claim I'm so insecure, fat, and ugly. Well, then why are you copying an insecure, fat, ugly girl? Why are you?
And even if you were insecure, no, you're not insecure, but even if you were, whatever, people just be saying anything. I don't give a damn. They could say whatever they want to say about me. I don't care. I'm secure in who I am. At the end of the day, trolls are going to do what trolls do best, and that's trolling. Come here, Mimi. They want to see you too. Why are you not showing your face?
You copying somebody you're supposed to be better than. Why are you stalking my content? Why are you stalking me? That's weird as shit. Why are you stalking me and trying to dox me? See, that's the unambiguous dark-skinned black woman it girl experience. That's what I'm talking about. And I can't tell you how many times I've been referred to as the black Regina George. I hear that all the time on this app. And who is Regina George on Mean Girls? She's the it girl. She's the one people hate but want to
she is the it girl.
Be like. And that's definitely the story of my life. Even off the internet, I have constantly come across people who have tried to humble me because they don't think I deserve the things or the people that I have in my life. And I know a lot of other unambiguous dark-skinned black women can relate to this. If you are successful and a lot of people like you, there's a lot of people out there who don't believe that we deserve nice things.
And I don't give a damn what they think. They could seethe and cry about it with their mama and their therapist. I don't give a damn. That's it.
Life. Or they don't think that we deserve to be popular.
Bro, what you said about my baby? You said she got Ernie like her mama. Look at my eyebrows.
Instead of you, it's
I got the Ernie eyebrows too. I didn't get my eyebrows
and still amass a decent sized following and be influential. It's not my fault that I'm able to date hypergamously while not being light skinned or skinny. It's not my fault that I'm able to live a soft life and enjoy luxury and live a better lifestyle than you, even though you're closer to the beauty standard. That's not my fault. It's not my fault that my talent and my intellect has gotten me more out of life than your pretty privilege has gotten you. That's not my fault. It's not my fault that I am blessed and highly favored. You're gonna have to take that up with God. And I also don't care who doesn't believe that I have the things that I have because I don't get.
I agree with you, Chrissy. Now I'm gonna have to wrap you up and read some comments, but she's right. And also, let's just keep in mind, men will hump a wall. They literally will hump a wall. There is nothing to be proud of to say that you are the pick of the litter with a man. I'm being honest, okay? This is the collective of men. They will hump anything. So you being light skinned or lighter skinned or darker skinned or whatever, it doesn't matter. You could be white, you could be whatever. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. They will literally have sex. Y'all, we're going to talk about it. The fetishes of some people. And I'm talking about men as a collective, not individually, of course. So nobody should be proud and happy about that. And if you got people out here trying to be upset at how you got what you got, just remember that. Just remember that, okay? Continuing. Let me read some comments. Hold on. Oops, I lost my place. Okay. I stand Chrissy Rosa. Me too. Sometimes her takes be a little funny, but not funny, but it be a little I disagree sometimes. It's very rare I disagree with her. Only sometimes. You side eye Lupita. Yeah, she was too hot bonging for Joshua Jackson. He's not even the best. I personally think like she could have done way better. She had other guys around. But then again, you know, sometimes people just look at the man and not who he is. Nicole, you said yes, they did have a baby who lived for a few days, born with a rare disorder. His second wife was Manuela Testoloni, Prince Rogers Nelson, married to. I didn't know that. I need to do a case study on him. I really don't know much about him. I know he had another girl. I forgot. She was the one Marta or something. I think I had her on the case study. She was a commentator for Wendy Williams for a bit. Lupita is kind of giving Grace Jones in the pic. Yes, she is. Rosa Landria is my girl. Face card never decline. Never, ever, ever. And then people try to call her ugly. And I'm like, and then if you see the profiles of the people calling her ugly, that's why I said they don't understand. Because if we put them, even myself, I'm not going to make the cut. I'm too average. But the point is exceptional. Alandria is exceptional. We need to prop her up. Shelly, I forgot to mention her too. Exceptional. We got to start being honest about this, but they want to give you their average. Get me an Angelina Jolie and then we could talk. Continuing. Megan Fox. Yes, Megan Fox too. She's gorgeous. But she did a lot of stuff to her face afterwards. I don't know what she did to her face recently. But yes, she's another one. Mental health toolkit. I don't know how they do it. Standing out is a great trait to have. Exactly. Marilyn Monroe is another one. She was gorgeous. Very gorgeous woman. Very, very gorgeous. They don't do Marilyn Monroe anymore. Now they got these average girls. And that's the problem. This is what happens when you operate under white supremacy. You think that mediocre is exceptional. And for us, no, exceptional is exceptional. Around the world, the definition of exceptional is exceptional, not mediocre. Stop it. Prince, hey brother, how you doing? Miss Baloney is crazy. Hey, they put baloney. Tell me that's not baloney. B-L-O-G. Ain't that how they spell baloney? I'm not lying. I remember when we used to have the Oscar Myers bologna, I used to call it bologna, and then somebody had to correct me, because, you know, my parents are immigrants. They didn't know what the hell that pronunciation was. They just call it jambon. Jambon is ham in French. And then, yeah, we just said bologna. And then it's spelled with the G and A, so I realized, yeah, it's bologna. The double standard is exhausting, very, extremely, and it's so annoying. Devonda, you said, hey Prince, you finally made it. I thought you'd be part of the replay gang. Nah, he can't skip a cat's eye drag. We gonna drag Sophia soon. Mocha, you said, yeah, you have to surreal, but it's not too surreal. It's annoying and exhausting. Exactly. We have all of these parameters on us, but then they could show up at their dustiest and they get the accolades. That don't make no damn sense. So instead of being mad at the young black queen for winning Miss Italy, Italians need to step up their game. Stop it. Oh, they thought because she's black that people are not going to be judging based off of looks. You are highly mistaken. Not the local Costco. If I'm lying, I'm flying. There are a few girls out. They look, I'm telling you, I'm not even trying to be mean. They look like I could see them like literally walking. When I walk Mimi, I see all types of people. I could see one of them down the street. Same body type and all. Catalog. They bring in catalog to a beauty pageant. Get out of here with that. That's one thing I'll say about America is that at least with those beauty pageants, the white girls, they gonna try to be exceptional, but they're not gonna bring an average girl to Miss Teen USA or Miss Universe. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna bring the best of the best. Italy, they done thought and isn't it supposed to be one of the fashion houses of the world? Come on now, they played. Miss Bologna played. Was it Italy? Yeah, Miss Bologna. Yeah. Mental health toolkit. You said, wow, holy, Miss Bologna is beautiful. I don't watch beauty pageants. I never seen her before. Yeah, she's gorgeous. Prince heard Romy call them handsome and had to show up. Who did I call handsome? Oh, the man. Who did I call handsome? Oh, Prince. Prince Nelson, not that Prince. Prince, I don't know what you look like, brother, but I'm talking about Prince Nelson. I said Prince Nelson is handsome. Rosa, Beyonce against Taylor Swift. In no world these two are in the same category. Sorry, not sorry. And you're right. You're right. You cannot put a Beyonce and Taylor Swift in the same category. Matter of fact, Selena Gomez would clear Taylor Swift actually, but now Selena Gomez, she went through lupus and whatever. But I'm trying to think of the young girlies who could clear. Taylor is just average. She's just average. And but she's not ugly. She's beautiful, but she's not exceptional. She's not exceptional. And that's okay. But when it comes to her artistry, yeah, she can go toe to toe with Beyonce, and even then it's kind of but she does play instruments, so that'll give her a level up or whatever, an upper hand. But at the same time, like, you can't, it's no comparison. None at all. She can't even go against Gabrielle Union, please. That's not even a comparison. Taylor Swift is as interesting as a TV remote, nowhere near the same category. Exactly. But one thing I'll say about Taylor is she does stay true to herself. I don't see her trying to be, she does try to cosplay, but when it comes to her aesthetic, she hasn't tried to be something she's not. I will give her that as far as her average look, and that's what works for her, right? She looks like, I think people can relate to her because she looks like the girl next door. And I think that's why people like her. But honestly speaking, and to be quite honest with you, a lot of white women from the 90s look way different than now. And I think there's something to say about that. The problem is that now they're trying to chase the same beauty standards as black women, and it's not going to work because it always looks better on black women. That's the problem. So I think, personally speaking, that white women should go back to how they looked in the 90s. They looked gorgeous. Like a hold on, let me show y'all. Cindy Crawford. Let's put her in the 90s. Oops, I spelled her name wrong. Look at her in the 90s, y'all. She's gorgeous. She is a beautiful woman. She was a beautiful woman, right? But then if you look at her daughter, let's look at her, and then let's look at her daughter. Kaya, I think is her name. Look at that. Gorgeous. Well, I can't see the picture that well, but yeah, they look gorgeous. Look at that. Gorgeous. That's what I'm saying. Like, stay true to yourself. If you got thin lips, it's okay. You got something to work with. Cindy Crawford had thin ass lips. And then look how she was working that damn runway. She was working them catalogs with the mole of hers. She had them thin lips and she still did her damn thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. But they trying to get lip fillers to look like Kylie Jenner. Lord. Here's another one. Nikki Taylor was gorgeous too. Nikki Taylor. I remember her. Her sister passed away because they used to live near us in Hollywood, in Florida. It's very sad, y'all. Her sister passed away. Nikki, this was her in the 90s. The regular degler. But guess what? She's not average. She's not that type of girl you could see at the, well, maybe in the 90s you could kind of see them at the beach or something. Step your game up, Italy. Her sister was Chrissy Taylor. Rest in peace to Chrissy. She was also a model. Chrissy Taylor, yeah, she was also a model too. But yeah, like they need to step their game up. They still can't clear the young black girl, but hell, you could try. This needs to be a competition, not a wipeout. Shelly B and Alandra, exactly. No, not Megan. Which Megan you talking about? Megan Fox? Yeah, Megan Fox. Megan Fox. She did get a lot of work done though. Angela Bassett, yes, Angela Bassett clears. Nia Long clears on a even bring your best. Nia Long, period. SZA and Thames, exactly. SZA's gorgeous to me. You said she's botched now. She had, she was a former, yeah. SZA got a lot of work to do. I gotta say that, but she's getting better. Prince, you said something about my closet. Don't act like I didn't see it. Where you at? Where's what you wrote? I was waiting. Where you said something? It looks like you said something about my closet. Yes, Romy, I love this comfy angle. Feels like my auntie talking to me while cleaning her closet. Red flag to you, Prince. I had to ignore your ass with that comment. And here you go. Always got something to say. I knew it. Yeah, don't think I saw you when you wrote that comment. We talking about something serious, so I had to keep my serious face on. I was like, I'm gonna get his ass. Don't worry. Mental health 2K. I hate the word exotical. That's what that girl calls herself. She calls herself the exotical something. I know Chrissy was beefing with her for a bit. And Chrissy always has beefs. And that space is very, very catty. The beauty space. She got eyebrows. She does. She's so cute. Paris Milan got ran off the internet. I know. I used to love her content. I don't know what happened to her. Is it because of the girl, the exotical girl? I gotta figure that out. That space is very, very toxic. The beauty space, because everybody, like, that's why I said a man would have sex with a doorknob. So I don't get why we can't all collectively work together, but yet here we are. Chrissy picks my self-esteem and put it in a roof. People hate us, but they always in our face. Boom. Romy, there's nothing Burton Ernie about your brows. Y'all, I try to shape them, but I need to get them done. And thank you, but I need to get them done. It's been a few months. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It's just, I go to a specific, I told you I only get my eyebrows threaded, and it's very hard to find people who thread them where I live right here. I gotta go downtown for that, and I don't have the time or energy to. I used to watch Paris Milan too. I love her content. I don't know what happened to her, and I hope she comes back, y'all. Men will warm up a grapefruit, right? Come on now. And then they're like, it's just so nonsensical. I'm like, we could all work together, but yet one last one. Nikki Taylor versus Beverly Pill, no competition, but Nikki got way more work. Hold on, Beverly Pill, let me add her to it. Her and Iman, they're so, I put Beverly Hills, Lord. Beverly Pill, let's find her. Yes, Beverly Pill. No hesitation, she would clear. That's what I'm saying. Look at that. Cleared. And that's the problem. That's why I said we have to be exceptional when we do stuff. That's the issue. And I think this is where the struggle comes, because I will admit, though, in the 90s they gave us a run for our money, so it was very competitive. But now it's like a landslide. Like, it's not even a win. It's not even equal. Like, that was a nasty win. Miss Baloney, they should have never had them girls in the back like that. It's very embarrassing, actually. They should have never had them girls in the back like that. It was a humiliation ritual for them girls in the back. I'll say that. Garcelle, yes, Dilly Illy. Not sure if I spelled. Yes, Garcelle. I remember when she was on the Jamie Foxx show, I was like, oh my God, she's so gorgeous. Yes, I forgot about Garcelle. Let's put 90s. It's not even comparable, y'all. Not even comparable. Look at that. Come on now. You can't compete. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Like, it's not, you can't. Because we always have to be exceptional. That's not even a fair fight. Not even a fair fight. I'd be so angry if I had to go up against Garcelle. I know I'm losing. I'm like, damn, pack it right up. You know, sometimes you see who you're competing against and you just gonna call it quits. I'm that type of person. I'm like, I'm not even gonna compete. I'm not, because I know I'm gonna lose. If I see she's my opponent, I'm not gonna compete. Same thing with the other Beverly Pill. I'm not competing. I'm just gonna call it a day. Go wrap it up. Oh Lord, okay. Wrap it right up. All right, let's get to Katseye. That's our last subject of today. Give me 20 more minutes and we wrapping it up.
I'm not trying to sound
So, I was, just minding my business on the internet. And then I saw the announcement that Sophia from Katseye has chosen to depart the group. Well, she's taking a hiatus for mental health reasons. And there's, on the outset, people are, we could be proud of her. Be like, yes, she's putting her health first. But remember a few months ago when we reviewed Manon's reason for leaving the group? And isn't it the same exact reason? Now, I don't know. Has she gotten backlash like Manon did? Remember when that one girl's raggedy ass, racist, demonic ass daddy came out and said what he had to say and said Manon's lazy and she doesn't want to do no work and all this stuff? What happened to that? What happened to all of this backlash? Is she getting as much backlash? That's what I need to see. Y'all let me know while we review what has occurred since. Yesterday, I think it happened. Yeah, a day ago. Let's see it. Okay, it's Keisha. I like her. Shout out to Keisha.
Oh my God, what the hell is...
Shout out to Keisha. And I love her hair. It looks so moisturized. All right, continuing. Let's watch what Keisha got to say, because she always got some cool stuff to say.
Wrong with Hype and Geffen? I mean, we've made several videos now talking about Hype and Geffen, talking about Katseye, talking a bit about the K-pop industry in itself, and oh my God, it has just gotten even more crazier because Sophia from Katseye has just taken a break. So she's announced that she's taken a temporary step back from the group's upcoming promotional activities, emphasizing that she needs to prioritize her mental health.
Oh, but wait a minute. Remember when Manon did it? So as usual, we are the pioneers. As usual. And mind you, Manon is biracial. And they treated her like the black woman. Like, they always get treated the same. We all do. So that's why I said it's nonsensical to have these arguments about, who gets preferred and all these things. And of course, yes, they may very well be true and we need to have those conversations. But fundamentally speaking, we get the same treatment, baby. You just get in the house and we stay in the field. But at the end of the day, slave is a slave. That's the issue. We should be working collectively together. But yet, but either way, point is that Manon said the same exact thing. And she was treated like crap. Like, they drug her name through the mud. I mean, I personally think she handled it very well, considering. Hell, just the other day, there was a Japanese content creator who unalived herself because she was getting so much backlash from K-pop fans about something. I saw it somewhere on Reddit. I might have to go over it tomorrow. And she couldn't handle the hate. Imagine all the hate that Manon had to see. She's lazy. She thinks she's too pretty. All these things, all these negative things they done put on that girl. Put all their insecurities, all their angst, all of their projections on this young girl. Young woman, I should say. She is a woman. Young woman. And then a few months later, here we go. A second member. So where's the lazy at? I need to see that.
And wellness. Now, I'm all here for that. I feel like at the end of the day, all you've got is your mental health. If you're not okay, then bitch, how am I going to perform and pretend to be okay? One thing I hate is a fake smile. I can't, for the life of me, put on a fake smile. If I'm not good, I'm not good. But when it comes to these ladies, their job is to perform and to always be ready in case fans bump into them.
And by the way, we might do a part 2 depending on how this story develops, because it's a newly developed story. Just had to put that out there.
For them. It's been a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. Katseye this year, I haven't necessarily been a fan of. I feel like the direction that they're taking this group is very confusing. It's more confusing than ever. I don't feel like Katseye ever really had a direction. I feel like we just enjoyed them because they look good and because we kind of saw them come together as a group. But they did feel like a sense of sisterhood until Manon had either left or was kicked out of the group. Till this day, we do not know. Now, speaking of Manon, actually, she did post something on her Instagram. People are saying it's like a teaser. For me, I feel like I got nothing from it, but I don't know. People are saying, oh my gosh, get ready. She's coming. Like, we're going to get new Manon music. We're going to get solo Manon. We're going to get an album. I don't think she's got an album ready because an album...
She can't. She's still under contract, yo. I don't know when that contract is done. She got to finish a 360 deal. Remember, Drake recently published like 3 albums, or I think he did 3 or 4. I don't remember how many albums he did. He just published a few. I think it was 3 albums back to back at the same time. Why? Because he wanted to get rid of his contract. He wanted to get out of his contract. He owed Universal Music Group. Let me see Drake's album. Drake albums. Yeah, let's put it here. So he did, I think it was 3 songs, if I'm not mistaken. He released Iceman, Habibity, and Maid of Honor. Yeah, and so four albums. 1, 2, 3, 4. He released 4 albums at once just so he could get out of his contract. We don't know what the stipulations of her hype contract is with the group, so I don't know if she got out of the contract. I don't know if she has good lawyers, but that's why she hasn't released anything. I'm pretty sure she would love to release music, but unfortunately, contractually, she cannot.
Quite a lot, and she was only, I mean, I guess she was officially out of the group from February, like mid-February, I believe. So I don't think she would have an album ready by then. That would be crazy. But I do think she could be gearing up to release something. I feel like she would thrive in the fashion world. Music-wise, I'd be very intrigued to see what it is that she comes out with. I know I will be supporting. I feel like with the girls, something's off. They just released a song called Animal, which sounds awfully similar to a Fifth Harmony song. That's crazy. Blame the creative directors, because I really do believe that Hybe and Geffen get the full-on say when it comes to what happens with Katseye. I feel like they're seen as a brand more so than human beings. So Sophia coming out to say that, you know, she needs to prioritize her mental health and wellness, that's important. But it makes me feel like there's a whole bunch of red flags happening behind the scenes. I mean, come on, let's be real, there probably is. I feel like they have crazy K-pop contracts. Working excessively, dancing a bazillion times, even though the choreography a lot of times isn't really given. Let's keep it real. And that choreographer of theirs is always sweating. I'm sure he's a sweet guy, but why is he always sweating? Anyways, I'm just asking the questions that need to be asked. The direction of Katseye in 2026 has been very underwhelming, and it has been very shocking, because this time last year, bitch, we were all gagging. We were all living for it. There was, some complaints to be made. We feel like the girls need a lot more depth in their music, that's for sure. But now I just don't see the direction. It's unfortunate. And bless these women, because only God knows and what things they've had to do. What things they've had to put up with behind the scenes, or because they want to be famous, and all because...
Yo, y'all already know okay, you know what? Let's do a part 2 tomorrow. Do we need to watch some more document? Remember, we watched a whole Rania Black Swan situation. That was wild. But that's just an example of the K-pop groups in a nutshell. And this is their first experiment with a foreign group. So, and we had already called it. I think somebody did. I don't remember whose video we saw that guy from what country? I think he was Brazilian. No, he was from France. The French guy. Remember, he said that they're gearing up to have the shorty, what's her name, Korean shorty, to be a solo artist. I think that's who their focus is on. They don't give a damn about the group. You can see how they act, because for every K-pop group, there's like 4 others waiting in the trial period or training period. So it's like a factory. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like McDonald's if you think about it. You think McDonald's gonna care if somebody quits their job today? No, they could find somebody else to work tomorrow. It ain't nothing for them. That's how the job market is in the K-pop industry. There's too many people wanting to get a big break, and they're coming from different countries, y'all. And is getting popular with the foreign K-pop fans. So of course, you're gonna have them trying out to be the next, big girl group, that be the next Blackpink or whatever. So they got another group in the wings. They might do that TV show again. What was the name of the show? Y'all let me know.
They want to be known,
they might have
because they
another
want
season.
to be musicians, and they do have the backing of a powerful machine. Let's keep it a buck, right? But I do think they treat it as projects more than human beings. I don't want to put too much blame on the girls. At the end of the day, these are young women navigating the industry. They were put together. They didn't know each other from nowhere a couple of years ago, but they didn't even know they existed, right? So we do have to give them grace. I don't think some of them have handled things the best since Manon leaving, and them, the way they've behaved in interviews, it hasn't been my favorite sometimes, but at the end of the day, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Speaking of behind the scenes, it seems that Sophia may have been struggling, because to get to this point of making an announcement officially, it means that, okay, enough is enough. I did read somewhere that Sophia wasn't present a month ago to one of the obligations. So I don't know what that was about, but then someone had seen her out with her boyfriend. Girl, my thing is, bitch, if you can't make it to something, bitch, especially with your fandom, as crazy as they can get sometimes, I would go hiding. No one can see me.
Again? Yeah. Okay. Pass me.
But that's just me, though. Anyway, so let's go ahead and read this article. In a post on Weverse, the group revealed that she has the utmost support from the band, following through consultations with medical professionals. This is serious. Honestly, Hybe Geffen, count your days. Something is fishy. Something stinks over there.
Wait, what she said now? Sorry, my bad. Dom had to take me for a walk.
But that's just me, though. Anyway, so let's go ahead and read this article. In a post on Weverse, the group revealed that she has the utmost support from the band, following through consultations with medical professionals. This is serious. Honestly.
Oh, but why didn't Manon get the same support? Can somebody tell me? Did they think she was faking it because she's black and she's supposed to be the horse to hold the glue together? Is that what it is? Why are you biting my titties, Bomi? I'm not your mama, okay? I mean, I am your mama, but I'm not your doggy mama. Oh, God, this is... I think she's hungry. Let me go. Okay, we gonna wrap this up soon, y'all. She's biting my ears like Tyson.
Something is fishy. Something stinks over there. what the hell is going on with these people having to either leave or get kicked out? Like, something isn't right.
Hold on. Honey, did Bomi eat? Huh? Did Bomi eat yet?
I only feed her the kibble.
Oh, kibble only? Okay, she wants chicken.
You have to feed her later.
Okay, I'll feed her when I'm done. Okay, yeah, look at her. She got oh, Lord. She got... Boomy, I'm not Mimi. You can't be biting all over me like this, Lord. Okay, Keisha, keep going.
What is in these people's contracts? What are the obligations? I feel like dance rehearsals go on for hours and hours and hours. BTS mentioned at one point, I think it was like maybe 2016, 2017, maybe not so much now. They were in those dance classes for hours, most of the day. Now, I know they're perfectionists. I know that they want to make sure everything looks clean when they're performing. Why are we overworking young ladies? It has been advised that she takes dedicated time for extended rest and ongoing care to ensure a full recovery. While Sophia herself is eager to perform alongside her members, the health, safety, and long-term well-being of our artists will always remain our highest priority. Did you get that from ChatGPT? Honestly, people should be saying anything, because do I believe it? Absolutely not. Icons. It truly breaks my heart to have to miss out on a lot. You know how much I love being on stage, performing, and honestly, Sophia, if we're keeping it about, you ain't missing out on much. Like, I know they have a movie coming out. Are you guys gonna be watching it? Let me know.
They got a movie.
Also, I kind of feel like they're using Manon for press promotion. I don't want to say the girls are doing it, but it's a label. Because how up till now is Manon not able to actually just come out and do her own thing?
Yeah, Bomi beating my ass right now.
In a contract where you probably don't have any desire for her to come back. Let's keep it a buck. She's been gone since February. It is now August. What are you waiting for? In the words of Ellie Goulding, like, honestly. Sophia, you're not missing out on much. The era that you are currently existing in with the band isn't my favorite and isn't a lot of people's favorite. The material that's been released right now, bitch, I wouldn't even be excited to perform these songs. Eat zucchini. I still can't move past zucchini. Every time I see zucchini and I'm about to eat zucchini, I have to say, eat zucchini. I just can't believe those are real lyrics that exist. So, Sophia, you're not missing out on anything. I actually encourage more mental health breaks. I don't play when it comes to mental health. I know what it's like to feel depressed, down, feel like I don't want to be seen, feel just in my head about things. I don't know what it is exactly she's going through. I know that she wants to get on stage and perform, but again, for it to get to the point of doctors getting involved and making an official statement, then it is really serious, I guess. What is this band becoming? It's like falling apart like dominoes. Who's next? Lara? Megan? Like, who is next? I just don't know if I see this band lasting. That's the thing. I feel like the only thing that can really save Katseye is good material, but that's probably not going to happen anytime.
It's not happening, sis. Wrap it up. Pack it. Not her, but Katseye, pack it up. Go put that girl as a soul. What's her name again? The Korean shorty. I keep forgetting her damn name. Put her as a solo artist and save the other girls the headache, man. Release them from their contract. But no, we're dealing with Korean narkies here. They gonna bleed you dry. Every last ounce. They're gonna make sure they squeeze as much water out of the sponge as possible to the last drop. And then they're gonna let you go. Now, Bomi is beating my ass. Oh my God. Okay, let's finish watching this, and then I gotta pack it up a little bit.
So you need to put that on my wish list, my Christmas wish list. I love how I'm talking about Christmas in August. I love how I'm just skipping seasons. But maybe I should put that on my Christmas wish list for 2027. For good music, genuinely good music of depth, working with amazing songwriters and not just making kids bops. Or I feel like if Manon comes back, I just don't know if I see that happening anymore. Like once upon a time, once upon a time, I saw that, but I just don't see it anymore. I feel like they've been using Manon for promotion material.
Of course.
And I'm not a fan of that, because can't you do it without her? And also, I feel like a lot of people who are tuning into Katseye, not everyone, because people are still fans of them, let's not get that twisted, but people tuning into Katseye, a lot of people are just trolling. A lot of people want to find moments in their interviews and their music videos where they are looking a mess or where they are doing something shady. Like, people aren't actually as interested. But also,
because this is the problem. It's like Destiny's Child getting rid of Beyonce. Just think of it like that. Don't nobody care. I love Kelly. No, Kelly actually to me was one of the best ones, but she's too much of a bootlicker. So of course, Beyonce had to be the top one. So now it's like Beyonce gone. It's not gonna work. The chemistry is off. The pH balance is off. Now you just have a group of, they all want to be Manon, most of them. And yeah, it's a bunch of Manon wannabes. So of course, and then didn't she just get a nose job? Was she the one who got the nose job and people was upset about it? That was Sophia, right? I think that nose job really did her. She probably didn't want it, and then she realized, they're like messing with me. They keep trying to make me, change, because I think she's from Thailand, right? Yeah, she's the one who got her nose did. And yeah, I don't think she wanted to do it. Sometimes they force you to do that, and they're probably trying to Koreanize her, and she ain't with it.
I don't feel like these women are interested. I feel like in a lot of their live streams, a lot of the moments, it seems like there's no chemistry, or it seems as though they're just tired. These girls are tired. Have you seen Danny? Oh, baby. I know everyone's talking about how, she's got bleached eyebrows, she looks a mess. I think It's not my favorite, but I've
Well,
seen.
who cares? The ancestors are doing their job, because wasn't her daddy the one who was talking all that mad cash shit? Yeah, I'm happy she looks the worst. You need to with a daddy like that. Being a young girl's business, a young lady's business. You need to go find a damn job. But of course, when you have an opportunist father, they're always gonna talk.
Worse things happening. I've seen worse looking human beings, that's for sure. No shade. Yeah, Danny looks tired. I feel like we got a glimpse of what these girls have to go through with the whole Netflix show, right? So the fact that, like, Sophia's taking a break right now, bitch, I'm like, okay, well, this is long overdue for all of them. Like, they should all take a break, but then come back stronger. The team is definitely sabotaging this group and what it is that this group could have been. I'm learning that health has to come first. I'm realizing that if I don't take care of my mind and body now, I won't be able to keep doing what I love the most for so long. Thank you for being so patient, understanding, and always showing me so much love. Well, not everyone. Let's keep it a buck. A lot of people aren't really vibing with the current girls in the group since Manon left. A lot of them feel like the girls are bitchy. A lot of them just feel as though there isn't anything there anymore because people really believe Manon was the one that held the group together. I can see that in some ways, but I feel like it isn't really fair because the group is made up of 6 members. I promise I'm going to work as hard as I can to get through this, heal properly, and come back stronger. Till then, please continue to be kind and give Katseye all your love. I don't think that's going to happen. I think what's going to happen is by the time I'm making this video, people are already in her comment section, probably calling her all types of names, or maybe they might be showing her a lot more support than they showed Manon. As we fulfill our promise to show up for you in every way we can. I'll be here as one of the icons. In the meantime, with y'all, see you soon. That was a cute little statement. I wonder who wrote it. So this is what was put out by the official Katseye page. We're very sorry to share that Sophia will be temporarily unavailable. Sorry, not unavailable. I can't read, apparently. Unable to participate in upcoming promotional activities. We understand how much icons were looking forward to seeing Sophia on stage, but it is imperative that her mental health and wellness...
Did they do the same thing for Manon? Can y'all tell me? Because I didn't keep up with that. I don't remember. It's been too long for me. Did they do the same thing with Manon? Please let me know. Did they do an actual statement for her? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Prioritize. Are you prioritizing her mental health? Do you sit down with these ladies and ask them, how are you generally doing? Do you give them a fair enough schedule to the point where they can actually live their own lives, spend time with friends, families, because they need to be inspired that way? But also, I don't think they're even writing their own music, so F that. Forget what I just said. Like, do you even care about these people, or again, are you just seeing them as products? Because they have obligations and because the world loves them and all eyes on Katseye. Just because people are looking at you doesn't mean it's for the right reasons. Get it together, Hype and Geffen. How is it that you have this full potential, you have the world watching, but you just keep on flopping and flopping and flopping? If you think I was supposed to be moved by Animal, the song, I wasn't. Just because you have Demi Moore there doesn't mean I'm going to be gagging. It doesn't mean that. They need to work with a new team. Hype and Geffen are never going to let them go because that is basically their product. They discovered them. They were able to make money, millions off of these girls. So, it's a shame. I don't think that these young ladies are being checked on. I feel as though their mental health isn't being prioritized. I feel like for Sophia, she probably reached a breaking point where she was like, you know what, enough is enough. I can't do this. There's too much going on.
And you know what? They all deserved it. But I don't care. I'll say what I feel. They all deserve to feel that way because remember on the show when Manon was talking about taking breaks and how it is unnatural to be working this hard, they all ganged up on her, called her lazy, called her all types of whatever. And I'm pretty sure in their mind they called her all types of bitches and black and whatever they want to, whatever epithets they thought in their heads. So if they weren't copying her, they were making her feel less than because she decided that she needed to take a rest. Well, guess what? Seething it now. Now you need to take a rest? No! Why don't you go work as hard as you told Manon to work? Red flag. Yeah, it's different when it's your ass. You need all the compassion. I'm talking to Sophia now. You need all the... Because she was one of the vocal ones talking all that cash shit during the reality show saying Manon's not putting in her weight, not putting her... Yeah. Oh, you realize... Oh, you thought it was just a black thing. We're just lazy. But now the system is coming home to bite you. It's just like the MAGA nuts. The MAGA people. Remember when they voted against their own interests because they thought it wasn't going to affect them? Black people are just lazy. You guys are just complacent. You guys just complain about everything. And then now, oh, we need a protest. We need a change. There's something not right about this. Shut up! Shut up! How about you go and work and do all that labor? Go on and tap dance at your job and get your 10-cent raise because that's what you voted for. How about you do that? Because Manon tried to warn y'all and y'all could have stood as a collective and unionized together and been like, no, one of our teammates, no, if she's not going, we not doing it. Nope, but you were all thinking about yourselves. And then now, all of a sudden it's too much for you. I thought she was just not working hard enough. You see, we be peeping stuff too early. That's the problem. And people don't respect us enough. So they think we're just whining for no reason. Well, now, Sophia, now it's your turn to feel what Manon felt. But of course, people are going to coddle you because you're not black. That's it. That's all.
There's too much conversation going on. My body's aching, possibly. My mind isn't all the way together. Also, I feel like these people don't have enough time to discover other hobbies. Like, I don't feel like again, it comes down to scheduling. I just feel like they are everywhere. They did Coachella in April. They did Lollapalooza. I am day artists need to go and work, right? I get it. This is, their bread and butter. I do understand that. But I just feel like the K-pop industry of it all, because they do have K-pop contracts and they are following, let's be honest, a K-pack? They are following like a K-pop strategy formula. Okay, they've seen what's worked for others and they've applied it and it has worked. But can you keep our attention?
It only works for Koreans, not foreigners. That's the problem. People from other countries, they're not going to be able to keep up with it. They thought they could be Korean adjacent. That's the problem. And then they realized that Korea is just another beast. It's not the same. It's different. Even from China, even from Japan. Japan is a close second, but even they can't compete with the Korean work ethic. It's on another level. I think Japan and Korea are probably neck and neck, to be quite honest with you. It's like another level of like just self-sacrificing. It's like till the death. And even when you die, they still gonna require some labor. Ain't that crazy? Red flag. It's unnatural. But y'all was just so willing because, again, Koreans can do no wrong. And that's exactly what the girls of Katseye, they idolized Korea so much, and they thought it was just a Manon problem. She leaves the group, she's the problem. Not hype. They gave us an opportunity. Let's get rid of her, and then the problem will be solved. Nope, it got worse. It got worse because they wanted to make an example out of her and make sure that y'all asses wasn't going to follow. But yeah, here you are, Sophia. What happened now? Our good sis, Sophia. What's going on here? What happened? Who's next? Exactly. Go back to work, because ain't that what y'all told Manon? She need to go and limp herself into the next therapist, get a sick note, and go right back to work. Because you're not allowed to take sick days as a black person. If I'm not allowed to take sick days, your ass ain't either. Get your ass back to work.
I'm wishing Sophia
Stop being lazy.
I know Manon somewhere like, well. Would you look at that, bitch? I know Manon is in the group chat with the girlies and gays of her friends.
Absolutely.
And she wouldn't be messy to do that. Let's be real. I'm sure.
And let me tell you, sometimes retribution, it doesn't take that long. February, and we are what? August? It didn't even take a few months. Sometimes you will get the last laugh. And sometimes it's going to be quick. And the turnaround time is fast, especially when you're dealing with this type of labor.
Other girls have been messy from time to time too. They are all, I'm only human. After all, don't put the blame on me. Honestly, we're all humans, right? But let's just like show love and be kind. I wish the same message was put out there for Manon.
No, we're not going to be kind. Sorry, Keisha. Love you, sis. I'm not going to be kind. She needs to go back to work because she told Manon to go to work. Stop being lazy. She needs to stop being lazy. Go get a note from her therapist and take her limping ass back to work. She need to go limp. Go to the therapist and go back to work, because that's the same treatment y'all gave Manon. We gonna give you the same. Well, I don't know about y'all. Y'all might be a little bit more compassionate than I am. I'm not that damn compassionate. The same compassion you gave to Manon is the same compassion I'm gonna dish back at you until y'all learn, because y'all don't seem to want to learn. Because the problem is, if you're compassionate when she goes through it, even though she did Manon wrong and her little cronies did Manon wrong and all the K-pop fandom, then they're gonna think it's okay to keep pushing down on black women. We're not doing that, even for the half ones. Okay, she's still black to me. I mean, she's not black, she's biracial, but still, she's one of our folks. At least half of her. So all I'm gonna say is this: y'all wanted to treat her like the big black, angry black woman, the lazy one. Well, you're gonna be the lazy Thai woman. Get your ass back to work. You couldn't handle it. You can't handle it. Go to work. Get your ass back on the stage. I don't want to hear no excuses. Get it together. Take your hour, and then get your ass back in the damn training camp. Go and dance your ass off until you collapse. I want to see the nose bleeding and everything, because that's what y'all expected from my nose, so that's what I'm expecting from y'all asses too. And now let's read some comments. Continuing. What Jessie Woo video? Jessie Woo? What happened to Jessie Woo? Okay, continuing. Deja Ru, you said Yoonchae is a Korean member. Thank you for telling me her name. I forgot her name, y'all. I'm so sorry. Yoonchae. All right. I should have looked it up, but I didn't have time. You see, this is the man barking I'm talking about. Sophie. Bomi, no. She wants to play and she keeps barking like that. And she got a shrieky bark. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Stop it. Yeah, I'm about to wrap it up, y'all. She's not like Mimi. Mimi, you tell her to stop, she gonna stop. This one right here, she does not stop. Even if I put the little bark collar on her. I got one that's been tested not to. It just does a little vibration. It doesn't hurt her. But she doesn't care. Bomi thinks your ears are pieces of chicken, right? She about to y'all remember the Mike Tyson fight with Holyfield? I know some of y'all are not that old, but when I was young, that shook me, y'all. We saw the fight, like my dad was watching it, and we saw his ear. He bit my ear off. He bit my red flag to Mike Tyson. He bit that man's ear off. That's crazy. Well, half of it. Anyways, continuing. They kept my nose. Marie, you said, they kept my nose to get in the black dogs. Exactly. Hey, oh my gosh, she's too loud, yo. The neighbors gonna know my name. Bomi, okay, hold on a second, y'all. I gotta really hold it for real, because Dom's not here. Okay, we're gonna almost finish. Let's do part 2 tomorrow of this, because I want to finish. No palate cleanser tonight, because she's biting me now, y'all. Look at her. She's feral. Look at her. She's feral right now. Whoa, and she ate Kip. Okay, let's let her get. Okay, go ahead. Mental health 2K. You said, wait, not soulless eyes. Can someone rewind and tell me what did she do? Is it because of the Dream Academy thing? More than that, it was just not supporting my norm. I think that they really underestimated. They thought that Manon was the lazy one. Oh boy. Yeah, a good parent, I agree with you, Prince. A good parent wouldn't embarrass their child like that in an industry that will turn on you in any moment. Exactly. Freaking. And also, compassion is very, very interesting because, like, your daughter, and I'm talking about Daniela, whatever her name is, Danny's dad, your daughter is part of the same group. If I saw that one of the group members was struggling, I would automatically have a red flag alert. Because I'd be like, hold up, what is my daughter going through then? I'd be investigating. I'm not going to sit here and call her lazy. But then, of course, whenever it's black women, it's a problem. And we're telling you, hey, there's a problem. We're not going to stay here. We're going to choose ourselves first and choose our mental. Oh, man, you're letting the group down. You're the reason the group is unsuccessful. You're all the vitriol, projection, racism, everything included. She got all that hate for months. She probably was still getting death threats until yesterday, and all of a sudden, I bet you her inbox is quiet as a mouse right now. I bet you it's quiet. I bet you her DMs have stopped because it finally happened to somebody else. Oh, so maybe my name's not the problem after all. You think? It's the Korean system. I done told y'all. It is not normal. It is not safe. And it is it's worse for Koreans. Imagine. What they were tasting is not even what the K-pop what the Korean idols face. They just got a taste of it. And they can't handle it. Of course you can't. It's not normal. It's unsustainable. But they couldn't see it. And then that grown-ass daddy of hers, he should be the one to see it. But again, I'll give them a little bit of grace. Their frontal lobes are not developed. But still, get back to work, Sophia. Get back to work. L, you said Bomi sounds like the dogs from Nintendo Dogs. Yo, Bomi, man, she's feral, y'all. She not like Mimi. I lucked out with Mimi. Mimi's so sweet, so quiet. She's so good at helping her little sister. She does not, like, sometimes she gets in a little picky ways, but for the most part, my little Libra daughter, she's the best. Look at me defending Libras. That Gemini demon right there. She says, L, I need you to do a star sign for her. Did she? Oh, okay, y'all. I thought she took out my dreads. Took out a lock. I was going to go crazy. Who's next? Mary, you said go, Harry, go. Who's next? You know what? Let's play that for the palate cleanser. Rosa, you said we know in order to function properly, we need to rest. Sorry, not sorry. Exactly, Rosa. And you know what the interesting thing is? After years of enforced, and I know not everybody's peoples went through slavery. I understand that. But I know mine did. And a lot of us did. And I'm pretty sure maybe her ancestors did. I'm not sure. But either way, Manon comes from Sweden, I think. So she comes from a country that prioritizes rest. That's number one. And number two, black people for so long, especially if you're part of the if you're part of the slave trade, we have been worked for free. So I think now for so long we have just worked our asses to death. And I think now we're finally starting to prioritize our health. And unfortunately, they don't see us as human beings that need to rest. They think we're superhuman. And it's very disgusting. The type of vitriol that came from people's mouths when she decided to want to rest. No one can compete in the Korean system. Even a Korean can. It's hard for them. They just don't complain about it because that's just how they are. Like they were brought up. But best believe they can't even survive in that type of system. It's toxic. Nobody can survive in that. So it's just really sad that they didn't extend that grace to Manon. So that's why I don't care about Sophia. I'm so sorry. The same grace she gave Manon is the same grace I'm giving her. I'm not on the turn the other cheeks on this channel. No, you're going to get the same work. Same work. And then maybe now you can sit down and reflect. Go call Manon. Apologize. And that's the least you could do. Apologize to her for not being there for her when she needed you. That's it. And I think it's a life lesson for all of us. Well, not for me because I know better, but for some people that don't understand that. Just because you can do it doesn't mean that other people can. Other people struggle. And we have to take that into consideration. Oh, you said stop singing. She was singing. I know she was singing a little bit, just a little bit. Her voice was, yeah, I agree. Her voice wasn't that bad. It didn't annoy me that bad. Dang, y'all ears be soft, yo. Like, I ain't gonna lie, me is crying. When people start crying, oh my God. Sometimes I'm like, it depends on the cry. If it's performative crying, I can't handle it. You said it's not the singing, but in the vids, it drives me crazy. Oh, that's why you mentioned Jessie Wu. Okay, now because she be singing too. Geffen is problematic, especially with black women, like they did Girlicious. Okay, let's talk about Girlicious tomorrow. Did we talk about Girlicious? If we didn't, we're gonna watch a video on that. That art girl, yes, please go, sis. We're gonna leave now. We're done. We are done. I'm gonna finish reading a few comments, and tomorrow I will come back early. I will come back way early. Elle, you said, haha, Gemini puppy, you in danger. Girl, she's a Gemini. She was born June 6th. Please do my star sign. I'm going through it in puppy purgatory with her. Mimi was so different. I love you, Libras. Please forgive me for all of the times that I tried, y'all. I love y'all. Y'all ain't so bad after all. You said her daddy frontal lobe is developed. It's fossilized. The one you said, LOL, not the one Rose that humps his owner's arm. She throws him across the room. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. Okay, Blueberry, you said that's scary, but in France they love spelling mistakes, so I won't do the most. It's okay, y'all. All right, y'all. Think about your European girlies. I know tomorrow. I promise. I'm going I know I said, Romy, please think about your European girlies, but thank God it's Sunday. Yeah, I'm not gonna do y'all like that. I'm gonna get going now. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. My bad, y'all. I gotta think about everybody, y'all. But tomorrow I'll be back early and we're gonna finish early. We'll finish this discussion. All right, y'all. So have a great night. Love y'all the long way, and I will see y'all soon. Please get some sleep. I'll be back early, probably like around 10:30. I'll go on stream 10:30 my time, 11, 12, 1, which is 1 o'clock your time, and then I'm gonna finish by maybe 3 o'clock. Yeah, probably earlier than that. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all later. Good night.